Hello. There you go. And we're all set to go, I believe. Both teams are here, and we're ready for the LCM final. I hope everyone's hyped up for today's match. We have Agony up against Eversio, finding the rematch here for the finals of this tournament, long awaited. Two very good teams going head to head today, and yeah. These teams have already faced off. I think some of you will probably remember that. I'll keep the big speeches for later, but we'll be jumping right into the interview here with Farsal and Iglos. How are you doing, guys?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Fine.
If you want to switch to Maltese, that's completely fine. I don't know how everyone's feeling because I did
Street.
get some complaints about that.
Sure thing.
Xortant?
Front me.
Mand Varsal il-complaints. Sorry.
لا لا استنى لا ياسين كان قللنا سوا من داخل على القدام
Użani, jaha.
بالمالتي السنة تكون كول وش تعمل بالانجليز
Cool, to be fair. So, tough int.
Nej, min probably på lycka bara få göra också.
So, ħanibda bil-klassika, fintkom, guys, tajjeb?
alright
Alright,
guess hawek
Tajjeb. Issa ħankun onest ma'kom sewa, ma rridkomx tispoiljaw li se tagħmlu xi strateġija għandkom zintendi, imma l-aħħar darba labtu ma ġibtunix, ħanajdilkom kif inhi. L-aħħar darba li labtu ma ġbunix il-5 tanks kontra 5 tanks, ħankun onest ma'kom. So nispera li pjanajna u għandna strateġija aħjar illum. X'idejdu?
forsi konna 4 tanks illum
4 tanks aħjar, improvement.
Technically.
Ma kemm ninsa maduf.
Jahna bil-maqlub mojna, kunna ħandra boċewkat botli.
ċowgad botni.
Dak tank
Nak tanku nofse.
Għalekku,
Verità dak
bil-maqlub
tank
kienet konna sammura 6 tanks, mux eħ.
Thanks. Skużawni, ma vera ħażin dan intervju sa jkolli ngħidilkom. Kif Wahilt. Laħwa, tixtax nibdew il-logħba, nkun nismakom, insejt kull ma preparajt.
nistaw tajk
Tajjeb għalikom. La, namela, narakom dat.
Ciao.
Ciao. Hello, Nano.
Hello.
All good, I hope. 1 second.
I'm excited for a silly game one of Eversio versus Agony.
Great. So, do you remember were you with me the last time we did this or this matchup, Agony Eversio?
I think I was.
It was you, right? So you remember
It was
what a show they gave us, right?
I remember what the show they gave us with the crazy Agony Victor build. Iceborne Ceres, will we see it again? Hope not. And Hullbreaker Jinx with one. Now there is a bit of a superstition about Agony and Eversio share. Whoever wins game one proceeds to lose the rest of the series.
I think that's strong to for a pretty long time too. Like these teams have been facing each other for years now, and I think that's just about every time I can remember that was the case.
So if you're rooting for Eversio, you want them to lose, and if you're rooting for Agony, vice versa. Whoever wins this game one, fated to lose the series.
We'll see though. I don't think any team is actually gunning to lose this the first game though, so I think we'll still be finding a game.
We'll see.
So we do have a little bit of an AFK situation here. Shouldn't take too long.
Can I get an invite to the lobby?
Oh, sure. Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
1 second. So the last time, I'm just reading chat real quick. The last time these two faced, you already mentioned the tank Victor, but it wasn't just the tank Victor. I feel like
It wasn't just. It was the Hullbreaker Jinx. It was trying to remember what else. It was Hullbreaker Jinx. There was I believe, was it Kisante with Unending Despair?
Yep.
I think that was which isn't the worst, to be fair.
I remember, like, what was this today? I'm totally scarred by that game. It was a Kisante Skarner, Victor tank in the mid lane with a Corki and a Zillion for Agony up against the Maokai, the Sejuani, the Yasuo, Hullbreaker, Jinx, and the Lulu. Yeah.
Not building Liandry's on Victor as the first or at least second item was a bit of an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with that. Interesting choice is basically the best description you can find for that. I do think. Wait.
Can I get a link to the draft as well?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here you
Okay,
go.
it's okay. Okay.
Bah.
I am excited to see what the draft is. I think I've cemented myself as someone who likes a bit of a silly draft.
I think we all like a bit of silly draft, to be honest. I don't want to see them pick up 5 tanks again. Iglos was kind of messing around with it, but, teasing the Cho'Gath bot, but I'm gonna be hopeful here and say that was a meme.
Now you can call me Nostradamus. I believe Agony will in fact be banning Aurelion Sol.
Ooh, okay. If I was a gambling man, I would also bet that they will be batting out Aurelion Sol. But you never know. Maybe they found some sort of a spicy answer they want to try out. It is game 1 after all. If you want to experiment, I think now is basically the best time to do so.
As we do start.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, there you go.
All right. Well, seems like I made back my money.
I mean, it's not like Aurelion Sol is the only champion you're afraid of when you're facing Eversio, so...
That's true. I mean, I will say this, not really banning it, but you do always have to be aware of Brickun Sejuani or his Zac.
Yep.
As you do see Aurora banned out. Aurora, a bit of a strong champion.
Yeah, just in general, pretty damn strong.
As you do see Yone banned out, Draco's Yone, opting to play against his Yasuo instead. Now the question is, will we see Iglos is Darius? As we do see a Hui ban for Juan. Hui, of course, mostly played on Agony's bot side. As you do see... Okay, so we're leaving top lane untouched. Probably deciding, hey, we can probably play around Iglos' champ pool, but we do not want Drakor on a comfort champion unless it is Syndra. So maybe they have an answer for Syndra.
This too, because Brickun has been really favoring the Sejuani, right? With both Yone and Yasuo out, the Sejuani option is a bit less appealing now, I want to say, if you don't have a melee mid lane.
That's completely true.
So that's somewhat of a double whammy there. Wukong banned out. I feel like Wukong has been banned out in most games up against Agony. He's just all around way too solid. I feel like a Maokai is instantly picked up.
Maokai insta-locked. That champion is absolutely broken. So I'm liking the B1 Maokai. Of course, we do have Eversio actually banning out Hui Wukong. Hui is probably Living's Hui. Wukong, though, I'm not actually quite sure. I'm not sure if... Has Agony played Wukong in the actual series, or is that just something that they know off the top of their head?
I don't remember them playing it up against Eversio, but I feel like Varsal really favors the Wukong, like in general.
As we do see the Darius insta-pick.
All right, so
we do see it insta-pick.
That is Iglos' Darius, so that is a thing of infamy here, but...
That said, Maokai is a very, very good champion into Darius.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Realistically, it's very difficult for Darius to just run into Maokai. Whenever Darius pulls, Maokai Qs, and then he just kind of walks away.
I think you were casting it, or streaming it recently, where Iglos went up against the Maokai. It wasn't Gruntless' Maokai, but...
It was Cavalieri's top laner.
That's who I was
Lucky Warrior, and he actually honestly played very well. As we do see, Juan's Jinx. Looks like Hullbreaker will might make a return. Can Agony respond with the Victor? Will we repeat what happened last time? As we do see Shinzao insta-locked in.
Okay.
And Varus immediately after. Okay.
I really like the Varus. I really like the
Varus. I think that Living has been performing really well with Varus. The Shinzao, I feel, though, has come out a bit too early. Maybe it's because they understand that Brickun's champ pool is generally pretty decent with the Shinzao, but I do think it has come out a bit too early. And I am curious if Eversio actually have an answer for the what's it called? The Shinzao. So far, not looking like the best rep for Eversio, but we will see Syndra just immediately picked so that Drakor gets a comfort pick. Again, I'm not too happy with Eversio's draft. I think it's tiny bit mismatched. They do generally have a bit of a mid-game comp, at least, with Jinx and Darius. But they kind of all want to do different things. Darius wants to accept the enemy team to walk into him. Jinx wants to play this mid-rangey sort of gameplay. Syndra can play this mid-rangey, and but generally speaking, I think she's played more as a catch champion nowadays with the Cosmic build. As we do see Azir banned out, and Lulu as a response.
So I think Eversio are kind of afraid of long range right now, right? Like, because Syndra and Darius are both pretty short range. Jinx has some decent range, but you don't really want to be running these champions down, I feel like. So Agony right now can really just peel away this Varus and find a long-range mid laner, I feel like, and just win through that.
Now, there is a champion here which does actually alter Darius into being a decent engage follow-up, where they may be playing a catch.
I think I know what it is, and I don't want to hear it.
I think you know what I'm talking about.
I don't want to hear
it's Juan's least favorite champion.
Oh boy, but yeah,
refused to enter the post-game interview in the games that I casted because they picked this infamous old man champion. So I am curious, will we see a Zillion ban on B5, as we do see Janna?
I mean, even with a Zillion, right, you can't really be walking through a Maokai and Varus ult with Darius. I don't think it really solves the issue, right?
It is going to be difficult. The more that I understand the Zillion will play here will be more or less just helping the Darius actually come follow up the picks, or try to help disengage for the Syndra the Darius, since they are playing very short range. I don't think it will be picked. I don't think it fixes all their issues, but it is something that I know they play, and it can be played.
That's fair.
As we will see Zach, and they are actually leaving. Again, I'm not too big of a fan on the Zac, because Zac is an engaged champ. And so now we have these champions that all kind of want to do different things. You know, Darius wants to re-engage and let the enemy team walk into him. Jinx can work with a catch comp, but generally speaking wants to work as this mid-range sort of champion who just sort of outranges them and sort of slowly starts out scaling them. Syndra kind of wants to do the same thing, but it's more focused on catch, like I said, with her build. And Zac is this really heavy engage champ, as we do see Poppy, which just completely shuts down any engage from the Zac. I mean...
Yep. I mean, they already had some answers to the Zac, but I feel like the Poppy just nails any chances he has of finding an engage in the late game. It is a blind pick Poppy, though. The support is not yet picked, so they could still have a decent lane in the bot lane here.
Now, I'm not sure if it is played by Eversio, but you could... And I know people think the champion is really bad here, but I think it does fit decently well. Pick a Soraka. I think Soraka does sort of work, especially with the sciences. We do see the Victor. Okay. We do see the Victor. Okay.
Hopefully a little bit of a heavier damage build on the Victor. I want to.
Yeah, I'd argue that you need an enchanter here on the side of Eversio. Zillion could still be picked. But realistically, I think you'd want something like a Soraka, maybe a Seraphine, you know, just very simple. You could play a mage bot, you could play something like a Vel'Koz if you really want to, but I doubt it.
I'm going to seem to kind of agree with you, I think, by banning the Lulu and the Janna, and Emilio is in fact picked up, yeah.
We will see Emilio.
Emilio Jinx, I think, pretty damn classic lane. Like, they complement each other very well. But it is a bit of a passive lane, right?
It is a relatively pretty passive lane. I will say this, I think Agony has won out this draft. I don't think Eversio was ready to see the double wind shitter ban. I believe that that kind of put a foil in their plans.
I don't mind Emilio, right? Like if CC is the name of the game, cleansing it away is definitely a good.
Very something kind of interesting here. The Maokai and the Poppy are technically a flex pick. Will we see it? I hope not. But it is technically a flex pick.
I think it's just about locked in. We've seen a lot of iconic Poppy. We've seen Maokai almost exclusively in the top lane. It is technically a flex pick, but I'd be very surprised if it was.
I'd be very surprised if it's a flex. I'm assuming we're not just going to see a very classic game, nothing crazy here. Well, like I said, the Eversio's comp is it's a bit separated than what he wants to do. Once again, Emilio is a champion who does actually work like a Darius, where he wants to allow the enemy teams to sort of try to engage, and then he uses his ult to cleanse some CC, he uses his ENW to, again, he can play this mid-rangey game with Jinx. It does work as a somewhat glue, but I'm not sure if it's a very strong one.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think the Zac particularly works. I'm not sure what I would have liked Brickhoon to play here, to be honest. Given his champ pool, he's in a very, very tight spot. Ideally here, you'd play a clearing jungler, so you'd play something maybe like a Karthus or even a Zyra, but it just doesn't really fit into Brickhoon's playstyle, I feel. And so I think Agony have really drafted really well around him.
Yeah, I think Agony really pinched Eversio well here. Like, they really kind of found these openings to abuse the shampoos on their opposition. I'm looking at that Darius though. Like, it is sure Iglos is very good on this Darius, but I'm really finding it hard to understand what he's gonna accomplish this game.
I think it's gonna be very, very difficult for the side of Eversio. I will say that much. If there's one maybe saving grace on the side of Eversio, it's this Jinx reaching her 3-4 items, and it's this Syndra maybe getting ahead. But honestly, it's going to be so difficult against the Victor Shinzao for the Syndra and the Jinx to realistically get ahead and get their items. So I'm a bit scared with the side of Eversio. Again, if we reach super late, I do think Eversio wins, simply by the nature of a Jinx Syndra. But this mid game and even realistically early late with the Victor and the Varus, it's going to be really, really hard for Eversio to do anything. And so this game has to go very late for Eversio to do much.
That's kind of where Eversio kind of strives, though, right? Like, I think every single game we've seen them, even the more dominant games, they do like to play a bit more conservatively.
It is. My question is, will Agony be able to capitalize on that? Which, I mean, so far, at least from the one game which you've seen, they weren't able to. But it's a very big question on what will actually happen. As we do see, I mean, the champion's locked in. Agony is on Poppy. Grant this is on Maokai. Nothing crazy. It's everything we expected.
Yeah,
I'm scared for Eversio. Is my point. It's going to be a very uphill battle for them. Again, if they do manage to stall to this 3-4, maybe even somehow if it reaches a 5-item game, I doubt it. They will have the advantage, especially with the Jinx, Milio, Syndra, and the Zac and the Darius just acting as meat shields. But it's going to be very difficult for them to do much, especially in an early to mid situation. If you're Agony, I mean, you play the game basically like it's a solo queue game and you should win. They've drafted a comp which I think that just works. The Shinzao, I think, was a really good read, I think, on Brickkun's Champool. I don't imagine if this draft went any different that there were many picks better than Shinzao. Maybe Jarvan, simply because of the way the Varus and sort of Victor work. But I mean, that's hindsight is 2020, and I think the Shinzao was a very smart pick.
I think it's pretty good too. Like maybe they weren't expecting to pick the Poppy and they wanted an answer to the Zac preemptively, because Brickun is known to pull out the Zac quite often. So I feel like Shinzao answers that a little bit better too. The Jarvan would have been a good idea too, though. Like locking this Jinx Syndra down is definitely always a good option. But I really like the Shinzao here.
I personally think that the Darius pick was a bit too early here. Maybe it should have come out as an R3 if we're gonna pick it in the first pick and ban phase. Just at least see, what champions are the enemy team picking.
Yeah.
Because once you see Shinzao Varus, I mean, it's difficult to lock in Darius. I would have maybe preferred, if we're gonna be blinding the Jinx anyway, to, hey, we know that Jakor is a third comfort pick, is the Syndra. We know that we want to pick it even if it's blind. Let's just pick Syndra now. And then in top lane, maybe we have some more options for Iglos. Because, for example, a Gwen here, even with just the seeing the Maokai Shinzao Varus, would have made quite a lot more sense than a Darius.
To Gwen specifically, I feel like they would have been triple AP in the top lane. I don't think really
it would have been triple AP. Yeah. To be completely fair. Yeah, that's fair. It would have been triple AP.
But yeah, I do agree that they probably should have kept it a little bit further down the draft. I feel like Eversio don't really have a very good first pick, like in general. I think whenever they do have the first pick, they usually just default to a tank jungler, which isn't a bad first pick, but it's not really optimal, I want to say. So I do feel like Eversio kind of struggled to pick blind in these sort of situations.
We'll see though. I'm a time to be hyped. I mean, keep it in mind, if Eversio loses this game, that means they're set to win the series, as according to the old tradition. So I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see how this game will go.
Yeah, maybe they're just superstitious and looking to sandbag the first one.
True. That's why they locked in the the comp. We'll see, as we are finally loading in.
Thanks for all the love in the chat, by the way, guys. Really appreciate it. And thanks for the follows. I didn't even mention that. Thanks for the recent follows, guys. But we are loading into this game right now. See anything
I followed you.
fancy?
I'll follow you right now.
Oh, thanks, man.
As you do see Juan flexing his arcane fracture jinx.
That's probably why he picked it, right? Like knowing Juan, that's the only reason they picked it. They didn't even care about the draft.
To be fair, he has been practicing quite a bit of jinx. And I think, from what I can see, it is his probably third best bot laner. So I think he's pretty confident on the pick. We will see what Mechanics is going. Mechanics choosing to go for an airy pick here. Realistically here, you're never gonna go the Iceborne build.
Yeah.
They've got too much range.
Thankfully. I wouldn't expect him to do it, but now that he has Airy, I'm sort of relieved. I don't think he's really going to be going for a tank build with an Airy.
Realistically here, I mean, there's two builds you can go. You do have a Varus AD carry. He's not exactly the best at dealing with these high damage picks. Of course, he's going lethality, as we see by the comment. He's not going one hit.
Yep.
So you will probably have to go Liandry and into probably something like a Cosmic, or you can go to a Zone if you really want to.
That's fair.
Some people do like to build the Blackfire Torch first. I think it is a bit of a bait. I don't think Victor is a champion that needs mana items. I think the champion is completely self-sufficient.
I agree that he doesn't need it necessarily, but it wouldn't really feel bad either. So
That definitely doesn't feel bad. I think maybe here they want to play this. It is the thing with Agony's comp. It is still a bit divided, but it is little bit more clear what they want to do. Mechanics wants to poke with E. Living wants to poke with his Q and his E. And even Varsal realistically can poke with his W. It's obviously not the best, but it opens up, of course, the option of, hey, I can engage now that I've poked you.
yeah, it's just great that threat and kind of zone off of it. We do see Iglos walking into the enemy jungle here and spotting out the enemy jungle. Iglos going in immediately, trying to cheese out Gruntless, deny some CS. Maokai is pretty weak in these early stages, right? So
he is pretty weak. Of course, the phase rush does help a lot. Does let him space a lot better. As you do see Juan starting with the out spam.
So I don't
The
think
classic.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I don't know. It's the classic one thing to do where he just spams his mastery over and over again.
Oh.
Nothing
Yeah,
important.
honestly, I've just learned to. It's just white noise for me at this point. Anytime I see Starforger on my screen, he's spamming something. But what I was gonna say is I don't think top lane got denied much, so the Maokai should be reaching his 118 power spike just about on schedule. And both junglers are kind of doing a bit of a standard clear. Eversio did spot out Shinzao there, but they're not really doing much to abuse it, other than maybe playing a bit more aggressive in their lanes.
And this Maokai is so strong against this Darius. Being able to dodge out his Q2 and just healing, proccing Q, and then just running away with phase rush. As you do see Iglos doing a tiny little proxy there, making sure that the wave crashes. I'm curious if Gruntus will allow it. He does have a lot of innate sustain, he will.
Yeah, probably just will. I don't think he really wants to interact with the Darius much. He's just probably gonna leave him to do his own thing. The thing is, if you're Darius, you're not really picking Darius just to farm it out, right? Like you really want
You have to play aggressive. You have to get something done. Maybe here, and the way the Darius pick could be very valuable, is playing to invade the enemy topside jungle, keeping some good vision there, and just going to annoy the Shinzao and not really letting him do his job. And that could maybe allow the Zac to find a few ganks mid lane. Or, I mean, realistically not bot because of the Poppy. But, you know, if the W is down, it is always an option.
So they don't know the Shinzao
We
is
do
here.
see the Shinzao seems to be caught.
Oh, no.
Varsal forced to flash. This may be first blood. Varsal with a bit of an overextend. Not realizing his bot lane has been pushed back. Very nice QE from Drakor. Nice little tiny roam there.
no.
And Aquatic is also in danger. That's going to be a flash. That's going to be a double kill for Juan. Starforger gets very low. Barely doesn't die. See the Zac. Flashy W does not manage to do a little E-trick, but does in fact manage to get the kill and live. Very nice start from the side of Eversio.
That's gotta be a tilter if you're Agony there. Like, they were so confident in that and just got collapsed on real fast. Bit of miscommunication, I want to say. Like, Varsal, I think, felt a little bit too safe taking that scuttler. And they get punished for it in Fold.
Arsal not respecting the fact that even though they are a strong early game, if your wave is getting shoved in, you cannot rotate. We do see the farm at one mid lane.
Yep.
And seemingly also top lane, as Gruntus just does not allow the stairs to do anything.
I mean, we didn't pick them out kind of solo kill the Darius, to be fair, I don't think. So we won't
True.
be seeing too much
You're not
action
wrong.
there.
You're not wrong. You are quite behind here. I mean, getting 2 kills on the Jinx is very, very bad for the side of Agony.
Yeah, I don't think that's really what they were expecting to get out of this bot lane. I feel like they were just gonna cruise through it, and now they've got a fire lit under them right now, so they really want to find a way back into this one. They really do not want to get this Jinx ahead at all. You did mention that the power spike or Jinx of 3 to 4 items is very scary, and that is still very much true. So they
Now,
have to be
with
careful.
Kraken Rush, Jinx actually becomes a relatively very strong champion. At least a level 9. Once she finishes her Kraken, she stacks her Lethal Tempo and she stacks her Q. It is a very scary champion. So to be honest, accelerating that, and if Living does not get his first item and is not able to poke out the Jinx before she's able to stack it up and really deal a lot of damage early game, I mean, this could basically throw your entire advantage. As we do see an ult come out by Dracour, very nice E. Barely managed to make it out. Does have to use flash, but I think that's fine.
The Poppy too, he's just about roaming around the map. I don't think Living really cares about it too. He's quite comfortable just sitting here in the bot lane and wave clearing. This Milio Jinx isn't really going to be doing too much to him under the tower, even though they are taking a few plates. But if Poppy can find anything anywhere else, and it looks like the Grubs will be the answer to that. Oh, 1 second, excuse me. The Grubs will be the answer to that plate, which I feel like is a pretty damn good trade.
I'm not sure if Grubs is the best play here for the simple reason that it might be the only thing they can take. Grubs is not particularly good on Agony's team. You're not going to be having many champions that are going to be auto-attacking the tower a lot, proccing the Grubs over and over again. It may be more of a case of denying Eversio from having the Grubs, since they do actually have champions that can use it quite well. With, of course, the Jinx, you have Eyegloss on his days, can also apply it really well. But I'm not completely sure if they're too happy with the Grubs. Of course, it's a decent objective. It does let you maybe get a plating here and there. But realistically, where are you going to be shoving to get these platings? It's not going to be bot, it's not going to be top, it's not going to be mid.
Yeah, you've kind of swayed me over there. That's a good point. Maybe the dragon was a little bit more valuable, but it is something to deny Eversio here. We see Agony's bot lane kind of getting not necessarily aggressive, but the mana is looking pretty low on Eversio here. Raccoon is down there though.
This matchup is so cringe.
Yeah. Oh no, Living stacked up. Oh, he has no flash.
Living has actually been caught out. He has no flash. This is probably another kill for Juan. Brickcoon does manage to take the kill, but Juan manages to take the kill on Agony. I mean, this is not what you want to see from Agony's bot lane.
No, not at all. That one, I want to say, stunk a little bit. Living Dream wasn't even on top of his Poppy, so Poppy couldn't deny the Zaki. They just got a freebie there. And so many plays going on to this Jinx. That's almost 2,000 gold lead on the Jinx right now.
Jinx near 9 CS, around 9 CS per minute, 3-0. I mean, this is, again, just not something you want to see. If you accelerate this Jinx's mid-game, and she does manage to actually finish the Hullbreaker, she's actually going to be a genuine threat in these earlier levels. Around 9 to 11, if she finishes this Hullbreaker and she's 2 items instead of 1, she can run away with the game. I mean, this is going to be damn dangerous. And the worst part is, Agony have not drafted for this scenario. They have a Victor mid. Sure, he can shove, but he can't realistically roam. They have a Maokai top lane who maybe can do some strange TPs, maybe a few flanks here and there, but he can't really because he's already sacking so much in lane through being weak against his Darius. I mean, it's just not something that they can deal with. Maybe Varsal can find a good gank here and manage to shut down the Jinx, deny her some XP, deny her some CS, but it's just going to be very hard here to actually do anything to move her.
Yeah, speaking of, he might be finding something here. Rakur does have some backups close by, but Agony have the return. Doesn't look like much will be happening there though. When is the next objective? It'll be in quite a while. 1 minute on the Grubs. I imagine that'll be something to contest. But yeah, this is looking pretty damn scary right now.
Eversio hold 4k gold ahead of Agony.
Yep.
No, it's closer to 3.5. Still though, I mean, it is a scary, scary number. As level 7 Jinx has already finished her Kraken Slayer, and that's not a Hullbreaker second.
It's not a Hellbreaker second.
Those
Thank
are
God.
daggers. I believe we're seeing Runans. Well, I'm probably realizing I'm already ahead. I don't need Hullbreaker to get a decent mid. They've given me my decent mid. Let's just build damage.
Yeah, Agony's comp is pretty tanky, but not too tanky if you're this far behind. So Starforger here should have more than enough damage to run through these fights, get them all the objectives that they want. And as you mentioned before, if they get to this late game, they're more than happy. So they just need to keep this momentum going and get there right now.
You know, hindsight is 2020, but I think this was a game where Agony had to actually lane swap. I think they should have sent Living in a Iconic top lane, and they should have just let Gruntless bot lane farm and heal, get poked a bit, maybe lose some CS, but just farm against the Starforger and Awaken with the Jinx and the Emilio, who can't... I mean, they can realistically threaten him, but they can't threaten him, you know? And maybe just try to send this Darius super far behind, to the point where even their early game champion just cannot do anything. As Iconic and Living just cannot seem to land anything. They will manage to get the kill.
Doesn't matter.
barely does not get saved by Awaken.
I mean, they did get the
man.
kill. I hope they're not tilting out of their minds off of that, because that did look like a bit of a tilter, but they should still be happy with that kill at the very least. They didn't lose too much for it, as Brickhoon does not find the enemy top side jungle, I don't think. Maybe on a Grump or something. But the Dragon will be next up, I believe. Eversio-
Comfortably 3k gold ahead for Eversio, which is again something you do not want to see from a late game comp if you're against it. I mean, it's... Ooh, it's scary. As we do see Living, of course, being AD Pokeverse, does even then have to delay his build further by buying a tier, because the champion is very mana-reliant. I mean, it is... Man, it is difficult. It is difficult, I think. They've put themselves in a very difficult situation. I'm not sure how you feel about it.
It's definitely difficult. I don't want to say that they're out of it or anything, but I do want to see them put their pedal on the metal here and find something. A lot of people are hovering towards mid for Eversio, as Varsal takes a bit of an odd reset here with Dragon up. I don't think this is really when you want to be timing your reset, and Eversio realized that and kind of start this Dragon up. Just gonna give it away for free too, as there's this kind of proxy behind the tier 2. Looks like they are.
Aglos may be taking a way too aggressive proxy, if I'm being completely honest. Varsal, of course, they did not expect him to back when Drake was up, but it seems that it has paid off, and they may have actually gotten a kill here. Is Aglos too strong?
Ooh.
As he does manage to flash out of the Poppy E, barely gets caught out by the Maokai ult, and that will be a kill. But it's on to the Maokai!
Yeah, not the best one, but I mean, it's not bad or anything.
It's not the worst. Maokai maybe getting a bit of a faster early game, but man, you really would have liked to see that on Varsal and get it on the Xin Zhao. Maybe he can start doing some plays around the map.
Varsal does have the one item spike though, so they might be looking for something soon. This Jinx is still looking pretty damn strong, but so is Xin Zhao. He goes in, but gets denied the engage. Gonna take a bunch of poke for it. I don't think he's gonna die or anything though. Pretty damn
Gonna get
close.
very low, dangerously low. Ultimate does come out. He does manage to dodge it. Of course, has to use his own ult. Man,
You have to be careful here. This Zac is pretty scary too. Sonic backs out of that one. It's enough for an ult in the mid lane, so not too bad. Victor ult is still available. Starforger has to be careful. He won't get blown up 100 to 0, but he'll take a lot of damage for it. I just kind of back away out of this play. They did get everything they wanted, I think. They got the Xin Zhao resource, they got the dragon, and now they're just going to reset on top of a bunch of gold.
Victor, about 11 stacks away from getting his next upgrade. This is where the champion will start to come online and actually start to deal some damage. We do see a Ludens build from the side of Mechanics. It does make somewhat sense if you're just focusing on killing Juan and Dracor and hoping that the burst is enough to get a shutdown. Given the context of this game and what's happened, I think it does make sense. Although, of course, you're now sacrificing even more of your mid game, hoping that you're going to have a good early, or at least early mid skirmishes. I mean, if nothing happens here, that's going to be a lot of wasted gold, I think.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like they're building as if they're really fighting all the time, but it looks like on the map they're kind of avoiding these engages more than anything. With just 2 kills on the board for Agony, like I really want to see them find anything here, as Herald is again somewhat uncontested. Yeah,
I wonder
don't
if this is
know.
going to be an instant Herald top lane. They're going to try to hold it for a different play. It could technically be something that results in Iglos being free from top lane. And if he's able to move around the map and actually position better, I mean, this is going to be quite scary for them.
I feel like they're giving up way too much. Like they're losing so much value off of this Shinzao and this early power that they have by just not doing anything. I want to say that they know that. It's just I don't know. I don't know. I really want to see them do something around the map, even though I'm not quite sure what it might be. They're really hovering around this mid lane a lot, and Eversio just have a really good ward line to deny any sort of play. This Poppy has a pretty tough time getting on top of this Milio and Jinx, so it's not for lack of trying, but she's not really finding any engages in the mid lane here.
11 CS per minute for Starforger on Jinx and your 3-0. I mean, it's getting dangerous.
Ooh, did it get him? Close. Close.
Man, it is so hard for Agony to do anything here. We are seeing Hullbreaker. I see the moon plate.
Oh no! Oh no!
We are seeing Hullbreaker. I forgot the Berserker Greaves now builds out of 2 daggers. That was in fact a second dagger for the Berserker Greaves. I'm not sure if you could argue it's fine. They're playing towards their found early game strength. They're realizing, hey, we ended up with 3 kills on the Jinx. Why not go Hullbreaker and just make their early to mid and living hell? Yeah, it's not the worst, but maybe a bit of greeding here, hoping that they reach their 3rd item, which I mean, they should if they continue playing like this.
Yeah,
maybe having a bit of an earlier.
To be fair, the Hullbreaker will absolutely annihilate these towers, and it looks like they are getting a bunch of auto attacks onto these towers. So, if I'm gonna keep playing this way, I think it's a pretty good item. It's just it's not what I wanted to see again. I'll be honest.
I think it does work, like you're saying, it does work. If they're just going to continue playing safe and attacking these towers and they don't particularly care about having maximized damage for your 3-item spike, I think it works completely fine. Again, Agony's team, I mean, Eversio's team does do well into these 4 or 5 items, so why not just stall on Jinx? Though it does, of course, open up a scenario where Agony may find a way back in, although I'm going to be honest, it's looking very difficult as Mechanics barely dodges that ult.
They're really not. It's not. I don't know. I feel like they do have some options of getting on top of this Jinx. Varus ult is up while Milio ult isn't, for example, and they're just not abusing that in any way, shape, or form. Third Dragon will be going to Eversio. I want to say probably uncontested unless a miracle W from Shinzao steals it. He is going into the pit. Does not manage to steal it. Has flash to get out.
Jungle fail smite. Monka.
The Poppy ult comes out a bit too late, unfortunately. I think Varus just barely made it out of there, but you didn't really get anything out of that. And both junglers did fail smite, as you mentioned, but Iglos is there to secure it, so no worries about that. This is the 3rd Dragon go over to Eversio. Like, it's not sold yet, but now what do you do? Like, you're so far behind, and now you're forced to deny the soul in the next coming dragon.
It's not the happiest, not the happiest for Agony. It is good fortune that at least it is a Chemtech soul. Of course, it is arguably the worst and most useless soul in the game, especially when you're ahead. You don't particularly need stats from being low health, because you're probably just gonna run them over if they decide to fight. But given that they are playing a comp who still can fall behind right now, and seeing as they're gonna get probably an early soul, maybe Chemtech Soul actually ends up being quite favorable for the side of Eversio. In which case, I mean, you know, pick your poison. Would you prefer them getting a different soul or at least getting the Chemtech? I mean, it is, again, it's not going the way of Agony. Those early game fights have honestly made it so difficult for them to play, as Living does manage to dodge the Syndra QE, but does sadly miss the ult.
Yep.
Again, and it's play after play that they just keep not finding. Yikes.
That's a bit of unfortunate because melee ult is up as well, so it's really tough for I'm gonna find anything here. Like they're just clearing the waves and not very well at that.
Hullbreaker value.
Not quite. They might be looking for something in the mid lane. Shinzao's engaged, gets denied, but Brickhoon flashes in, finds two. Shinzao will deny a lot of damage. Brickhoon is not really taking any damage himself though. Shinzao did go down. Jinx ult does come through, gets denied. No one really gonna go down. But I feel like Eversio ended up coming on top of that one as they have just...
Brickhoon saying, how dare you
control.
fail your engage, I'll engage for you as he flashes in with the Q.
It didn't really seem to care though,
Man.
like not taking any damage there, I feel like.
I mean, it doesn't help you have two squishy killers. Now that Varus has chosen to go Lethality and this Victor has chosen to go lead Ludens into what seems to be a Shadow Flame, judging by that buy. Could also be a Zhonya's, although I hope it's not a Zhonya's.
Yeah,
I mean, basically, Iglos and Brickhoon are unkillable at this point in the game, unless they get obviously CC chained, and maybe the Varus somehow gets allowed to proc his Blight stacks over and over again. I mean, it's not exactly something that you can kill, given that you've chosen to go this Burst Victor and this Lethality Varus. I mean, a strong backline due to this Jinx, decent pick with this Syndra, and just a beefy frontline with this Darius and Zac. All on top of the fact that you have this Melio who basically denies the Shinzao engage and even the Poppy engage with his Q, and
the
can
Varus
ult to remove any CC from the Varus or the Maokai. I mean, man, falling behind, I don't know. I feel like it may have been the Achilles heel for this Agony comp. I'm gonna be completely honest. Had they gone even, I think they would have been dominating this mid game. But you know, you can assume anything really.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not really sure how you come back in this one, though, is the thing. Like, if you're denied every single play you're trying to make, what do you do? I think the answer is kind of, you have to find a way to get Gruntless in the fights, I think. Like, he's pretty damn strong just on a single item. I think he really does a lot of work in these team fights. Maybe a bit more than Eyeglass, so you're probably happy with having both top laners rotate.
Although one good plan for Eyeglass could honestly result in a penta.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be completely honest.
It's not like Marco is going to be doing any miracle work, but something has to change, right? You can't just keep ramming your face into them.
They do have a lot of damage, but given the fact that they don't have any particularly strong damage, they have just decent damage all around. The Maokai may be able to face tank quite a bit, but like I said, man, I mean, this is not what you want to see. Again, hindsight is 2020. I'm not blaming the teams on this, but I think this is a game where you should have done a lane swap and just sent your bot lane top. Because once you've fallen behind and given this Jinx kills, which of course can always happen, I mean, it's just very, very hard for them to do anything. I think the bigger issue is not that the Jinx has kills, it's that the Varus doesn't have any.
Yeah, accelerating this Varus would definitely be a pretty good idea. Like, he's still very scary, I want to say, and then he'll get much scarier in an item or two.
That's how I'm gonna say it. I mean, we know Juan. We know he's gonna go Hullbreaker on Jinx no matter what.
Yeah.
He thinks it's good, so he's gonna do it. I do think Mechanics is just a tad. Oh, hold that thought as Brickhoon does engage. Nice 3-man let's bounce on the enemy team. Varsal is of course tanky with his ultimate as Eyegloss is just jumping on a Iconic, meanwhile in the bot lane. Boom. That's gonna be a kill for Eyegloss. They barely get away with super help, but Eyegloss is here. Hello, Maokai. Dodges out the Darius out, but will he dodge the second one? He cannot. Gruntless is bleeding. Brickhoon will try to do some damage. Varsal will jump on Starforger. Is not enough damage. Starforger will jump on Living. I mean, Brickhoon will jump on Living. Brickhoon, very low health, still has passive. Q hits. Does manage to get the clap. Eyegloss is still here. Brickhoon is still alive. Gruntless will go down to Starforger, and that's a clean ace.
Yeah, that's so true. That was a pretty weird fight, but Brickhoon just took so much damage. He just doesn't die. It's fine. Agony got pretty close to getting a few kills there, but ended up getting none. And I feel like that kind of seals the deal here.
And here comes the soul to make sure that it's completely sealed. Man.
That's a bit...
Like I was saying though, I mean, you know Juan's gonna go this Hullbreaker. You know he's gonna build health. You know Iglos and Brickun are gonna build health. Why do you not go Liandry's? Why do you not go at least Blackfire Liandry's? I mean, it's so much damage lost out for this hopeful burst that you're gonna try to find these picks on, but I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe if they manage to get what I imagine is Cyrilda's here on Varus, maybe that shifts, like it gives them the edge to finally be able to find some damage here. Because that fight wasn't short by any means, like they were fighting for a while. Like sure they'll get shorter now that Jinx is working towards their 4th item, but it wasn't a quickie or anything. So if Varus can get those repeated Blight procs you mentioned, I feel like he will eventually be able to tank these tanks down, especially with the Cyrildas in his pocket. I don't know. I don't know. I'm being honest. I don't really know.
It's a difficult game. It's a very difficult game. Given that Juan has gone and he's on his 4th item, already has half of his component with the Lord Omnix. I mean, how are you supposed to kill this Jinx? Falling behind was the one thing you could not do with Agony's comp, and they did it. And I mean, Juan's just stealing. They're just stealing his blue now. I mean, what can anyone realistically do here? Is they will go on the Baron. They do have Soul. If they engage, they die. If they don't engage, they get Baron and probably end. I mean,
Yep. It's gonna take quite the miracle here for Agony to find anything in this game. They are still in it though. Like they are still fighting for it. But now it's looking nigh impossible with this Baron buff on this almost 4 item Jinx especially. We're gonna be seeing Iglos move towards the side lane with Shakur matching in the top side. Maybe they're looking for something in the mid lane. Barsal has a little bit of a flank here, but decides not to go in. Poppy Alt is unfortunately used up, but it'll be coming back up soon because I didn't fully channel it. I don't know. I'm at a bit of a loss.
I mean, you need to find some crazy pick here. They are
Okay.
currently 3 mid. If they all engage on them here, but keep in mind, Mechanics is in here, Living is in here. Where is their damage? They cannot realistically engage here. This will just be a free fight for the side of Eversio. You do not have your damage casters with you. As Starforger gets very low, will probably go down. Very nice little burst from Mechanics. Is it enough? As Mechanics is trying to kite down, but now here come the tanks. Here come the bulky bruisers, and they cannot deal any damage to them. A very nice little catch onto Starforger, but it's a little bit too late.
That last fight especially was pretty disheartening, I must say. Like, that was just a straight up miscommunication. Like, Gruntless pressed the go button and his team just wasn't there. And we saw that they definitely had the damage to kill Starforger there. Like, I don't know. It is the first game, as we said, historically, the team that won the first game ended up losing the series.
Well, given this
So-
seems like Agony's won the series, you can all go home. You don't need to watch. As Eversio will get game 1.
But yeah, Eversio did get a game 1 there. We're looking at the damage stats here. Obviously, Jinx had the highest numbers, with everyone else kind of falling towards the 12k
But
range.
this is what I mean.
But
Even
yeah.
at 0-4, the Darius, even from so much gold behind, the Varus is still dealing decent damage. It's the Victor that's leaving some damage to be desired. I do think that if you know that Juan's realistically going to go this Hullbreaker build, and you know that their top and their jungle is going to damage. Now in that fight, it showed that Burst Victor did have some impact. It did have solid damage onto the Jinx, and I think the only reason they managed to kill them there is because you went Burst Victor. But the question is that burst worth not being able to deal damage to the rest of the team?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And the one time he managed to get on top of the Jinx at the very end there, he did do a lot of damage, but I feel like...
At that point, the game's already over, though.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah. I don't know. I imagine that's not all they had in their pockets. I imagine they have some more picks to come through. Maybe they'll switch it up next game, or maybe they'll just run it back and hope not to fall behind next time.
I'm expecting some crazy picks game 2. I will say this, I think draft-wise though, Agony did beat Eversio. I really liked the early Xin Zhao pick. I think that the holding the Poppy safe was a good idea. I think the Maokai B1 forcing, sort of inviting Iglos to pick Darius into it so that he can neutralize his laning phase. It was all a good idea on paper. It's just letting that bot lane get ahead kind of ruined their plans. They did not have a fall safe or a fallback to what happens if Jinx gets ahead and my Varus gets behind.
Absolutely. I think we will be heading into a quick 5-minute break. So we'll be seeing you in just a second.
We're saying, and this is my last game for now. Thank you all for enjoying the LCM. If I think Shadow's going to come instead of me for the next 2 games. If there's a game 4, I'll be here. If not, thank you for all watching the LCM. Yeah, thank you for everything, guys.
Thank you very much for being here, Nano. Really appreciate it. And hopefully see you soon.
Hopefully see you soon.
See ya. I'll be going to a quick break for everyone else, and I'll also be seeing you soon. Hello, welcome back everyone. This time around we have Shadow with us. Say hello, Shadow.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you feeling?
Pretty damn good, pretty damn good. We just saw, I mean, a pretty odd game 1, I want to say, but we're only getting started, so I'm still feeling pretty good. Draft should be
Fair enough.
underway. Did you manage to see game 1?
I mean, when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, you have to tune into the stream and watch it, right? Eversio versus Agony. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
That's fair. That's fair. It was a pretty odd game 1, I want to say. Like, I think we've talked about it already with Nano, but I'm really hoping that something changes this game. I feel like that was a bit of a slow death there for Agony.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that they have something different this time around. Sol, Aurelian Sol is getting banned out again, though.
Yep. And hopefully we'll be able to see this change in mentality from Agony even in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be seeing different picks, hopefully. Although it does seem like things are going the same as game 1, with Asol and Aurora getting banned out.
So far, yeah. I mean, if they want to go for a repeat of the draft, I feel like it's not the worst idea. Getting caught out once did end up giving Eversio 3 kills in the early game, but I feel like that really was the catalyst for the rest of the disaster that the game was. So if they just avoid that, I feel like they're not in too bad of a spot. They want to run a similar
I completely agree, right? Agony were on the back foot when, unfortunately, their jungler did get caught out on the Dragon Pit. It seems like we are getting a repeat of bans, as we do see the Asol, Yone, and potentially might be seeing the Yasuo here.
They're thinking about it. They might have something different up their sleeves. Yasuo is going to be the same, though. Which means it's probably going to also be a Wukong. Yep, there you go.
Yep. I mean, more of the same here, potentially. Wondering if Agony are trying to run it back, go for the Maokai once again. Or else if we'll be seeing a different strategy. It's going to be interesting to see what their first pick will be.
I mean, the Maokai was pretty damn good at shutting down the Darius. It's just that it didn't really do much else. It does also deny Eversio the Maokai, though, so it's not a bad first pick, but it's not exactly the carry pick you're really looking for. It is going to be a Maokai first pick, though.
Seems like Agony do agree with you. They do go for the Maokai. I wonder if Iglos, pretty happy with his matchup, will go for the Darius again. It is currently open, known for his pick in Darius.
Yeah, last game, I don't want to say he looked bad. He didn't find the early Darius aggression or anything, but just constantly being in a side lane, being a threat, did kind of deny Gruntless any chance of making a play with the Maokai. So I do feel like he ended up being pretty damn good on Darius. It's just there might be some better picks. Jinx immediately picked up again
just kind of looking Agony in the eye and figuring out that they
Don't really have an answer for the Jinx so far.
I mean, we've seen Starforger be an absolute menace on this champion, and it does seem like they'll go for the rematch. As Darius is getting hovered, will get picked. While I do agree with you, Iglos didn't really find the early game advantages that you'd usually find. You're not really going to see a 2-0 Darius, a 3-0 Darius. He was doing quite a lot. He was managing his wave, even proxying to get really good base timings. Despite the fact that maybe it's not the classic Darius sweep where he goes 5-0 in lane and one-shots your entire team, he was applying a significant amount of pressure in that side lane, and it's going to be quite difficult for Agony to deal with this.
Yeah, I feel like the Darius pick found enough value that they want to pick it again. Ashe will be the answer this time. Pretty similar to... Ooh, I was gonna say pretty similar to the Varus Poppy lane, perhaps, of just finding the ult onto Jinx and figuring it out from there. But they're gonna go for a Lulu this time. The Knight get from Awaken, perhaps, who really likes this Lulu.
I really like the change in mentality here. I don't think the Poppy Varus was the pick. Does seem like they will handshake the lane, as both enchanters in the lane might be a little bit of a boring bot lane, although the enchanted Crystal Arrow might make things a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, but the Miriel then denies it. Although the arrow is a bit of a shorter cooldown, I think. So we will eventually see some action there, perhaps.
There's also jungler influence, which
There's
is
also
not to
jungler
be
influence,
understated. As the Azir getting banned out, we'll be seeing some mid lane pressure here.
I think Agony can feel pretty confident there's going to be a Syndra pick again. I feel like Dracour kind of defaults, and they do ban it out, in fact.
They do ban it out. Not today, they say. As I will be honest, Mechanics had a very good showing with 10 CS per minute against the Syndra on the Victor.
Yeah, I feel like
he was definitely on track to be quite a big menace.
yeah, he wasn't not scary, but I feel like the Victor just didn't find enough value last game, so they probably don't want to go for an exact repeat. I don't think. Although with the Syndra being banned out, I'm curious what Dracour's fourth pick is. What has he pulled out in the past? I want to say Lissandra.
Okay.
The Victor is also banned out.
Seems like the mid laners are making sure they won't have the same champions.
So we'll be seeing a bit of a different mid lane. A lot of mages still open though, so it might still be pretty damn similar. Zac being banned out too.
Was about to say, if you're Agony here, you might want to start looking at what they might pick in the jungle. Zac is an excellent choice to ban out, as we've seen. He's been so good for those engages, flashing forward, using the Q, using the jump around to get all of that engage. It's a very good ban in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with no Poppy this time around, so they'll even have the answer for him. So they just opt to ban him out.
Wonder if they'll blind pick their jungler here, it seems. For the Amumu.
Amumu's usually a pretty scary blind pick, I want to say, but I don't think Agony really play any of the aggressive junglers that kind of punish him in the early game. So it might just be okay here.
I think it will be fine, especially when you have a Darius in the top lane. You're able to at least kind of, have a safe-ish early game. Although it seems like they will be challenging that with the Jarvan. Very strong early game jungler.
So, I mean, I do expect some early aggression here. I do want to see Agony finding something in the mid game here with Ari blind pick in the mid lane. What does Rugor pull out here?
I'm expecting to see a few skirmishes. Ari and Jarvan are both decent champions for a 2v2. As we all know, if you're able to get that mid lane priority, if you're able to start putting that pressure into mid lane and spreading out your influence on the rest of the map, Jinx won't be able to go 3-0 in the early game and one-shot your entire team again. So it might be a change. One does see the Galio getting picked out.
That's a pretty damn good pick too. Like, it denies a lot of Agony's game plan, I want to say.
It definitely does, right? It kind of makes the Ahri a little bit difficult for her to do anything in lane. You're not really going to catch out the Galio with the charm and kill him because he just is going to be stacking so much magic resistance. That being said, we do have a Jarvan who is very heavy on the AD. And I don't think Amumu and Galio, despite having a lot of CC, would actually be able to win that 2v2 very cleanly. It'll definitely be a bit messier, as Jarvan and Ahri might be able to play around that, especially if they do get their Ashe and their Lulu around Dragon Pit or their Maokai from top lane. There's going to be all to play for here when it comes to objectives in the mid lane.
Yep, absolutely. I'm not really sure what else to say. Like, we've already seen this top lane matchup. We have a little bit of a... 1 second. Yeah, there you go.
as the lobby was getting set up. Apologies, but we've already seen this top lane matchup. We kind of expected to go the exact same way, where Darius might get a few proxies in, might get a little bit of pressure in the top lane, but nothing too major. So the top lane is, I expect, going to be pretty damn passive. And we're mostly going to be seeing action towards the bot side jungle, I feel like, with both AD carries and both mid laners too. They can kind of easily roam, right?
I feel like one to watch here is it. I feel like the fights are going to be definitely played on the side lanes here. You do have the grand entrance on the side of the Galio to try and make some plays on the other side of the map. You're able to do quite a lot with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the Ashe. Ari able to use Spirit Rush and get a really clutch charm in to maybe catch someone out. Jarvan obviously trapping people in with a Cataclysm. I mean, these fights can go either way, and there's going to be a lot of messy team fights, which is going to be very fun to see this. As these are all really, really amazing players, and it's really fun to see team fights at this level.
Absolutely. I do want to point out, as we will have the lobby set up, it will be Iconic on Ashe and Living on Lulu, unless they switch it up at the last second. But I feel like Iconic has been known to play Ashe in the past. He's kind of shifted towards a support role recently, but he was still a very menacing Ashe up until very recently.
Seems like they're just trying something new, right? Maybe Living was ADC last time, maybe now we get Iconic this time. You never know, it might change around, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Never hurts to try something new. When you're on the back foot, game 2, you'll be looking for any edge you really can, and if it means putting a different player in the different role, then so be it, right?
Yep, might make all the difference in the world. As Eversio kind of thinking about their runes, I don't think they're really going to be pulling out anything special here. Like, I feel like Eversio's bot lane is going to play this game exactly the same way. Like, if they get a few early picks, all the better. But if not, they're just going to farm this one away and try to get Starforger to his item power spikes. He does seem to favor Hullbreaker perhaps a bit too much, but it's not really been punishing him or anything. So I might just go for it again. I feel like that kind of delays his power spike a little bit, but makes him quite a bit more tanky.
Well, it does delay his team fighting power spike. Hullbreaker is really good at taking down your turrets.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Especially in a coordinated environment. Turrets are map pressure, turrets are extra gold, turrets are vision. There's a lot that you lose out and you lose tier 1 mid lane. You lose your vision lines, you're going to lose quite a lot of pressure on the map. And despite Hullbreaker maybe not giving you that much oomph in a team fight, you can get quite a lot of value out of it despite not really having a team fight item.
Yeah, this time around though, they are kind of depending on the Jinx a little bit more for the damage with the Galio pick. Like, they don't have the Syndra to fall back on for damage.
I wonder if Starforger will be changing his build around, given that fact. Remains to be seen as we do start to load into game 2. 2 minutes on spectator delay.
Yeah, what are we expecting of this Jarvan early game then? Like, I feel like Amumu is just classically going to be farming up towards 6, right? I don't think we're going to be seeing anything fancy there.
I mean, I'm not really much of a jungler player, I'm not going to lie. But I feel like if I was Jarvan, I'd want to abuse the fact that my early game is a bit stronger, right? Maybe get my lanes ahead early game while I do have that power. Maybe even look for a couple of invades if my lanes have priority and they're doing very well. It remains to be seen on the game state, right? Jungle is a chess match, as most people like to say. It's going to be very dependent on a lot of factors, and I mean, these two are very good players. They'll be able to figure it out, I'm very sure.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a bit too ambitious on this one, but I want to say he might be looking towards mid lane a little bit, perhaps, right? This Galio doesn't really die 1v1 to the Ahri, but he's pretty vulnerable to a gank if he ever pushes up too far and they get a good read on the Amumu.
Absolutely, I 100% agree, right? I 100% agree, right? Especially with Ahri Charm. One bad step by the Galio, and it then definitely come out into a Jarvan gank. And like I said, once you have that mid lane pressure, you might be looking to expand your influence towards the top side and put down the Darius. Might be looking to expand that pressure on the bot side and maybe put down the Jinx. There's going to be a lot of action in the side of the mid lane, I feel, if I'm being honest here.
Yeah, and bot lane looks a little bit scary. Like, Milio, it's not exactly easy, but I feel like he can relatively consistently stop the EQ from Jarvan, which kind of denies the play in the bot lane.
so he might not be all that keen to spam gank the bot lane here, which
Fair
might
enough,
point us
but
a little
Jarvan,
bit. Yeah, yeah.
Jarvan does still have the Cataclysm to follow
Oh
up
yeah,
once he's level
that's a good
6.
point. Yeah, I wasn't even
Ash's
thinking about
Enchanted
6.
Crystal, yeah, Ash's Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well is
Mhm.
definitely going to be something that they can help with to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Mirio
If I was
Cataclysms.
Jarvan,
Yeah,
yep,
sure,
yep.
but not Cataclysm, so that's a very good point.
Yeah, and that's probably one of the reasons why if I was the Jarvan, I try to wait a little bit until I start focusing bot side, right? Maybe
Mhm.
get my mid lane ahead so that
Yep.
the Galio doesn't have free range to start roaming.
Yeah, that's also a bit of a big factor about it. Like, if you ever Cataclysm the Jinx, you do not want to see the Galio ulting on top of her. And it's up to mechanics to kind of stop that from happening, right? Like, if he's pressuring mid at the right time, he kind of deny the backup that Jinx might need in a bot lane. So
Absolutely.
you want mechanics to at least be doing relatively okay in the mid lane here for that to happen.
It's a beautiful day out in Summoner's Rift, as it seems like Eversio will be just stacking all 5 entrances of the jungler, making sure there's no funny business.
I think they're pretty okay with just playing this one slow. They just don't want to get cheesed out in the early game. But it does not look like Agony are really going for any sort of cheese anyway, so it'll be a pretty standard start again. Last time we did see Eyegloss walking to the enemy jungle just to spot out Varsal here. I wonder if they're going to do anything about it this time around.
Interestingly enough to see, Iglos has not yet taken up his spot in the 3rd bush on top lane. Although it seems like he is walking back to his favorite little camping spot.
It did deny Gruntless a little bit of CS, nothing too major last time. He might just be going for the same route of finding Varsal here. Quick pause coming
It does
through
seem
though.
like there's a pause.
Oh, okay, cool.
Seems like it's an ADC issue here. As maybe someone forgot to charge their mouse.
It's fine. We'll just grab a little quick cable there, and we'll be good to go. Shouldn't be too long. Let me just fix the scoreboard actually, because I forgot they swapped. But yeah, nothing too weird in the rune department. Like maybe the Amumu Conqueror is a bit odd, right? But I don't feel like it's bad or anything.
I'm not entirely sure what rune Amumu usually goes. I feel like I've seen Conqueror Amumu.
I think this mostly just shows us actually going for the Leandry route, like a bit more damage focused route. So he's not going to be super tanky like it was on the Zac this time around, Brickcoon, and the Versio is going to have a little bit of a... I don't know. Because last time they did have the super tanky Zac, but this time they have a squishier jungler with a Galio instead. So maybe they're just as tanky this time around, it's just more spread out.
I feel like you can still go with the Sunfire Cape option, right? It's a good mix of tankiness and damage. So we'll be seeing what Brickcoon itemizes in this game.
That's a good point too. He has a few options here. Maybe it depends on who gets ahead. Like if they're ahead, they'll go more damage. If not, he'll focus on those more pseudo tanky items. But we'll see. I can't really move the camera around, right? No. So what is Iclaus doing here? I think he's just looking to.
I think Iglos is. I think Iglos here is kind of expecting Varsal to start blue side. He's gonna try and catch Gruntless out, probably get an auto attack trade, and go back to his wave, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least that's kind of what I'd expect to see here.
Does Varsal change that up in any way though? Like, or does Darius just kind of walk out of this one, or maybe even 2v1?
I think Iglos would be able to just use the W slow after the 3rd auto attack to just casually go back to his wave. If Varsal does try and punish that in any way, he's going to be losing quite a bit of tempo, while Brickcoon is just clearing his own jungle.
Mm-hmm.
So either way it goes, Iglos here, it's a really, really good play, putting on some pressure, making Agony potentially make some mistakes. Does seem like the gamble. Actually, instead goes for the invade. Does get the ward out, and Varsal is spotted.
Yeah, so they just spot out Varsal the exact same way, so they know exactly where the jungler is. They can kind of assume that I'm almost doing the same thing too, but they don't know for sure. Nice little trade on a bot lane here, getting very aggressive in level 1, kind of coming out on top here, Agony. As the client likes to break a little bit when there's a pause, so we'll try to fix that. Looks
There we
good
go.
now. Well, yeah, a lot of
Starforger
HP
bot
trade
well.
in the bot lane, right?
Heal forced out. Starforger a little bit too low. Barrier forced out. Flushes away.
Ooh.
First blood to Living.
Okay. Now that's different. That's a very different bot lane from Agony there. Just a little switch up, and they're getting super aggressive this time around. Finding kill on the Ash
That's what I
Lulu.
love to see. That's what I love to see. Ash, despite being a kind of basic champion, has a lot of pressure in the early game. That passive is not something you can take lightly.
No, yeah.
And it seems like Starforger didn't really do his homework, and it does seem like he will go down.
Yeah, kind of expecting another freebie here and gets punished for it. Gives over first blood to the Lulu, to be fair, so it's not disastrous on anything. But it does
It's
put
not
him
disastrous,
a little
but
bit
it is 8 CS and recall on the Ash does come back with a full longsword. That is an extra 10 AD on every single auto attack. It's going to help to get lane priority. It's going to help with the poking. It's going to do more damage on his W. It's not something you want if you're the side of Eversio here.
Yeah, and both junglers too are platting towards this bot lane here. Varsal will be a little bit faster on the clear as the ward did expire for Eversio. They will be playing it a little bit back, but if Brickon looks to find something here in the bot lane, he might be in for a surprise. Although they should know exactly what Varsal is doing, given that they did get that early ward.
Mechanics, really good trade there. Proccing electrocute.
Do Agony get the freeze here in the bot lane? Not quite, it's going to crash on the tower, but it's still going to be a pretty favorable lane position for him, so that Ashe is looking pretty good now. Varsal walking over towards top scuttle actually, does not feel like going for the bot scuttle again. I feel like that was the mistake he made last time, like his bot lane was winning, but the wave was not in a good position, and that ended up costing him his life when he went for scuttle. So this time around he's just going to go for the safer option of top scuttle, straightening that up.
It's nice to see that we're improving from our past mistakes, right? Rectifying the issues, making sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes. And this is a very different game state, right? Before we do see that Varsal was caught out, and it seems like he will be trying to make a play on the mid lane. Dracor forced to run away.
Fair enough, gets out of that one pretty easily, but still a little bit of pressure that Mechanics gets to possibly exploit. Although I think it's just going to get
coming
a
out
good
on the
lane
flank
now.
here. Does seem like he will just be recalling.
Ooh, is Living stepping a bit too far.
Living
ahead,
getting
gets
hit with the
rooted.
zap and the chompers. Brickun coming in with the bandage toss. Does have the second charge. Living running away. Flash forward from Brickun. Living on a sliver of health. Does miss the bandage toss. Starforger does get the kill. Does get the reset. Iconic taking so much damage. But it does seem like he will be safe under his own tower. And that is an extra kill going to the side of Starforger.
It's these damn junglers every time that are screwing Agony over. Like, I feel like they're winning up the lane in the 2v2, but they're not respecting the jungle pressure at all. And getting punished for it again.
Living there, not really respecting the fact that his jungler is topside, whereas Brickun is on the bot side, does get caught out by the flame chompers, instantly followed up by the bandage toss. That's a really, really well played on the side of Eversio.
And that'll kind of get him back into this lane with a bit of an advantage actually too, once they get this reset off. With Dragon being up, and I mean both junglers are on the top side, so they'll probably be meeting down here. I wonder if they find a bit of a timing here to do anything with this reset. Chervin is the first one to be heading towards Dragon, but he's going to take a quick detour to stop for Raptors there. So maybe not so much. I think they should have rushed Dragon here, right? They saw the back going through for both bot laners.
I guess I'm not entirely sure here. Maybe they decided that getting the wave state on bot lane correct. As I mean, Starforger does have the kill, but that is a 15 CS difference right there. Maybe they thought that keeping that bot lane advantage, keeping the Ashe ahead to have that stronger lane presence might be more worth it than the Dragon. I'm not entirely sure though.
Yeah, but now look what's happening. Like, this is a free grubs, and we're not even returning Dragon for it unless Jarvan starts
Just
up
like
right
Varsal
now.
does start it.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit late. I don't think it'll be contested, but it does mean that he might lose some camps. Looks like Brickun does not find any though, so it ends up being not that bad perhaps. Raccoon is quickly approaching his level 6 though. Halfway there. Just a few more camps to go. Spots out the enemy blue buff too. He knows Varsal is on Dragon most likely, so he's going to be taking this one for free.
They do have the ward, so they do know that the spawn is starting.
And that means that Azamumu is probably going to be reaching level 6 first, or maybe not. We'll see. But level 6 coming in soon. That should be a pretty big power spike for him that they want to do something with it. So we're probably seeing some action soon.
Raccoon level 6 already, Varsal level 5 and in base, very importantly. He's walking up to a top side for a blue buff that just isn't there anymore. It's going to be very, very unfortunate for him to realize what has gone down.
Yeah, but I think Wolves will get him to 6 either way, so even though he probably would have liked that blue buff, I don't think it's the end of the world. But now it's up to them to really do something about it. Botlane getting in a little bit of a cheeky zone down here. As Starforger is kind of afraid to walk into his Ash, and probably rightfully so. With his jungler not being here, he's not really that confident in 2v2. Does not get the
Agony going in
first.
forwards.
The ball will deny too much of an engage, but it's still Iconic and Living that are being super aggressive here. They do have the Ash ult before, the Melia ult. I wonder if that will mean anything. Gauntlet's just not letting Iglos have any fun. He's not killing him or anything, but I'm feeling the pain right now for this Darius.
Unfortunately, the wave state just isn't that great for Agony to be able to pull the trigger on the bot lane yet. They are safe under their own tower, and they will be hitting level 6.
Raccoon's down here. Oh no.
Oh no, Raccoon.
He's not spotted yet, but they have
Flame
to know
Chompers.
he's here, right?
Flame Chompers do go wide. The Iconic does have both summoners up. Nothing really will be coming out of that gang.
Pretty scary though, nonetheless.
Ooh, Dracourt does get hit by the charm mechanics. No cooldowns, but does have the auto attacks.
Yeah, it's a lot of attacks, but Dracourt's not really taking too much damage. 2 null magic mantles in his inventory.
Yeah, but that's Galio for you. A really, really fun champion. Builds resistances and gets damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But it is what it
Gruntless
is.
here,
Oh my
potentially
God.
getting a kill on Iglos.
Oh no.
Doesn't really have the mana to finish it off. Iglos flashing forward, Gruntless respecting it, flashes away.
No man. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. That looked very shady.
Crystal Arrow coming in, Varsal coming in, Cataclysm will be going down on the Starforger. Starforger flashing away, Iconic and Starforger going down, heals coming out on both summoners.
Just barely finding that one. That was a long fight. So many auto attacks coming through. Forcing a flash out of Awaken as well. Wow, that Jinx just did not want to die there.
All summoners going out on the side of Eversio just to get the 1-for-1. Meanwhile, all we traded here is one ultimate on the side of Varsal and one heal on the side of Living.
Yeah,
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, once you, like you said, has a shorter cooldown than Melee ult, and that's not something that you want to have no summoners and the vulnerability there. I don't really think that was very worth it for Starforger flashing forwards there.
Yeah, I think he realized he was dead anyway. He figures perhaps that the kill is worth more than his summoners. I think in his situation I probably would have figured the same, but in hindsight, might have not been. It's up to Agony though to really abuse that. So we'll see if they end up doing so. Eversio do already have 3 grubs, so pulling Living here probably means that Agony do not want them to get the 6. But Curtis is stuck under his tower here while Iglos is free to roam around.
Using the Blast Cone there, trying to close the distance.
I don't think they're going to be able to
Agony
deny him. I
respecting.
think that's 6 grubs there for Eversio.
I feel like it's safe to say Agony will be respecting it, right? They won't really be trying to go. Void Grubs do go down to the side of Eversio.
Yeah, especially with Gruntless on 0 items right now. Like, sure, he's A-okay in the lane, but he's not really doing too much pressure-wise. Iglos is definitely much scarier in these small fights in the river. So they do have to be careful. 6 scrubs is pretty damn good, though. Like, this Jinx, who's probably going to be building Breaker, that's a lot of tower damage. Cannot let Starforger get to the tower, which he does not seem to be doing so far. Like, Agony have just been putting on the pressure repeatedly down here.
This is exactly what you want against the Jinx, right? You don't really want her to be able to scale up for free. Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming in, Varsal coming in. Ow! Oi, oi,
That's
oi,
what
oi,
we want
oi.
to see, yeah! Just using all the ultimates onto Starforger. They're punishing him for not having any summoner spells. That's kind of what you expect at this point. As Gruntless is still doing his thing up the top lane. Oh,
Agony here just deciding you've had your fun in game 1. It's not going to happen again in game 2. You're going to get camped, you're going to get dove. And it seems like Versal and Iconic and Living are working together very, very well to make this a living hell for Starforger.
That's really what you want though, right? Like this Jinx is the win condition. If this Jinx is far behind, which she isn't so far, but if she is, I don't really see Eversio ever having the damage to pull through in a team fight. So you really want to be focusing her down. Versal does find the dragon and manages to get out with an Amumu flash used too. Desperate to get that dragon, but not quite able to get it.
Tries to go for the steal, but Smite on the side of Versal does secure it. Uses the EQ combo to get away. Swag flag dashes over the wall, and everyone's happy, unless you're an Eversio fan.
Would have been pretty cool if Brickhoon got it, but ends up looking like a fool, unfortunately.
What was that? Coming in my face.
If he got the smite, he'd be a god, but he didn't, so...
Absolutely, 100% right. Oh no, Starforger here might be going in a little bit too deep.
Millialt is available though. He's probably not that scared. He knows that Jarvan is not here, and the arrow alone is not very scary once you have the Melee ult up.
Fair enough, but we do have that True Ice on the side of Ashe, who will be just slowing him down, running him down. That's a little bit of a risky situation to be in, although both champions do have their finished Kraken Slayer.
Yep.
So it won't be too bad.
I feel like having the Lulu though, like it kind of puts you over the Jinx for DPS. Like Melio has utility, but it's not DPS utility, like unless you're counting its passive. So
100% right. Melio is mainly going to be giving you shields and range. Lulu is just going to be giving you straight up DPS.
Yep.
And attack speed, especially with the Kraken Slayer, is even better, right?
So I feel like if they just go blow for blow, Agony are going to win out. But they're really afraid to pull the trigger
might
here.
be going for a lane gank.
Brickhoon is here, so
As,
now it's...
does get spotted on a ward, so seems like he'll go back.
I feel like if you're this Agony comp, you just want to force the Melee ult off cooldown, right? Like, you know you have the lower cooldowns on your ult, so you just want to be forcing that. Because anytime it's not available, Everest have to be very scared, right?
I mean, every time it is available, Varsal still has Cataclysm.
Yeah, fair enough, fair
We've been
enough.
seeing it. Starforger Flash is coming back up though, so maybe you won't be getting a kill this time.
Yeah. But no real objectives right now. I think if you want to go for a play that might just be a trade of resources, now's probably the right time to do it. The game kind of falls into a lull here. Not much action right now. We're going hovering towards mid lane, maybe looking for this Herald perhaps, while Versal is looking for a bit of a cheeky lane gank. Not spotted out yet. Starforger in any sort of trouble. He's looking for him, but didn't quite find him yet. He's walking up really far ahead, gets ulted immediately. Will get followed up on. Gets cleansed and will finally be able to move. Very low. Ashe finally gets on top of him. Not quite enough damage though. Ashe not quite able to get there in time, and Starforger manages to get out of this one. 3 summoners used, so that's still pretty good of a trade. But I feel like they wanted more of that one.
There's just so much healing, so much shielding from Awaken there. It's gonna be kind of impossible, but no barrier on the side of Starforger, no flash, no heal. Another repeat in like, what, 70 seconds? And that's a very, very dead Jinx.
No Melee ult too, so they don't even need the German next time with no sums on Starforger down here. Herald did go down as a trade for that play, so really I really do want to see them capitalize on it this time. I feel like the reason he didn't die though was a very good placement of the Chompers. Like, it really denied Iconic a lot of damage there. He didn't feel like committing the flash himself to get on top of him, and probably would have been a kill if he did, but didn't feel like it was worth it. Herald used in the top lane
100%.
immediately.
100% right. As you said, Flame Chompers, really, really good placement there, stopping Iconic from pushing forward. Might have wanted to commit the cleanse or the flash to try and get the kill. Though it seems like Gruntless might be a little bit in trouble.
I don't think he's in trouble. It's more that his towers probably are. You can't really stop this Herald from doing his thing. And,
3 members of Eversio having fun in his topside jungle. Meanwhile, he's just a very sad little tree underneath his own tower.
I think he's fine. I think if you're locking in Maokai, you've kind of condemned yourself to this kind of playstyle anyway, so he's probably already mentally set for this one.
So we're in a little bit of a lull phase at the moment. Not much really going out. Dragon will be spawning in around a minute. Otherwise, no major objectives
Only
on the map.
15 seconds actually, and it looks like Agony are the ones in a position to do something about it here. But they did rotate Iglos down here. Gruntless has the TP to match. It might be a full-blown 5v5.
Oh, Iglos taking the Hex Gate.
Oh no, is Mechanics in trouble?
Mechanics.
No. Surely. Mechanics is zoned out a little bit though. Milialt is available, so they can't outright force a fight unless they get Varsal in to join in the action. They are just clearing wards right now. They're really gunning for this dragon.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out on the side of Iconic. Awaken using the Breath of Life to save Starforger. Maokai ultimate. Zoning away both laners.
Ooh.
Iglos flashing forward. Ghost. Hero's entrance coming in from Dracour. So much damage coming out on rockets. Iconic kind of forced to flash away. Varsal flashing away. So many summoners burnt in such a short time. Mechanics tries to charm Iglos. Not really much to do. Will be Spirit rushing over the wall most likely.
Sir Mechanics pretty damn late to that fight. Galio can obviously just ult in, but it does probably mean that they lose their pressure here in the bot lane as Iconic is looking pretty low. They're not out of it yet. They're still kind of poking around, trying to find something.
Look at Mechanics here. Charm goes in. Flash for Assault. Misses the Q. Flash E misses on the side of Mechanics. Starforger doing so much damage.
Iconic did join the
does
fight.
pick up kill. Will fall down. Iconic doing so much damage, but look at Starforger. So much DPS coming out. Living falls, Iconic falls, and Gruntless does get the return kill. And the rest of Eversio, sorry, will be backing away.
Wasn't exactly a disaster play, but unfortunately they didn't fight Starforger immediately, and that kind of gave him the reset there. I mean, it was still a pretty damn good play from Agony, I feel like. Sure, it didn't end up going their way, but that was the right idea, I think. Starforger gets caught.
I love the idea. I love the idea, right? Has Spirit Rush and Flash, tries to get the Charm on Starforger, which is their main source of damage. Varsal trying to do the same with the EQ combo Flash. Unfortunately, Starforger, I guess, realizes that that's exactly what they want to do, places himself in a position where it looks juicy, but it's just not enough range, and he manages to dodge both.
Yeah, ends up looking a little bit sad, I want to say, but very well played from Starforger there. Dragon did not go down though, so the fight is still going for this dragon. Mechanics playing a bit forward, not too afraid of the Galio engage here. And it's Agony that have the positioning here. With
Important to note this time.
They're also being up first too. Because Amumu and Galio are both not available yet. Mechanics goes in, not really afraid of anything, taking Awaken.
Nature's Grasp coming in, does catch out Awaken. Raccoon maybe getting caught out. Spirit Rush from the side of Mechanics. Does get the extra charges. Varsal shuts down Raccoon. Iconic so much damage over the wall, tickling Iglos. Will go down to Mechanics. Dracour just getting run down by the Ash. Starforger here trying his best to return a kill on Varsal. Does manage, but it does seem like the team fight and the dragon will go to the side of Agony.
Now that is a very different team fight. Like Raccoon was just slightly out of position and just used all his buttons on him. And once they're down a tank, Eversio are not strong enough to just kind of run through the fight. And they end up getting punished for it. 1-4-4 and a dragon this time around. That's looking pretty good for Agony.
Keep your eyes peeled on Iconic. He's doing so much in these team fights. Not really the flashiest champion in the world, Ash, but it is doing so much work from the backline. Just chunking down, melting through Iglos, melting through Raccoon, melting through Dracour. Especially with Living, just buffing her attack speed. This is just crazy damage.
Yeah, the first time around, I feel like he got wombo comboed a little bit and had to use both sums to get out, and that kind of denied him a lot of DPS. But this time around, the ult's not being available kind of means that Ash was free to just auto-attack a million times there and just cuts through the front line like butter.
So we do see the Winged Moonplate coming in from Starforger. Maybe not really the build you want to see. Does decide to go for the Hullbreaker.
It feels like this is the only build he ever goes for, though, to be honest. He does have 6 grubs in his defense, so if he ever gets on top of a tower, he's probably just gonna get excited and clean up the game entirely. So It is very scary, but it does make these fights a little bit less explosive, I want to say.
100%. And with the performance Iconic has been putting on in these team fights, are you really sure you want your ADC to not be building that much damage?
But really, it's a race between Iconic and Starforger right now to get to the front line. I feel like Jinx gets excited and just kind of sweeps through the whole team once she gets a kill. But if Eversio loses any members in the team fight early on, they're in a pretty bad position too. So while it's not quite a full-blown reset, whoever gets the first kill is probably going to be winning the fights in these scenarios.
100%. And if I was a betting man, I would definitely be betting on Iconic. Hullbreaker does get finished on the side of the Jinx, by the way.
X-Factor from Starforger, so you never know.
You do never know, he may just do some crazy Flash Super Mega Death Rocket shenanigans. You never know really with this player. Able to pull some really weird things out of his pocket and actually make them work.
Pretty big advantage for Iconic too. Like the Agony roster in general has a solid advantage, I want to say. Well, it's pretty even all around, but with most of the gold for Agony being on Iconic, that's probably what you want to see. With the third item spike too, they can probably force just about anything they want here. Looks like they're just gonna default towards their lanes for a little bit here. Brickhoon is making his way towards the top side, but I doubt Mechanics will really be getting caught out with anything here. Manix is going for the tower here, though. Looks like he backs off just in time, too. Nothing really happening yet.
Definitely a closer game 2 than game 1.
Absolutely.
As we do see pinks coming out on Hextech Drakes, spawning in 2 minutes. Seems like both teams are just kind of going to lay low, pick up their farm, right? Maybe get some tower damage wherever they can.
It is a soul for Agony.
So... It actually is, wow. Varsal has been really on top of taking his objectives.
Yeah, so both teams really want this dragon. Agony wanted just to snowball the game, and Eversio desperately want to deny that, so there'll definitely be something to look out for. That probably means that both teams will not be looking to use any summoners, or maybe they can use an ultimate here and there, but I don't think they're going to want to be getting into any fights here at the risk of not having the resources for the big fight to come.
Last Whisper getting finished on the side of Iconic.
That's
Gonna
pretty
be
big.
even stronger at melting down his turn line. The Dracour dives forward onto Mechanics, does get charmed, will hit the taunt, and it seems like he will just be chunking down Mechanics. So much damage from that tank.
Yep. How much AP does he have, actually, just off of the Riftmaker? 128.
Probably.
That is ridiculous. Ult is used in the mid lane. We can get him very low.
Flashing out. Brickhoon looking Curse of the Sad Mummy. Iconic forced to use Cleanse.
I mean, I think Flash for Cleanse is pretty worth it. Amumu ult will be available for the Dragon. Oh, wait, will it be available for the Dragon?
Might not.
Yeah, if they start the fight immediately, they won't have Curse of the Sad Mummy to start it off. And that could just be all they need. And having no Cleanse on Iconic is pretty scary, but he still does have Flash, while Awaken did end up using his. So that might be something to look out for.
Does have Flash, like you said, and realistically, the main thing that you want to cleanse if you're Iconic here is the Curse of the Sad Mummy, right? Maybe potentially a Galio taunt, but Iconic, really good player here. He's probably going to be able to space that out really well.
Have to be quite a cheeky W from Galio there. But it looks like Agony yet again have the positioning advantage here. Mechanics goes in.
Mechanics trying to pull in the trigger. Iglos flashing onto the AD carry there. Agony and does get taunted. Iconic there forced to flash away, taking a lot of damage. Iglos looking to try and hit Iconic. Starforger also on Iconic there. Forced to back away. Gruntless taking the majority of the damage here now.
Taking a damage.
Starforger flashing away. Awaken getting caught. Grand entrance coming in from Dracour. Varsal kind of low. Brickhoon will be the first to fall in the fight. Cataclysm catches 3. Dracour goes down. Starforger goes down. So does Brickhoon. Everyone on the side of Eversio here. Just so much damage coming on the side of Iconic, and that is soul for Agony.
That was such a good play, like from everyone, but especially Varsal. He dove onto Awaken immediately, but didn't use Cataclysm just to keep it for the perfect moment at the very end. They get Soul. They're probably going to get a few towers here too. That was beautiful.
I mean, that was amazing, right? Holds the Cataclysm for the perfect time, catches 3 into the arena. managed to do so much damage. Meanwhile, Iconic safely just plinking arrows away from a distance. I mean, that's just beautiful team fighting.
Yeah, got a bit dicey there at the beginning. Iconic, I think, got caught with the taunt and got a bit too low. And Starforger was looking like he was going to get the reset up until the point that Gruntless walked in front of him and just took no damage. This Hullbreaker is not very good at killing the Maokai here. And Gruntless very confident of just standing in front of his AD carry. Once they got that position locked down, the team fight was just about over, I feel like. They just got to go for more repeats on that.
Very, very importantly, Iconic did still have the flash up.
Yeah.
Dracourt did manage to get the taunt. Brickhoon did manage to actually jump in. Iglos engaging beautifully using both of his summoners. But it's just one flash on the side of the Ashe, and Living using the Wild Growth to keep his Ashe healthy enough to output so much DPS was the key change in that fight. Denying Starforger the reset, denying Eversio anything really. It's just all around amazing team fights the way that they played it on the side of Agony there. It's just peak Maltese League of Legends, right?
Absolutely. And now it puts oh, I just looked at what is that item that Iconic's gonna build with the tunneler there? Is that an Edge of Night?
Not entirely sure.
We'll
Interesting to see what that will come out to.
We'll see. But I do want to say that he is quite a bit stronger than the Starforger right now. They might be able to force something out here.
He's 2 levels ahead, 50 CS ahead. That's quite a bit.
That's what might want to be finding something forced out. Blue buff is a nice prize, but I feel like they can look for a little bit of a bigger one.
This is going to be a very interesting team fight, right? In the next 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We're no longer fighting for Soul. We are fighting for the game-ending objective that is Elder Dragon in the next 5 minutes, right?
Yep.
Everyone is going to have to keep their team fights very clean. They're going to have to keep their ultimates. They're going to have to keep their summoners. So I think we will be seeing a little bit of a lull phase. Interesting to see what the team fight in the next 5 minutes will be.
Agony might go for something with the Baron, like they might try to fake it out and force Eversio to make a play, but I feel like even if Agony do get the Baron right now, Eversio can kind of just stall it out, so it's not even that bit of a deal. So it will probably be the
Might
Elder.
be a little bit difficult. Might be a little bit difficult to stall out the Baron, but it might be a little bit tricky to try and maneuver, as only 3k gold deficit in a 30-minute game.
Yeah, but look at where that deficit is. It's 3k gold onto the Ashe there over the Jinx. That's really where you want it to be if you're Agony right now.
That is exactly where you want your gold differential to be, right? Just the ADC able to do so much sustained DPS if you're able to play for them.
I'm afraid of the Hullbreaker Ashe, and I can't say I blame him.
Iglos here, Nature's Grasp looking like it will go in. Force the Ghost just to dodge the ultimate. As the Gruntless flashing forward, 3 members of Eversio, 4 members of Agony, correct me if I'm wrong, sorry, will be taking down Iglos, and Gruntless does get the kill. Mechanic still has Spirit Rush, not really in any danger here. Dracourt does try to maybe force something away. Mechanics might be actually looking for the kill. Zhonya's forced from Dracourt, does have 1 more charge of Spirit Rush.
Yeah, that will break the Seeker's arm guards. He can't really TP into a fight now with this HP, so this is probably going to be Baron traded for a tier 2 tower. Can't say that's too bad of a trade.
Iconic using Enchanted Crystal Arrow just to buy a little bit more time on this mid-tier 2.
Oh no.
Although, look at the
Oh,
ultimate!
that was terrifying. That went down to like 90 HP, I think. Oh boy.
But yeah, doesn't end up getting it. I mean, that's pretty good. I was a bit afraid that Starforger might have went for more with the reset there, but the Ashe Arrow was actually pretty damn good at denying most of the play there. They probably could have kept that going with the Hullbreaker, I feel like, if that didn't come through.
Ay.
But yeah,
Another Hullbreaker.
Oh, it
Get
is the
me out.
Hullbreaker. Come on.
What is the state of ADC in this season? Riot Games, please buff crit. They're
I
going
mean,
insane.
I mean, Hullbreaker is an on-hit item when you have this much attack speed. It's not bad DPS. I was kind of hoping this was the Giga Brain Edge of Night, though, if I'm being honest.
There's quite a lot of CC. Edge of Night would have been fantastic here.
Let's have the
Oh
flank.
my god!
Oh my god!
Awakening getting 1 shot! Curse of the Sad Mummy getting 3. Mechanics looking for more as Brickcoon on a sliver of health. Look at Gruntless tanking so
Does
much
not
damage.
die! How is the
So much
healing?
healing. Cataclysm. One shot. Oh my god. Agony. Where were you this game one? Where was all of this
Holy-
in game one?
Okay, so yeah, the curse is looking very real right now. We're on track for a reverse sweep with going 1-1 here in the matchup. That last fight too was super explosive. For a second there, I got a bit afraid with Iglos getting a cheeky little flank, but having no ghosts. And Mechanics just randomly one-tapping Awaken there just steps a little bit too far. Only one death on Emilio too. But yeah, they just blow
Mechanics
him up.
making sure that every member of Eversio falls, doing so much damage with the Spirit Rush, one-shotting Awaken before he can even do anything. That's just, honestly, so good. Really good awareness there from Mechanics to just realize that there is an opportunity, instantly pull the trigger, and does get the win for Agony.
Yeah. What are you looking for if you're a Versio now? Like, the first game was probably more of a... Like, they played it wrong, I want to say. Again, he just kind of messed up. But this game, those picks looked very strong. So I wonder how the draft will look like in the next one.
I do believe that Mechanics just put a little bit of tips for his opponents in chat. It was the Ban Ari, 14 KDA. I think maybe we might want to take this one to heart and maybe ban out that Ari.
Maybe.
Especially, very more importantly, though, we do see the change in the bot lane, which in my opinion was significant. We see a more proactive bot lane, Akoric going onto the Ashe and Lulu. Whereas before, we kind of just had Lethality Varus who can just throw arrows and there's not much else he can do. Ashe is able to start the fight, bring in so much sustained DPS, and I feel like that is a very, very big change that we saw in Agony's draft this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to keep seeing them pressure Starforger here, especially if he sticks to the Jinx here. I feel like he's probably going to be going for a mage next up. I don't think he's really going to be sticking to the Jinx. Now that he's seen what can happen with it. Like, even with a few ganks from Brickcoon, I feel like Brickcoon had a bit more presence than Varsa on the bot lane, but it didn't really end up mattering. Like, anytime the jungler wasn't there, Iconic was just mashing away at Starforger there, and it really set him behind.
The Varsal there picked amazing opportunities to go bot lane, right? Like I said, kind of left them alone for the first 5-6 minutes. Once he got Cataclysm, though, he just started absolutely diving and just pressuring the bot lane. Starforger, unable to really put on the same show he put on in game one. I mean, I see Agony have really took that game one to heart, right? They've decided, okay, this is what we can do differently, and they have executed perfectly.
Yeah, love to see it. We are going to be going for a quick break here, so teams get ready for the next one. I'll be seeing you guys soon. And we're back. Sorry for a little bit of a delay, but the draft did start up already here. As you can see, we're going for similar bans with the exception that Ash will be banned out this time. I'm trying to remember that is instead of... Boy, my memory is really not good. But Ash will be banned out here. Instead of the Hui, right. So, does that mean anything here? I'm not quite sure. As Maokai is first picked again. One second real quick. Excuse me. Sorry for that. And we're back with Shadow here.
We're back. Hello, hello.
And we're already on the way on this draft here, Shadow. I see a Jinx Lulu immediately picked up for Eversio. The Maokai first pick coming in through again.
Ooh, way going out.
It was left up, and we're going to pick it pretty quickly, too. Probably going to be a Hui bot lane here. They already know they're into a Jinx Lulu. Juan seems to refuse to play anything else anyway, so they're pretty confident.
Might be a flex.
Yeah, could be a flex.
Might be a flex into the mid lane as well, to be fair. Hui may potentially do really, really well with an engage support here.
Yep.
Especially into that early game. Hui kind of just poking them down before Nautilus coming in and finishing the job. It does seem like we'll go for the Leona instead, which is fair enough. Kind of
with the Lulu not being Milio this time around, I feel like the engage support kind of gets a bit of a bump here in the priority, and the Hui Leona is very scary. If they end up going for the Hui bot lane, but I feel like it probably is the Hui bot lane. Mechanics did pull out once, I think, but Living seems to prefer that champion quite a bit more. You never know,
given the way that the draft has gone so far, I would kind of assume that the Hui is going into the bot lane here.
Yep.
I think we'll see Eversio banning out a few mid laners as well, if I'm being entirely honest.
Yeah, I think they pretty comfortably expect the way to go bot lane too. Jarvan taken away though. That Starforger must have been screaming when the Jarvan kept ulting me over and over, and they're just
Varsal's jungle must have done a number on the mental there. The Zac gets taken out. Seems like we are focusing the junglers instead.
Yep, fair enough. Both junglers seem to prefer these tanky engaged type champions, so they're just banning away comfort picks from each other. Still a bunch of stuff available though. Syndra being picked up by Eversio probably means that Sejuani is probably not gonna be the most favorable option here, but it could still definitely be an option here if Raccoon feels like going for it. I feel like the Amumu pick. Ooh, do you allow it? I feel like the Amumu pick wasn't as impactful as we were hoping for.
I feel like, yeah, you're right. It wasn't really putting in as much work as Eversio were maybe hoping for it to do.
Definitely did not look to be on par on the Zac from the previous game there. But the Zac is banned out, so they might just go back to it. We'll see. The Illaoi being banned here.
Vi going on the side of Eversio.
Okay. Vi, classic jungler, pretty damn strong. Point and click R, not much to do about it, especially if you're this Hui here. I doubt we'll be seeing a Morgana jungle, so this Hui might be in some trouble here. No real dive so far to accompany the Vi, so it's not too scary, unless you count the Syndra EQ as follow-up.
Wonder what we'll be seeing on the top lane. Might get a little bit of dive on that side.
Oh.
Seems like Agony are the ones who have decided to take on a move with this game.
With a mage in the bot lane and a Maokai, that's really not too bad, right? Like that's a lot of damage and a lot of setup for it.
Potentially here, you might want a little bit of an AD threat in the mid lane.
Oh, you definitely want an AD.
Not entirely sure what mechanics plays.
Because Eversio could still go for a tank in the top lane, right? So they definitely want to have some sort of an AD threat here. Not too many available though with Yasuo and Yone being banned out. Bessa!
Bessa!
Okay, alright. That's a risky one. That's a risky champ.
Not entirely sure how the matchup into Syndra goes. I think Ambessa will have a little bit of difficulty. That being said, once level 6 comes out and she does have the public execution, one good skill shot is all it takes for this Syndra to be in the worst situation imaginable.
I feel like in an exclusive 1v1, the Syndra, she has a pretty telegraphed skill shot, right? So Ambessa will be able to dodge out of most of the damage. Gwen, oh my god, what are we seeing here? The Gwen picked up in the top lane here into the Maokai too.
Ooh.
The Ambessa's probably
Really
going to
good.
be fine in the early game. She's probably get to get her ult pretty safely. It's just that the Vi ult is very scary for her, right? Like, you can't really do anything about the Vi ult, especially when you're a melee. You kind of just have to get in there. So that's
She
pretty
does have
scary.
enough mobility. She does have enough mobility to potentially kind of drag her a little bit too far away into
Maybe.
the clutches of
Yeah.
Agony.
Maybe. Still has to be careful though. Has to be careful, especially towards the level 6 of the Vi. As soon as she hits it, she's probably going to be looking to pick up a freebie in the mid lane if Mechanics is playing a bit too greedily. But we'll see. This Gwen pick here is... It's weird, I want to say, because it's not bad at all. Like, it's pretty damn good.
I mean, personally, I love the Gwen pick here, right? I actually really think it's so good. You have 4 tanky champions. I won't say full tanks, but Leona's a full tank. Amumu will most likely be going a little bit of a tankier build. Ambessa at least builds Bruiser. Gwen with 1000 cuts on her passive, doing so much damage. It's a really, really good pick. Going to have a very good matchup into the Maokai, I feel.
The matchup into the Maokai is the one caveat with this, I think, because yeah, eventually she will run the Maokai down, but it takes a little bit more time than it would into say an Ornn or something. Because into Ornn, it's a pretty classic matchup where you kind of just get screwed over for the first few levels, but once you get an item, you just run through the Ornn, assuming you aren't behind. I feel like Maokai has a much easier time peeling off the Gwen, but will eventually get to a point where the Gwen will be killing him in the side lane.
Gwen is one of these like really good scaling top laners. So it'll be interesting to see how Iglos pilots her, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like again, Eversio are going for the late game scaling comp, while Agony are the ones who are going to be dictating the early game pace. The Amumu is a bit of an asterisk there, because Amumu can't really do all that much in the early game. Like, sure, he has 2 bandage tosses, that's pretty good, but he's not super threatening. You really are just farming towards the level 6. So these lanes might just be left to their own devices for a while here.
Fair enough. But a well-placed bandage toss can give Ambessa an amazing trade. Potentially even get the kill on Syndra if she is mispositioned enough. Leona, enough engage. Potentially bandage toss will not be that hard to hit. He does have some options before level 6, but I do believe, pretty much as you said, it's just going to be farming simulator. Get Curse of the Sad Mummy and start running people down then, right?
Yeah, that's jungler alright, but bot lane especially, that's a very aggressive bot lane with Leona Hue there. Like, they can pump up so much damage, especially into the squishy Lulu Jinx combo. Like, sure, Jinx is gonna be going Hullbreaker again. Like, I feel like he just defaults to that no matter what. So probably gonna be a little bit tanky, but he's not tanky at the get-go, right? So he's gonna be pretty squishy in this bot lane. They have to be careful.
I mean, Hui will be doing quite a lot in the early game. I'm wondering how Iconic and Living are going to be playing this lane. If they'll go for a little bit more farm heavy, if they go for a little bit more, level 1, let's start poking, let's start going aggressive.
Yep. Maybe not level 1, but I'm not gonna rule it out either. Again,
maybe not a flash Q level 1 on the side of Iconic, but he will be able to poke out with Devastating Strike on the side of Hui, right? Trying to get a little bit of HP advantage until the Storm at level 2.
Yeah, level 2 is really when you want to just all in here. I feel like the level 2 power spike, Eversio probably know about it. They're going to be expecting it, but it's very scary nonetheless. But I have to be careful. We'll see if they end up finding anything down there. No doubt, though, Agony will have the pressure. My problem with that, though, is Agony are almost definitely going to have the pressure in the bot lane, but their jungler is an Amumu who doesn't really care all that much, does he?
You're right. Although it does kind of make sure that Vi doesn't just freely invade his bot side.
That's fair. That's fair.
That being said, Amumu can also kind of like follow up. Leona has amazing lockdown, kind of making the bandage toss free to hit. And then when you're
Yeah,
like
that's a good point.
right in front, when you're right in front of a man's face, hitting a skill shot is not that difficult.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a good point. Like just having the QCC is enough to give Huey the time to kill this bot lane for sure. So maybe yeah, it's not that bad. You're right.
Especially if you do go for the fire wave with the QE on Hui. Any extra time spent in that wave is just going to be extra damage. Leona and Amumu are just going to be able to lock these people down, doing so much. It's going to be very interesting to see in the team fights, however. As a Spiraling Despair, Curse of the Sad Mummy, Solar Flare, if we can group up 3 or 4 members of Eversio, especially with Hui passive, which will proc on every single member hit, by the way. That's like 4 passive procs on 4 different people. That's going to just absolutely chunk people.
Yeah, Hullbreaker's
like
not going to
dream.
save you there. No way.
That's like the dream of your living, right? Catching poor people with your EE and QE and having your team just stunning them there forever. That's just the dream of your living.
Yeah, well, we are loading into the game right now. We do see a fleet footwork on the Ambessa, which sounds about right. Both
That's about
junglers
right.
have Conqueror too, which I guess it's just the normal Amumu. I just didn't catch up. I'm just not all caught up on the Amumu meta, I think. But it might just be the
Yeah, I
normal.
think Conqueror makes sense. There's not really too much you can go for on a Mumu. I mean, maybe Aftershock, but I feel like Conqueror is just going to be a little bit better.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I'm not faulting it on anything. I do want to
Okay.
keep an eye out on this Ambessa though. Like I'm very curious to see how this is gonna go. It's it's a very risky pick. Like it definitely pay off. Like a public execution on top of the solar flare is very scary for Starforger here. Does have the cleanse for it. Like he's expecting to get caught out with 1 or 2, but it's still very scary. Every single time it's gonna happen.
And leaning into Leona, I think Cleanse is pretty much necessary. As
Yeah,
level
yeah.
6, you're just going to be stun locked for 3 seconds straight. It's
Especially
not really
with
fun
FA,
staring at a screen.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But it is pretty scary. But I feel like Eversio yet again have the more standard T comp. I feel like every single game they're going for these. I want to describe them as stock standard team comps, like just a solid AD carry, a mage in the mid lane, and a relatively good front line. This time around, they did go for the Gwen, who's a little bit less tanky, but still just about fits the same criteria there.
I feel like it's a very good adaptation from their game 2, right? Because their Jinx was a little bit behind, and they didn't really have enough damage
Yeah.
to take over the game. With Gwen, that is a second win condition that can scale very, very well. Might just be able to take over side lanes if you're still losing your team fights. I really like the adaptation. I really like the Gwen pick here by Aglos. I feel like it's very, very smart.
This time around having Syndra too. Not that Gallia wasn't strong, but Syndra is a lot more scary, and if she gets an advantage, right? Like she's much more of a win condition too. So Eversio are not relying that heavily on Starforger this time around.
Syndra
Lemon-
also able to just delete someone from the game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Lemon complaining about the jungle picks, can't say I really blame him, but it is what it is. This is kind of just what these teams like to pick. So you can probably expect a few more of these.
On this series, making sure he's getting his money's worth from the Jinx skin, right? As we do see the level 2 on the bot side. Eversio respecting that, kind of not really wanting to mess with it too much.
Yep. They're not really doing too much, like they're just a few CS behind, nothing too major. Well, take a look at
Cycles.
mid lane. Yeah,
Nicholas winning in CS, losing some trades though.
this is kind of what I was talking about, right? Like when can't really get on top of the Maokai and just beat him up so far, and Maokai is just gonna bramble smash him to death very slowly. But most surely, you can't really do much about that, right? There's no way you're dodging that.
Yeah, if you're Iglos here, you're kind of just going to have to wait a little bit before you can actually start playing the video game.
Ooh, nice little freeze here in the bot lane with Vi being nearby. Varsal did go for the reverse route this time around, starting on his bot side. Maybe looking to do something about Eyeglass, I wonder? I wouldn't really think he would.
It does seem like he's just clearing his Gromp and his blue. May potentially be looking to gank Aiglos, although Aiglos might be looking for a cheater recall here. We do see him going for the base in the bush.
Yeah, that's probably going to be enough to keep him safe, to just walk it back to lane. Not much action here in the early game. Living, I think, accidentally throwing the Q behind him, but not too big a deal.
Aiglos here, handshaking his lane, buying call, deciding that maybe we're just going to farm this game.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think Maokai is really going to be killing anytime soon. Like, yeah, he's going to poke him out, but Aiglos can just shove and recall whenever he wants. This time around on the Gwen, just farming it out sounds a lot better than on the Darius. So, might work out this time around.
Mechanics here.
Ooh.
Oh, Brickhoon does catch out Living, getting a decent chunk of damage. Not really much else coming out. Does chunk out Living, no Summoner's burnt.
When this camps down, I think that's pretty good though. Like that alleviates a bunch of pressure off a Starforger here, who's still getting poked down by the Hui.
Yeah, that QE combo is just crazy, right? It's just so much damage, gets the passive proc on the way.
And really hard to dodge though, like that's a pretty big ability.
Noticeably as well, if you do manage to hit the passive, you will be able to proc all 3 bubbles of Hui with your abilities, which is quite a bit of extra damage.
But not crazy burst so far, right? So far there's kind of...
Not yet, as Agony going forward, Starforging getting caught. Doesn't seem like Living has the ability to follow up, just kind of pokes down the Waken a little bit.
Yeah, gets caught in the trap, but no one really taking any damage. Iconic just safely able to walk out of that one. Varsal thought of a gank in the bot lane, but feels like backing instead. And the game just kind of falls silent again.
So Living at the moment, kind of trying his best. Jinx will be able to push a little bit harder. Living does miss the Q, unfortunately. When Iconic goes in, that's going to be a lot of damage coming out. Starforger cleanses nothing.
Iconic is just taking
the
no
flash
damage. What? Like, sure, Living missed the Q. Probably wouldn't have been a kill, but Iconic can just sit there and just stand in front of him. That's a bit crazy.
Aiglos here, maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Gruntless going in. Aiglos popping the ghost. Let's hit the level 6. There is the timer coming in. There's a third hit of needlework. Doesn't really get all 5, but that is a lot of damage coming out. Aiglos and Gruntless so low. Oh no.
That's gonna do it.
Doesn't
My god.
Unfortunately, the W was on cooldown there, and Gruntless getting up his level timer and just getting first blood on Aiglos. Solo bolo.
That's
for
the saddest solo kill I've ever seen, I think. But it's a solo kill nonetheless. Gruntless finds the 1v1 in the top lane. That is pretty good, to be fair. That does put Aiglos a little bit further back than he'd like to be. It just delays that one-liner spike.
Nice to see there. Iconic actually tanking Zap there just to leave Living, just to get Living his last chapter really quickly. Now this bot lane is going to change a little bit as Living is able to spam a lot more of his spells. Not really too worried about running out of mana anymore.
And even this little bit of a spike over his opposition is might just be the damage they need. They do see that Vi did just take Dragon, so they know he's hanging around here. Have to be careful while Varsal is trading that for the grubs. Oh no. No way they get wrapped around here just like that. Vi is looking. Brickhoon might find something. He's going for it. Iconic very low.
That bot side.
Misses the fear.
Flash.
Fortunately,
it does seem like will be sacrificing himself. Brickhoon coming in with the unstoppable assault.
Now,
and it's just a cease and desist on your existence.
Now that is sad to see. Like, we just called that they took Dragon. Agony knew that they just took Dragon. It's really odd that they're just pushing up into with no vision there. Like, that's, I don't know, that's very weird. But it ends up happening nonetheless. 1 kill going to the Jinx. This is game 1 all over again possibly. They have to be careful here.
Potentially they misread the play, right? Maybe they thought that Raccoon will be going into a recall. Maybe they thought that he'll be helping his top side instead. Maybe they read the play wrong, and unfortunately they do get punished there.
Perhaps. They did get grubs for it at the very least, so it's not like they came out of that with nothing. Mid lane actually, up in CS on the Ambessa. I don't think Draco can really do too much damage here onto the Ambessa. Not too bad in stacks though. Sitting on 37, I want to say, is not too bad. But a little bit behind on CS. Agony's bot lane still not afraid to shove at all, as they're just under the enemy tower.
It's very interesting to see that Drakor is actually behind on CS in this matchup. Not really how I thought it would go, as I did think that it would be a little bit losing for the Ambessa. But mechanics, it seems, pretty confident on this pick.
I think it's mostly just auto attacks that are gonna connect, right? Like anytime Cinder throws out a spell, Ambessa can just dash away from it. It's really tough to land one of those onto him. Plus the W just denies a lot of the very telegraph burst, so it's really not that bad of a matchup in the 1v1 at least. But Ambessa not too strong of an early game champion, so she's not going to be pumping out too much burst damage. Varsal is in top lane. Because Sad Mommy is up. He's going for the dive. That's the Q connect. W used early. He's going to connect. It's going to be the easy kill in the top lane.
Iglos trying to make things work. Iglos trying his best to make things work. Tries to use the needlework for the healing. Tries to stack up his Q. But it's just too much CC and too much damage, and he will fall. And Gruntless here is starting to get a very good lead.
Yeah, opting for the Ghost instead of the Flash here, which is pretty standard for Gwen, but not quite able to dodge out of any Amumu spells because of it, I feel like. So he's just going to die again, which isn't the end of the world. Like, get the Smoke getting ahead is definitely not good, but I feel like you're still eventually going to be able to take him down with this comp.
Once again, Iglos is playing a more scaling champion, right? Gwen will be a massive threat in the late game at the moment. Not so much. I wouldn't be too worried if you're Iglos here, right? Unfortunately, you are kind of getting focused down a little bit, but you'll be able to bring it back in the late game, right?
Yeah, probably. It's just a question of getting to that late game, which so far seems to be entirely possible. Oh, look at Gruntless. He's so aggressive. He just... Gwen cannot do any damage to him right now. The small little mask in his pocket is not quite doing enough. Gruntless just able to out-heal him right now. He's doing so much damage with those Qs too. Ooh, dodges out of one though. It's kind of telling how boring the rest of the map is, right? If we're just commentating on the fucking Maokai matchup.
Yeah, unfortunately there's not really too much going on. It's a bit of a snooze fest, although Grub spawning in might make things a little bit spicy. As we do see Awaken moving up, as does Iconic.
Both supports actually are walking up, yeah. So they must be trying for something.
Awaken here, Varsal goes in forward, doesn't have Curse of the Sad Mummy. Public Execution coming in from Mechanics, Awaken taking so much damage. Varsal falls, Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Brickcoon might try to return onto Iconic. Gruntless using Nature's Grasp, doesn't really catch anyone there. As Brickcoon is taking a lot of damage, getting hit by a lot of CC. Although Iglos will come in and make sure that his man is back safe.
Starforger is here first though, living a bit too late. He's not in a bad position. They're trying to find some damage back up as it goes back in. They're trying to find the damage on the back line. Everyone getting very low. Iglos will be going down. Starforger very low as well. Trying to get the resets. Not quite able to cancel the down attack. Living very low. Misses the fear. The reset will come true, but it ends up being a trade. Oh, okay. All right.
All right.
So Starforger was a little bit earlier than Living there. I feel like if Living managed to rotate a little bit earlier, that might have been a bit of a cleaner fight, but still pretty damn good nonetheless.
Living did unfortunately have a really weird position. Unfortunately, kind of getting caught out between his Raptors wall and River wall, right?
Yeah.
It was a little bit unfortunate, as it does seem like the Grubs will be split evenly between Eversio and Agony this game, 3-3.
Yeah, Eversio are on reset right now, though. If Agony realize that, they might just go and grab a good position onto this dragon here. This looks like Varsal feels like clearing the jungle for the time being, though. So maybe it's just going to be a regular old fight for the dragon. Ambessa is pretty damn strong. She's going for the Cyclosword start, close to it, too. But not quite able to go back and get it. I think in that fight, Eversio kind of just used everything onto Amumu and got him down pretty quickly. But then they just kind of had nothing for the rest of the squad. If they can do that while Starforger is there, it'll be a pretty damn different story, though. They get the reset on him
really quick.
Pretty much. One reset is all it takes for Starforger to start doing so much damage. He does have Kraken Slayer available to him at the moment, although Huey does have the Blackfire Torch completed as well.
And with Amumu going Leandris too, he's really not tanky enough to survive that burst. They do end up getting Dragon. Agony did manage to secure that one as they kind of deny Brickun the entrance to the pit. Is Iconic in any
Starforger
trouble here?
looking for a little bit more.
Iconic's fine. Yeah, Starforger is kind of calling that for the rest of the squad to go in, but they can't quite get on top of Iconic there. Just gets to walk out of that one for free. It's a pretty damn free Dragon for Agony.
Hylos trading on the Gruntless pretty well.
Yeah, he's just surviving for now, trying to get that item. They're going on to Starforger though. Brickun is down here denying the play.
Does go out.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not enough damage coming in on Starforger. Wild Growth coming in from the Lulu. It's a rough one there.
Kind of crazy that they didn't manage to out DPS him there. Like, Living was just taking so much damage during all of that.
Look at Iglos. Does have the needlework available to him.
He does. I don't think
He so chooses.
Yeah, fair enough. He might have found a pick there, but opts to play it safer and just let him reset.
Does have a lot of magic resistance on this Maokai, right? Not entirely sure if you want to do that.
Maybe. I'm really not that good at going to know the damage by heart, but maybe it was a kill, maybe not. Didn't do it anyway, so he's just gonna get the shove in with Herald up here. Well, jungler seems to be walking towards it too. Looks like to be the next objective for him.
Living in Starforger, just clearing waves, ping-ponging minions. Once again, not really much is going on. 5, 6, and 15 minutes. Just a little bit of trading going on in mid lane. Mechanics using his W to get a really good trade on Drakor here. Forced to flash away.
Okay, alright. You have to be careful if you're Jakor, because Cycle Sword is a pretty damn big spike for Ambessa here. Forced to flash out here just before Herald too. Gonna reset as well. Both TPs... Oh, actually, TP for Jakor is not available. Gretless taking a big trade in the top lane too. Gonna get close pretty low. I think taking too much damage back. This Herald is looking pretty free for Agony right now if they recognize it.
Igos kind of just backing away here. Not really too much that he can do. Living is just kind of trying his best to clear waves in the bot lane.
Yeah, I don't think that's Agony don't realize that the Eversio is on such a bad timing, I feel like, because this was a pretty damn free Herald. But obviously they don't have the vision that we have, so they opt not to go for it. Now it's a bit of a scarier one as they rotate both bot laners here to contest it.
There's a mid-tier tower.
Oh no.
Starting to take a lot of damage. Varsal potentially getting caught out in his jungle. Cease and desist does come out. Awaken looking to come in. Just balls to the face, and Drakor slays Varsal. Although Awaken is taking a lot of damage. Mechanics coming in. Polymorph fight the public execution. Look at the reset. Starforger takes down Mechanics. He's just trying his best at the moment.
The TP in. Unfortunately missed another fear, but I don't think it would have meant all that much. Mechanics has a lot of damage, but it's really not all that tanky in the face of all these champions. And Amumu, again, gets caught out and blown up by the Syndra. It's pretty scary right now. Both summoners used for Awaken. That is something to look out for. He's a lot more vulnerable to the public execution in next time around, but it will be a Herald going over to Eversio for now. So they might just be able to find something with that.
It's going to be interesting to see where they decide to knock this tower down, right? They already have the mid-tier 1. Did they try to make the push for the mid-tier 2? Did they try to start taking down those side lanes? They do have the options and the tools available to them. It's just an option of where they want to go now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Hullbreaker does not build out of Zeal, does it?
It is not, in fact, built out of Zeal. Starforger here.
Let's
finally
go!
deciding to not build Hullbreaker. Potentially, we may be seeing... not sure exactly what he'll be going for. Maybe a Runans on the Jinx. We do see the Runans Hurricane getting completed. We'll most likely go for the Infinity Edge third item.
Yep. Learned his lesson this time around. Gonna be going for a bit more damage.
Decides to go for a little bit more damage.
They still need the 3-item power spike though. Like, he's not scary strong just yet, but he is doing pretty damn good damage nonetheless. And Ambessa and Amumu are both pretty squishy melee champions, so you can quite easily get the reset here, I feel like, in any fight, so Agony really has to be careful.
100%. And look at the boots Mechanics has built. He does... Actually, look at the boots everyone on the side of Agony have built. They're all using Mercury's threads, which, fair enough, there's a decent amount of magic damage, but I feel like the pure passive of Ninja Tabis just negates so much damage when you have powerful auto attackers that I feel like it's just a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the CC isn't all that scary either, right? Like, there's a bunch of CC, but a lot of it is the knockups. Like, apart from Syndra Stun and maybe Polymorph and Jinx E. Maybe the Mechtrez is right, yeah. I don't know. It is a bit of a toss-up, but they all opt to go into a Mechtrez here. Which does make this Jinx very scary.
Tenacity might not be the best thing here. Although Agony here decide, all three members of Agony here decide that maybe that's the one they want to go for. Does allow Starforger to kind of pop off here in these team fights.
I think Mechanics is holding this tower. Has to be careful. Jinx gets excited, but just uses it to get some vision. No one's really pressuring anything on Agony. Just gonna forfeit the second Drake for Eversio.
Eversio just taking Dragon very, very casually. Not really much going on. Seems like it's a little bit of a more boring game compared to the game 2 that we had last time.
Yep. Looking a lot more similar to the first game, if I'm being honest, with this Jinx being pretty fed and just slowly taking away these towers, with Agony not quite able to find anything right now. But they could at any point just kind of explode on top of Eversio, right? The Curse of the Sad Mummy plus all the other AoE abilities that they have at their disposal. They're still pretty scary.
100% right.
It's just a matter of actually using them. Which, it doesn't look like they're finding the opportunities so far.
Interestingly, we do see Living opting to go for the anti-heal.
Okay. To be fair, his teammates don't really have much of a very good option for it, right?
Not entirely sure who that targets aside from the Gwen here, but potentially that Gwen is enough of a threat where he's just gonna build 800 gold just to shut her down a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean the Vi healing isn't too bad either. It's nothing scary, but it's just a bit of a bonus for him. Maybe it's just that little bit of a power spike that he's expecting to get before a big team fight, although I'm not quite sure what team fight he's expecting right now. With 4 minutes on the clock for Dragon, no one's really going to be taking Baron, I don't think. So, not quite sure I agree with it, but it is what he has. They're going to engage onto Starforger. Cleanse
coming up, but look at Nature's Grasp. Teleport. Both towers getting TP'd on. Awaken, taken down. Iglos looking to find Varsal. Varsal getting stunned by Syndra. Dracor takes the kill. Gruntless here might be getting cease and desisted by Bracoon. Iglos using the 5 needlework stacks onto Gruntless will also go down. With a Starforger finding a very nice shutdown, by the way.
I mean, they blew up Awaken very quickly. Starforger gets engaged on.
Starforger. Starforger
go down.
Shut that. Iconic, unfortunately, Mechanics a little bit low, still trying his goddamn best. Bracoon does take him down. Iconic caught between 3 members of Eversio, and Dracor is on a rampage.
That was very close to working out. They did get Starforger for the troubles. They almost got Dracor. I feel like if it didn't flash at that exact moment, he was a dead man. But yeah, it is Eversio that ended up coming up on top, even though it's not all too clean. No Baron to be had, so nothing too major, just a few kills going their way. That
Agony here showing us that they are down, but they are not out of this game. They are trying their best to try and make something work.
Bessa is very scary too. Like I don't think she's missed a single public execution too far. It's not too hard of a skill shot to be fair, but it's looking pretty strong. And it's really good at finding these singular picks. It's just what happens afterwards is not looking too good so far. So really just need to find a good follow-up for him.
With the Cyclosword and the Spear of Shojin, most likely anyone you do catch with the public execution will most likely go down. Like you said, the problem is getting out.
Yeah. Like I don't think he's really expecting to get out. I think he wants the fight to keep going, but with the way they have been going, they've kind of just been ending there and then. So they really just need to figure out the after.
course, starting to stack balls, might be looking for someone. His needlework comes out, although Aglos getting out in a 2v1 here. Varsal uses Curse of the Sad Mummy defensively to try to run away. Jakor, unfortunately, will just pick up the kill.
Yeah, Dragon wasn't even up. I'm not quite sure what Varsal was doing there. Maybe just covering for his mid laner, ends up dying for it. They're gonna go on to
Aglos might be getting caught by the Nature's Grasp here.
No.
Does dash out of range.
They're really trying to force onto Aglos here, but they're not really able to catch him out with anything. Mahanix putting some pressure down in the bot lane. Jakor will match him. Mahanix does have the TP advantage if anything goes down, but Iconic is actually the one getting caught here. He's gonna get CC'd. Does have flash, gonna be able to get
Although
out
look
this
at
one.
Living.
Living very low.
So that rocket doesn't really catch the kill.
Both bot laners very low. They don't have the damage to return this, so they can almost dying. Starforger getting very low himself. Gruntless might just be able to make this one work. Starforger gonna take a tower shot, but it's not enough. Finds 3 kills. I really thought he was gonna die there. Damn.
That is just the power of Lulu. It makes your ADC immortal if you play it well enough. I mean, Living and Iconic and Gruntless, all of them just doing so much damage, but unfortunately, he just has a Lulu.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like if the damage came out all at once, the shielding wouldn't be so much of a problem, but Awaken probably got like 3 or 4 rotations there, and that just was too much for them. They couldn't get
Unfortunately, that is kind of the issue with the Hui. You do not have the sustained DPS that an ADC would regularly have. You're kind of hoping to... your damage profile is kind of just very big upfront spike, nothing. Very big upfront spike, nothing. Which is very, very good, because that is exactly how Lulu's shields want the damage profile coming onto her ADC to be.
Yep. That is entirely correct. They could still just blow Starforger up, though, like they do have the tools for it. It's just kind of tough right now, but it is still something to look out for. I feel like a big part of that, though, is mechanics. Like, they need to be taking fights with mechanics right now, because Hui is only sitting on that Blackfire Torch. Like, he's very weak right now. Sure, he has 200 CS, but just now finished the second item. Starforger is looking towards his fort.
Yay, caramba. Does have the infinity edge now. This is where the Jinx comes online. If you thought this Jinx is a nightmare before, we have 3 items. We have Runans. 1 rocket is just going to shred through the entirety of Agony here.
Yep. And look what they're building too.
Gets...
Like, they only have a Mar. Like, the only armor item is the Unending Despair for Maokai. That's really not enough to shut down this Jinx.
Fair enough. And Jinx also future-proofing her build. Although Aglos seems like he's getting caught out.
Oh no, the W was still up, but the dot will get him. So he did end up going down this time. Like, they didn't waste their abilities this time. They ended up getting the pick. That will deny a lot of the Baron pressure, so it'll give him time. But I feel like
they're almost at maximum splinters. Currently at 118.
Getting very close. I feel like the longer this game goes, the more Eversio are happy, right? Like, you want to scale up with the Syndra and this Jinx
100%.
and the Gwen
as
too.
As powerful as mages are in the bot lane, the undisputed kings of coordinated 5v5 play in the late game are the AD carries. And this is exactly where you want Starforger doing so much damage with Infinity Edge. You're not really going to be able to go through him.
He's getting collapsed on. TPs are coming through.
Coming in from Iglos as well. Mechanics here caught between 4 members of Eversio. Maybe tries to go for the fight. Unfortunately, it's a desperation play as Iglos does slay Mechanics.
Did get the tower, but I'm not quite sure he's too happy about that. It all depends on if Eversio can really force anything elsewhere, though.
Not entirely sure if bounties were up by the time he got the tower.
Oh, that's a good point. Objective bounties. Yeah, he did get it. He did get it just barely.
So it might have been worth it.
Yeah, that's a good point. But still no real spikes. It won't get them to any spikes, I don't think, just yet. They're still
Not
quite a
just
bit
yet,
weaker.
no.
Have to be
They are
careful.
10k gold down, which is a significant deficit.
Hui is just not finding these picks, man. So it's very close, but close does not quite cut it. He's just not finding the value right now.
This isn't really one of the best drafts, unfortunately, for Hui, in my opinion. He has a Jinx who can do quite a lot of damage at quite a decent chunk of range. Jakor kind of can just one-shot him if Living comes a little bit too close. Meanwhile, Iglos, Gwen is immune.
Baron is
It's a
immune.
little bit difficult for Living to be able to do anything here.
Game just kind of slows down a little bit. Baron buff did expire, I believe.
Gruntless and Varsal might be looking to cheese something here.
No one's really walking up, but they are looking for it. No vision on him just yet. Ooh, Briku might be stepping into some. Looks like just gonna back off. They are perhaps looking for it, but I think they just want to hit these spikes. Like 3-item spike on the Hui is probably mandatory before you take any sort of a fight. Because Ambessa, she does a lot of damage, but I don't think she's really killing anyone right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's not that strong in a 5v5 scenario. I think she's still pretty strong in the side lane. Probably. She does have the maul for the Gwen if they decide to match it.
And like you said, we really need our way to start getting his item power spikes. But we have also wasted 800 gold on an anti-heal item.
Yeah.
It's not something that can be free.
Nice reaction time for Iglos there. Full execution will not connect. Gwen is immune yet again. And now the dragon is looking pretty free. Oh no, Varsal. The ward isn't worth it. Okay.
Realizes that maybe his life is worth a little bit more than a ward. Backs away. And it does seem like, unfortunately, Eversio will be claiming this dragon. Not too much that Agony can do, unless Mechanics and Gruntless start to walk. Both do have teleports. But it seems like Eversio are in a very dominant position to start this dragon.
Yeah, I don't really expect Agony to do all that much. In fact, Varsal is backing. They really just want to get the gold to these spikes and then find a miracle play in the mid lane or anywhere else that they kind of fight, really.
Unfortunately for Agony, though, Eversio are playing this really, really well. Look at Iglos going in, taking the red buff and the golems off from the jungle. They are slowly but surely bleeding gold out of Agony. And this gold lead is only going to get larger and larger, and unfortunately, I don't see a way out for Agony.
I'm seeing the pings that... Oh, Gwen's TP. Oh, right. So Gwen's TP will be up in a sec. All the summoners will be available in just a second here. Agony could always force a fight. They do have Flash on the Amumu. They do have Public Execution. They do have the Solar Flare. So at any point they could force a fight, even though they do have the cleanse on Starforger. It's just...
It does seem like Eversio are starting to walk around the Baron pit.
Another Fear Mist.
Oh, Mechanics taking the 1v1 against Iglos, although it's just so much damage coming in from the Gwen. I'm not entirely sure Mechanics wins this one, and Iglos does take him down.
Does dance around the Gwen quite a bit, but skill diff indeed, as Gwen just auto-attacks Ambessa down there.
Eversio do get the Baron Nashor. Iglos, at half HP, will still be able to do so much damage to this bot lane tier 2. Most likely will be taking it down. Varsal caught in his own jungle. Nowhere is safe if you are Agony, as it seems like the base is slowly but surely starting to fall.
Yeah, this is looking a pretty tough defense here. Starforger is going to be able to auto-attack these towers from a mile away.
So much damage. TP coming in from Iglos. They are looking to, if not end the game, at least take down one tower.
Awaken is low. I don't think it'll matter all that much. Mokail does come
Gruntless trying
through.
his best, does get caught. Oh, the Chomper, Super Mega Death Rocket goes a little bit wide. Iconic going in, may just only be giving a reset to the Jinx. Hui goes down to Iglos, and it seems like this is where Eversio will be taking game 3, as Gruntless falls down to Starforger. So much range with the rockets, just so much damage. Mechanics forced to defend against all 5 members of Eversio. Starforger flashing forwards, looking to take the entire base and the team of Agony, and game 3 goes to Eversio.
Yeah, pretty clean game, I want to say too. Like Agony had some good fights, some life in them, but that was a pretty damn clean game of just playing it pretty stock standard. I feel like for Eversio, and they find another one. They've been doing this all series, and it works out again.
Eversio are playing this very smart, very calm, very calculated, making sure that they don't just run it in, making sure that they don't make stupid mistakes, slowly but surely bleeding out of Agony on gold lead. It's not the most flashy strategy, but it is definitely an effective strategy, as we have seen in this game 3. A 20 gold deficit.
Hello, Nano. Just in time.
Hello, Nana.
So
Just in time.
we'll be
What a
going
fucking
to a game
crazy
4.
game.
Yeah, pretty damn crazy game. But, I don't know. I feel like Agony did kind of fall into a lull again. Like they, not quite as badly as game 1, where they just did nothing all game and slowly lost. But they weren't super proactive either. Like once, if they're not getting these early leads, it feels like they're just, I don't know, they're just crumbling under the pressure.
Funnily enough, I feel like a lot of these games are being decided in the bot lane here, right?
Yep.
The bot lane that does get ahead is starting to have so much pressure. In a very coordinated environment, this is exactly why you want your jungler to start focusing your bot lane, right? Starforger getting ahead, able to do so much damage, able to just have such a big presence on the map. Once he got his items, he's just absolutely shredding through towers. It's a bot lane favored series, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Glad to see-
Yeah, go ahead.
So, glad to see him enjoying playing Maokai,
Oh,
and we'll see
boy.
what happens in game 4.
I hope he's hyped for a 4th Maokai game.
Perhaps a 4th game of Maokai after a
I was
5-minute break.
enjoying it so much, clearly.
I feel like at some point the win condition just becomes a Gruntless loses his mind and just explodes, right? See, how many Maokai games can a man
How
suffer
many
through?
games of Maokai can a man suffer through?
We'll be going for a short break again, though, so we'll see you guys in
Nano
5
will be
minutes.
replacing me for game 4.
Oh, right.
I will be watching from the sidelines. Going to be an interesting series. Hopefully, we will be hearing some silver scripts for game 5, potentially, making this an absolutely epic series.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for it, to be honest. Like, this is looking very close. It's anyone's game, even though Eversio are 2-1 up. It's still anyone's game. Like, it's definitely not done yet. Thank you very much for joining us, Shadow. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It was very fun to cast. And good luck for game 4.
Thank you very much. I'll be seeing you guys in 5 minutes. See you soon. Hello, everybody. We're back with Nano this time around with the draft already underway.
Excited for another hull breaker AD carry?
I don't think they're gonna ban out the Jinx. Like they could still ban it out, but I think it's gonna be open. I think Starforger is gonna go right back to it. Yep, same exact bans for Agony. They're on blue side for the 4th time. At the Ashe being banned out again. It worked last game. No reason why it shouldn't work this game too. First big Jinx. Whoa, okay, that threw me for a curveball there. We're gonna be seeing Agony with the Jinx this time around.
No jinx for you. No jinx for you, says Agony.
So now it's up to Eversio to find the answer to it this time.
Honestly, what the hell is Hoan gonna cook now? That's what I'm excited for. Let him cook. I
feel
want to see
like,
him cook.
I feel like he played Jinx and Mages, right? Like, sure, he brings out the Twitch once in a while, but it'd be quite shocking to see a Twitch here.
If he
Alright,
see
Lulu is-
Lulu Twitch
If we-
R1 R2 with fucking Hullbreaker, even worse,
That-
I'm gonna throw the towel in. You can get Shadow back in. I'm not commentating this one.
I don't know. That'd be pretty. I can't think of anything ballsier than picking the Twitch Lulu here. That'd be kind of crazy. Even though I do think it's absolute crap. I'm thinking of something here. I'm expecting, yeah, the jungle ban was gonna say.
Just the Jarvan. Okay,
Just
that's
the
reasonable.
Jarvan,
It's
yeah.
understandable. It makes sense. It does fit with the Lulu. Of course, the extra attack speed on Jarvan is basically another steroid for your AD carry. I am curious what the hell Agony is going to respond with here, because they forced themselves into B1 Jinx, which isn't bad, but you have to be careful and draft very
Yeah.
carefully around it, because you can easily just fuck your Jinx over.
They're gonna take the Maokai. Maokai's still up. So-
Gary, no.
Poor crap.
Gary, no.
I mean, honestly, that boy has one crazy mental. I've never seen him falter in any way, so he's probably just chilling in the top lane there. But
He's
I
on
feel like this is
pre-duty.
torture.
He's on pre-duty. All right, as you do see, Syndra. Okay, so we're
Oh.
basically, so this game Agony is basically saying, what if we play your champions?
Yeah, no,
and then we, yeah, you know, you might as well give Gary fucking Darius, bro. Like let him play a new champion. No, we're still gonna go Maokai. That's fine.
No. They don't wanna get too spicy with it. But we do have to see what Drakur picks here. I imagine they could still pick the top laner, but I feel like they wanna, probably take the Galio, because Zyglos's champion pool is kind of quite a bit larger than Drakur's, so they just want
And to be fair, the Galio is a very solid pick into the Syndra. I actually am not too mad at that. It synergizes really well with the Jarvan, and you can get a double lockdown with the Jarvan ult into the Galio ult. It's a crazy wombo. Jarvan, again, a champion who likes to look for these crazy fights level 6 once he gets his ultimate, so Galio being there to help. It's also helpful. Zillion makes sense.
I'm quite thankful for that. I did not want to see a Zillion here.
As Eversio says, nah, I don't like Zillion. Fuck that shit. Get out of here.
So look,
What does Agony even ban in this scenario, though? They have to ban a top laner and an AD carry.
are they afraid
But
of any top laners? I guess Gwen, was pretty scary. Like it.
Gwen is pretty scary. I think more than Swank sort of fill this similar niche that I think Gwen can fill, which is having this strong poking top laner that slowly scales into the very strong mid game.
They probably want to pinch Juan somewhat, though, right? Like they did take his Jinx, but I think there's still a bunch of scary options here.
I don't think there's many picks for Juan to pick, in the sense that like the picks that are left for Juan, which is his Wave, his Twitch, they're just good in general.
Do you go for
Right, so-
Ziggs? We've seen him
How
pull
they
it out, and then with the Jarvan Galio, something like a Ziggs does sound pretty scary.
We could see a 6. We could see a 6. I'm not gonna lie. With the way that Agony has drafted, I wouldn't hate a Twitch. I'd probably leave it as an R5.
No, man, no, don't even.
I'm gonna be completely
No,
honest.
no,
If we
no.
pick a top laner here into the Maokai, if the comp allows it, and so far it has, you can see Twitch here. I actually think Twitch fits here.
I can see Twitch here. I do not want to see Twitch here. Oh no! I hate this
We're
champion so
R4ing
much.
Twitch. We're R4ing Twitch. We're R4ing Twitch.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not too sure about the R4 Twitch. I think R5 would have made a lot more sense, keeping it, as an option. I think it's something that you can solidly pick. I don't know about R4. If he builds Hullbreaker, though, I'm just saying right now, I'm leaving.
There's no way he would. This champion does no damage. There's no way he can afford to build Hullbreaker on Twitch.
I will cry if he builds Hullbreaker. As for jungle, I mean, realistically, need the clear jungler.
Okay.
Something like a Viego, a Graves, a Wukong. Also fits for Wukong, of course, is banned. Renata, I think, makes a lot of sense. I agree. You need to make sure that once you honestly survive the initial engage, I don't think there's much which Eversio can do. I think Renata makes a lot of sense. I think it's a really good anti-engage champion with her ultimate as well. If Jarvan and Galio jump in, Renata just ults, and then Twitch just autos his Lulu to death, which is always fun.
Skarner,
We do
too.
see a Skarner. I don't hate the Skarner. I don't think it's bad. I would have preferred to see a farming jungler. I think a Viego would make more sense. I think maybe even a Graves could fit. You could arguably, again, go something like I think I mentioned before, the Zyra, which sort of is okay. Not the best, but I do think it fits. Naturally, you don't want to pick it with Syndra mid, but it's, again, just something that sort of farms here. You can go Skarner. I don't think Skarner is bad. Skarner's job here is basically just be this big meaty wall that tries to stop Jarvan from ganking. As we do see Gangplank R5, one of Igloss's better picks. Because it's Igloss, I will say that the GP is a good pick. I'm going to be honest, I don't think GP is what you want to pick here. I think you want either a strong AP frontliner, so that they are encouraged to not build only armor against the Twitch and the Jarvan, who can't really itemize these sort of pen items, and Bork is kind of ass right now.
What AP is really left in the top lane that's really a threat like Vlad?
That's in. You could Vlad again. I would have liked to see a Mordor or a Swain. I'm not sure if Viglos plays them. I'm guessing he doesn't.
Yeah, fair. Okay, I see that.
Aurora is Aurora was banned actually from Eversio. My bad. I was gonna say Aurora top could have actually done decently well, especially
I
into
don't think
Maokai.
we've ever seen Igloss pull out the Aurora though too.
That is true.
Doesn't like it. But
the GP isn't bad. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's a bad pick. It's a perfectly decent pick.
Right now, GP is not that strong in general. Like his itemization options are kind of crap. Like there's no really great item on GP, but he does fit in this comp.
I think the best build on GP right now, it's something that not a lot of people do. It's you buy tier, you start with Sapphire Crystal, you sell Sapphire for Sheen, and then you build Essence Reaver. I know it sounds like a very strange build, but I do genuinely think it is his best option right now. You still get the Sheen Power Spike, you still get the crit, you still get the mana return on Essence Reaver, and then you just transition to a normal crit build. GP is a champion who likes to print a lot of gold with his barrels and his passive, or his barrel passive on Q. And so you can sort of like make up for the fact that you're building this component and you're selling this magic crystal and you're not really building into anything. It does actually, you do manage to stay even ahead, and an even or ahead GP is a very strong GP because that is the nature of the champion.
Yep, very true. That is the build that I know on GP, you're right, but let's be honest here, Essence Reaver on GP, even though it is the best one probably right now, it is pretty crap.
It's pretty crap. I think losing a Sheen crit item and then having no real lethality item to go second on GP, because since you Collector is just ass.
Yep.
I mean, it does hurt him a lot. Like I said, I think the best you can do is just go Sheen into Essence Reaver, but we'll see exactly what Igloss cooks. You can skip the Essence Reaver and go for a Trinity Force, but you are sacrificing a lot of mid-game damage. And I think this is a comp that really wants mid-game damage, and so I'd expect that either he doesn't go Sheen and he goes Essence Reaver straight, or he goes Sheen into Essence. We'll see what he does.
He will still be a big threat in the late game, though, right? Like a crit is still crit.
GP is GP. GP is GP. He's gonna deal damage no matter what late game. His barrels are gonna do a bunch of armor pen. He's gonna do a lot of splash damage. With the Galio and the Jarvan, if ever they get a good pick for Jarvan and Galio, GP is gonna do a massive barrel combo. He's gonna put in his ultimate, and then Twitch is just gonna be there also for fun. The reason I don't like the GP is because you already have the Twitch. You already have this big damage crit champion. You're just further incentivizing the Maokai and the Skarner to build armor, to build more what's the anti-crit armor item? Randuin's Omen. You're just further encouraging them to sort of, hey, let's build items that stop the Twitch from dealing damage, and the GP gets to deal less damage too. And that's not really what you want to do. And that's why I was more inclined for them picking a more of an AP champion, right? So again, like you mentioned Vlad, I think Vlad would have fit. Gwen is sadly banned, but again, more the Swain. You could technically go the Cosmic Drive Volley Bear build since you're playing at the Maokai and you're not going to suffer too much.
That's a good point, yeah.
Aurora sadly was banned. Maybe fucking Rumble. Who knows? Maybe Rumble.
Holy shit! I haven't thought of Rumble in a while.
Right? I haven't thought of Rumble in years, I think. But yeah, maybe Rumble could have worked. You could have gone the bread and butter Gragas, Batman. But then again, into Maokai, you don't really need the safe lane. So I think you could have gotten away with more of these aggressive mid-game scaling champions. So maybe have a slightly weaker early. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't think Gangplank is a bad pick necessarily. I just think there could have been maybe better. But then again, comfort is king. And we all know Igloss loves his Gangplank.
At the end of the day, versus Draft 2, it's still a very tanky front line with a long range ADC, and I'm gonna put mage in quotation marks with Gangplank's barrels being an absolutely big threat with 2 tanks in front of you. This is still very much a front to back comp that we've seen them pull out. This is the 4th game in a row, I feel like. This is what has been working for them. Agony are kind of repeating the draft here, like as in stealing the draft away from Eversio. So they're doing something similar, I want to say. But the scary thing about it is this Jarvan Galio onto the Jinx Syndra. Like, what do you do against that, right? Especially with mid here. Renata ult does deny a lot of the pressure off of the Jinx, but what does Syndra do in this case?
I don't think Syndra does much of anything, if I'm being completely honest. I think Syndra's a bit of a sitting duck, to be honest. I think, unironically, Syndra was I only picked so that we can take away a pick from Dracour, which is fine if you're already drafting a comp that can fit with Syndra and you're keeping that in mind, but you cannot draft the Jinx Syndra and expect that what's going to happen the first game is going to happen again here.
Yeah.
It could. I'm not going to say that it can't. But ultimately, I think it is a bit of a misplay to say, okay, we're going to poach 2 champions from the enemy players into a comp that doesn't really make them mesh together well. Because Renata helps. Renata helps a lot. But again, it's the exact same issue with game 1. Now, game 1, I said that Agony had the better draft and Eversio ended up winning because bot snowballed. And obviously these things happen, right? I mean, if one misplay happens and you don't have an answer to it, you're going to lose. But this game, I mean, let's say the Jinx get ahead. Eversio has answers. They have the GP, they have the Galio, they have the Jarvan. So they do have answers into this Jinx getting ahead as Iglo spazzes out on the fountain.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I feel like this Jarvan Galio with everything else comboed on top of it is a very good answer into these immobile carries here. So maybe Agony tunnel vision into taking these safe picks away a bit too much, but we'll end up seeing what happens soon enough.
And as this is the last game of the series, or could be the last
Possibly,
game of the series, could mean next game is the last one. I'm going to say this right now. How is Victor not gone bot lane 1 game? I think it is the strongest champ in the game right now, Victor bot, and has not gone once in this entire series. And not just the series, to be honest. I think LCM in general. I don't think I've seen a single Victor bot.
I think from these 2 teams, the only Victor we've seen is Mechanics. So maybe they just don't feel like rotating Mechanics down there with the Victor. Maybe Iconic and Living don't want to go mid, is my guess.
Does one not play Victor? I swear to God he plays Victor.
One probably plays Victor, yeah, that's a good point actually, but opts for the Twitch
Victor,
instead, I guess.
If we go, I'm gonna say this before the minions come, and then I'm gonna stop about the draft. Don't worry. If we do GP-R4 and we see the Skarner and the Renata, we can Victor R5 as an AD carry, and I think that's a really strong comp.
Yeah, my guess is they figured Dracour did not have an AD champ, so they said, okay, we can't pick a mage bot. But then they end up going to GP top anyway, so maybe they just weren't expecting to pick that.
Could be. As we do see, I mean, we're expecting a pretty slow game, I think, from both teams here. The most action we're going to see is going to be mid lane if the junglers decide to 2v2. I don't imagine anything crazy should happen. That said, if one side gets ahead, obviously that's going to be nice. I'm trying to think bot lane wise. If the Twitch gets ahead,
that's pretty scary.
They don't have a crazy good answer to them. They do have Renata ult. They do have technically maybe a Skarner flank. But Twitch ahead could actually win the game for Eversio. On the contrary, I don't think Jinx ahead realistically wins the game.
Not outright, yeah, but it's still definitely a very scary thing for Eversio. One thing I do want to point out, though, is I think Brickhoon has found ganks in the bot lane every single game, even the one that Agony ended up winning. So we have to be careful. I really want to see Agony adapting to it and expect the Brickhoon gank here to come true. Not
I think realistically speaking, the Jinx and Renata need to play safe, respect the fact that there's a Jarvan, understand that he's jungling down, because they've jungled down every single game in the series. Like right now, you're a bit too shoved up. We do have the ward, of course. We will know if he's here, but we do need to be still aware of it. I'd like Varsal to just start trying to funnel kills into mechanics.
Yeah, he's getting...
While this Galio is still gankable, I think it is important that we get a killer toward the Syndra, or at least get a nice CS and XP lead. I think an ahead Syndra, especially if we go the Blackfire Cosmic build, will provide so much utility that it may just allow the Jinx and the Renata to solo win the game.
Yeah, getting the Jinx resets is also super important, right? And the Syndra is a big part of that. Living goes in, it's a full-blown 3v3.
Starforger is on. Awaken has been caught out. This may be a
reset.
kill immediately on Awaken. Free kill on Aquanic. And there we go. As we see, Varsal does get the heal off. Starforger, Drakur, Flash, W3, man. What a big taunt by Drakur. But another big taunt by Mechanic. I mean, big knockup by Mechanics. Triple kill for the Jinx. Does get shut down by the Twitch. Man, I was so confused. I was saying random names.
Drakur ends up rotating first, and it looks pretty dire. Oh no, is Living in trouble down here? Probably not, though. I think the minions clear subwars here.
Starforger in trouble here. Wait a second.
Yeah, okay,
It's fine.
Drakur ended up rotating down there, and it looks pretty dicey for a moment, but then Mechanics comes in with the hero flash, scatter the weak into the tree, man. Just kind of makes that work, and then Iconic unfortunately steps a bit too far, returns the kill, but it's still pretty damn good. Whole BF sword onto that Jinx, so it's pretty scary right now.
And you know, I was saying that if Jinx gets ahead, he can't realistically carry. But again, if the Syndra also gets ahead, and she provides enough utility for the Jinx to be able to deal damage, and for the love of God, we don't go Hullbreaker and we build actual damage and we give our 3 items.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't do me dirty like that. That's not work.
Surely we don't play late game scaling into Twitch, right? Surely. The idea is,
I would hope no. But
the idea is that if they both are decently ahead, they can play around this Galio, they can play around this J4, and GP shouldn't be able to do much, because like we said, his itemization doesn't actually allow him to scale early enough. So, this could snowball into a win, technically, for Agony. But we'll have to see what happens. Again, the mid laner has to play near perfect. He cannot fall behind after that roam. He has to stay at least even in CS, provide enough utility. We will have to not lose to Boris here from both the AD carry and the mid. We need to, build into our strengths here, as we do see, of course, a lost chapter by into Syndra. We have a BF sword on the Jinx. I mean, this could honestly be what wins them the game, but we'll have to see, like we said, as Mountain is coming up, or as Mountain is up, Varsal does look like he wants to contest, but this is something I love about Eversio. Look at their vision control. They know that bot lane is the most important lane. They know it can snowball out of control now that Jinx is 3 kills, and they've just put this amazing array of wards, making sure that Varsal cannot just repeat gank.
Jinx is doing good damage. Like, sure, Twitch also has the BF sword, but Jinx is just quite a bit stronger right now, I think. So they're just going to keep taking these trades. If Twitch is low enough, they could just force this dragon down here. Rikun will have it out soon, though.
Does have a mana crystal and has bought a Sheen. Will we see Essence or will we see Trinity Force? That is the question.
I'm going to go ahead and say Essence. Like, I'm
hoping it's Essence.
Yeah.
Trinity would not be the worst. But again, I don't think he needs to scale as fast as possible.
No, I think he has all the time in the world until it's Maokai.
My issue is that I don't think the Jinx is going to let him, especially mid-game. As Brickcoon gets a nice EQ into a nice ultimate from the Galio. Double taunt, almost triple onto Aquanic. Living will probably go down here. Brickcoon also goes down to the Syndra.
Yeah, but it's Agony that are running away from the fight right now. They're so damn low. Sure, they found the reset, but Iconic just survived on 1 HP. Beautiful combo between Drakur and Brickcoon there. Into the 3-man heroic entrance.
And I mean, you have to appreciate the fact that once again, it is the Syndra who got the kill versus the Lulu. The kills that need to be going to the correct champions are going for Agony.
Yeah, no
Your
dragon.
Jinx is fed,
too.
your Syndra's fed, no dragon was taken, so you're slowing down into this mid game. Grubs is being contested by Varsal. He is low health though, as Gruntless says, hello Iglos, you don't get the face check that for free.
Flash. Brickcoon is still doing red buff. This solo kill.
Solo kill.
Okay.
A bit of a misplay from Iglos.
Yeah, Grunt is getting another solo kill here on the Maokai. But last time he got one of these, he did end up losing the game, so we know that doesn't
Gruntless,
matter.
whimsical 3.
Executioner is calling for Iglos there. Fair enough.
Do you think that will do a difference top lane?
Not yet, not yet. I feel like maybe he bought it a bit too early. Or maybe it's just to deny him the healing so that he's not super healthy all the time. That might just make the difference between getting dove or not. maybe.
It could. Although, honestly, Van Varsal, I'm never going top lane in my life.
Yeah, I
Like,
wouldn't
good job,
expect him
Gary. You got a solo kill on the tree. I'm not touching that place. As we do see, this may be another gank for Bracoon in the bot side. He's looking like he wants it. Conic
Agony respected,
and
Living is
will
scared.
Living, ooh.
Yeah.
He considers it. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna pat through there, and that actually does save his life.
Okay, all right. Good to not see a repeat yet, at least. But I feel like it's going pretty good for Agony so far. Like, I don't know. They're the ones that have kind of been dictating it for me. Although Cataclysm is up now, I don't think the Skarner ult is very scary, but I don't think it's quite as scary as the Jarvan ult. Seeing as the Skarner's probably gonna have a pretty tough time getting onto the backline, right?
I'd imagine he'd have a pretty hard time. Realistically, unless you have ult, you're never going to actually be able to reach the backline. That said, you do have a Galio, so you don't necessarily have to land your EQ. You're gonna get a giant magic damage shield to save yourself from Syndra. And like we're saying, besides Jinx, who, I mean, she's fed, but she still needs time to scale.
Yep.
You don't really have too much of a damage threat on the Jarvan. So we'll see exactly what... He is going Tunneler, so he is going the healing... what's it called? Sundered Sky, right?
Yeah,
That's the one. The one the Divine Sunder died for.
yeah. Really?
Yeah.
What? Oh, Divine
OP.
Thunder. Yeah, I don't remember it.
Yeah. The classic green sheen heal item, my beloved.
What was that? Like 2 years ago already?
I think it was, man.
We're getting
Man.
old.
Man, I love Divine Sunder. On Camille, man, you Q
Yeah.
auto and you heal half your health back. Man,
That's
felt
the
good
Camille
every time.
item, yeah.
Felt good every time.
Looks like Starforger is gonna go back and get his Yuntai. Well, is Jinx rushing an Infinity Edge here? Right?
Is that an infrush Jinx? You're so ahead, you honestly can't afford it. And you're playing into a Jinx. Realistically cannot deal damage to you.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a crazy 2-item spike, but you are sacrificing your 1-item spike. I think it makes sense. I think you are playing for 2 items on the side of Agony. And you already have your kills on the Syndra, you have your kills on the Jinx. You don't really want or need anything else. I think it makes sense.
Dragon
We do see...
is up though. I feel like Twitch is quite a bit stronger right now with a whole item, while Jinx is just sitting on a few components.
That is true. This may be a Drake for Eversio once they realize that the Jinx has chosen to go components and they realize they are actually stronger than her right now. I'm not quite sure
Manix is
who
thinking of back.
wins.
Who wins the fight if they go for it?
Who wins the fight? Arguably, the Eversio is stronger right now, like you're saying.
I think
Versus
just a little bit
components.
though. Like, yeah, they're stronger, but not by too big of a margin. Especially if they get a big chunk out of the bot lane here. Raccoon is hovering around here, but I don't think he's gonna get much of a gank down here, especially with both sums being up. Oh no, Living has to be careful. Not this again. Okay, he's fine.
They do spot him out on the board, he will be fine. Varsal is here to respond, he does make his presence known. This Living will take the sword as well. Shooting it with her gun. Renata Glask.
Eversio have pretty damn good vision here. I think that's enough for them to just outright start a dragon. Syndra is gonna be here in time if they opt to go for this fight. They're thinking about it.
I don't know how I feel about this. Can Agony respond for this Drake? Doesn't look like Varsal says give it.
I don't know, Mechanics did not get the memo, I don't think. It looks pretty juicy to me right now. Has to be careful.
I feel like they could have fought this.
Oh, I mean,
GPL comes out.
yeah.
I feel like Agony could have fought that. I'm gonna be completely honest. But they chose to, I guess, take the safer play. Say we don't need an early mountain.
Oh no!
The
Starforger-
Starforger is overextended. Massive Skarner ult. Iconic barely lives. Why do you step back in?
He's so low, he's probably gonna... Syndra still mid. Flash forward from Living will find this kill, but they do manage to end up getting the Jinx in the end. Starforger pumping out a lot of damage, but not enough to get through the Renata W in time. She does get a reset. And that was very, very scary. Like, they just pulled the trigger out of nowhere there. Ends up being okay for Agony, I feel like.
Very, very, very strange fight, honestly. Right after the objective, choosing to say, hey, their guard is down, I guess, after objective. They're not going to take her here. It's Mechanics is ganking top lane. This could be a solo. One more Q will kill Iglos.
No!
Iglos, what a great little sidestep. Brickoon is here. He will start whacking onto Mechanics, but Gruntless is also right here. Valsal and Renata are currently taking the grubs. Living, making sure that either way, whatever happens, these grubs are theirs. And this will be 6 grubs on to Agony. Again, I don't think they can use the grubs, but they have grubs. I guess Jinx technically can after a team fight.
I think it's just 5 grubs because the heralds barely spawned. But yeah, that's still pretty scary.
5 grubs, I couldn't finish the last one. Shame.
Nice try under the top lane there. I really thought he had him, but just barely misses out. But that still gets them grubs in the end, so they're not too sad about it. They do kind of just get to reset now, though, I think. So what are you looking for next here? Herald?
We're going Luden Syndra.
I don't know about you, but I really hate Ludens in general. Like, it just does not do it
It's
for
okay
me.
on champions who just need to deal damage.
No.
As Mechanics, as probably caught out here, does have the flash.
Is he out? Yeah, okay, cool.
He's out. He's out. He's out. I think Ludens has its job. It's a full damage item, and on champions that you need to deal full damage on, I think it's good. If you're playing Vex, if you're playing Rise, and you need just more damage after your Seraphs, it's good. For any other case, I think you should just go Blackfire. As you do see Gruntless, once again, slapping Iglos. Now, there is an ult that comes out here. This could be a kill, but of course, Maokai doesn't care. He doesn't care.
We've been saying poor Gruntless for having to play 4 Maokai games, but it's Iglos that had that to play.
Having to play against Maokai for 4 games.
At some point, enough is enough. Iglos gets a bit too angry there, but does not end up getting the kill. Did go for the Triforce actually there.
He does actually choose to go for Triforce. I guess he wants more early game damage, which is fair. I don't see necessarily why you'd need it. But I think I get the general idea. I mean, if you... Yeah, okay, we're going straight into Pen. Number 2. We're just going for straight early 2-item damage. Maybe to try to contest the damage that's going to come out of Iconic, as we do see Runan's Rush.
Wait, what the hell is this build? Like, what a funky build.
Lads, I'm gonna cry.
I don't know. It's a weird one.
Listen, I cook, I make stupid builds, I make stupid champions, I keep pioneering elite support, but come on.
Wait, you pioneered the support?
I didn't pioneer it. I'm an endorser. I'm an
Okay,
endorser.
all right.
I'm an endorser. I didn't pioneer that.
If
I'm not that crazy.
If I learned that the creator of that abomination is in my Discord call, we'd have some.
I'm a pioneer. I'm an endorser. I'm an endorser.
Okay, that I can't blame you. I'm an endorser of getting LP as well.
I mean, who is it, man? That's why you picked this Maokai. That's why you picked it for the LCM wins. Look at that. Boom.
Oh boy.
That's why you don't pick Runan's Rush Jinx.
I mean, he is 4 kills on the champ. Sure.
He is 4 kills. He is about to finish his Infinity Edge. So realistically, this quote-unquote rush hasn't really existed. If anything, he's just basically copying a Season 7 build where you go the BF, you go the pickaxe, you rush your Zeal item, and then you finish your Infinity Edge. It's still good. It's not bad. And with the state of AD carry items, I don't think it's actually that horrible. At that point, I don't know, but as we see Mechanics getting caught out, GP ult does come out, Twitch ult also comes out.
Hey, that was very scary. But didn't interrupt that Galio E. He was in big trouble, but just this point did not come through, and that denies them the kill. Didn't even have to flash out of it, didn't even have it. There's a free GP ult, and Gruntless is just going in the top lane. Look at these trades. He's not doing too much damage, but GP just can't.
Keep in mind, Iglos has anti-heal.
Yeah, let's look at the numbers on that thing, actually. Not too crazy just yet, at least. But he is getting pushed around quite a bit, and that will just give them Dragon for free. They did use a bunch of ults on the Syndra in the mid lane, right? So it's really tough to
They did, so they do have to give over the Drake here. They cannot contest it.
I go TP back in. Does he want the solo kill?
Does he
is
solo
the
kill
barrel.
or does Whimsical 3
Oh.
just walk away slowly?
He's walking away, but right into the
He's
Jarvan.
walking straight into the Jarvan, will have to flash. So he does use flash, he does use flash.
Let's use Flash.
The
Now,
3 is not immovable, you can't force him to flash.
now Herald is looking pretty good, though. Right? Maybe? Jinx is up here. Syndra is on a reset. We see a TP in the bot lane. On the top lane, excuse me. Herald is started. Agony do not look like they're going to contest this one, though. Or maybe they're thinking about it. I'm not quite sure what their game plan is right now. They do
try to
rotate the
contest this
Syndra.
fight. There is 1 in 4 chance, there's a 1 in 4 chance that Iglos does crit on that barrel and he will deal massive damage.
Yeah, good point. One of those
In
will
4
look like it.
universes, one of them, which may be ours, he could deal a lot of damage as a nice little cheeky ultimate from Varsal barely doesn't catch Awaken. Awaken force the flash.
That's pretty good too, though.
I respect it, I respect it. I think all players play that decently handshake. I use ult, you use flash. Iconic has finished him.
Ooh. Okay, now Iconic is pretty strong. He's gonna get a reset. Nice stun onto the Awaken with no flash immediately. Immediately gonna go down. Big ult by Renata's Rokur getting very low. Forced to flash out. The second kill. Time for the
from the Jinx. She has crit items.
Yeah, baby. But if he had a hull breaker, he'd get that tower so much quicker, right?
What an amazing little engagement mechanics. It does have to
Yeah.
die, but again, it's all about providing utility and allowing this Jinx to get resets. That's all that this Syndra has to do.
Yeah, that one stun took Lulu like half health that got him he already had the reset from the tower too, so the second reset just kind of closes the fight
Won
out.
them the fight.
Nothing
Closes
to really
the
do
fight.
about that, yeah.
And that's all you need to do as a Syndra. Which is why I would have preferred the CDR build. But, hey man, the man wants damage, he gets damage, he's playing correctly, and that's all you can really ask.
He's doing damage too, so...
He's doing damage, That was a lot of damage onto a tank Galio, to be honest.
And now, with the third item, I feel like this Jinx is very, very scary. The Twitch is not quite keeping up just yet. That's a pretty big window for Agony to make things happen. And they are making things happen. It feels like if Agony do not fall behind in the very early game, they know exactly what to do. Like, they're playing this one really well, I feel like. Well, not perfectly, but really well all around. And they really just have to keep up the momentum here. Because even in the game 2 that they won, I feel like they won it off the cusp of getting these early game advantages, like getting their bot lane ahead, getting a few kills onto Iconic, who is again on ADC. He's 0-2 on support, but 1-0 on AD, looking to make it 2-0.
Barely with a funny little comment, you only need CDR if you miss.
That's a good point, yeah.
It's a good point, it's a good one.
I wonder if they're gonna look for anything here. It's pretty tough to just immediately force something out if you're Agony, right? Like a Syndra stun will always come true, but its range is not that scary. And I don't think Varsal is ever finding an engage since he can just get polymorphed.
Honestly, if I am Eversio, the only thing that I'm afraid of now is giving this Jinx another pair of resets. She's very ahead right now, but if you look at Juan's items, he's only realistically half an item behind.
Yep.
So if we just let our AD carry reach that 3-4 item spike, eventually the AD carries will relatively be even in power, but our mid lane, since he's building this tanky Galio, will start to be very annoying. This Jarvan will start to be very annoying with his EQ and then allowing the Galio to ult off of him. GP will start to ramp up in damage. This Lulu's going to become a very big threat. Honestly, the number one thing you need to be afraid of in these team fights is a Renata ultimate. I think a Renata ultimate can solo win a game.
Starforger does
we'll
have
see.
cleanse though, so
We do have cleanse.
not up yet, but it's still something to consider.
I would maybe like Awaken to build the cleansing support item, which I also forgot the name of.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Just making sure that nothing can really stop on here from running the rest of the team through. He does outtrain Jinx with his ult. They're going in onto Lulu actually. Herald is up, but they are still going for the pick. Awaken Does he
This
get caught
could
out?
be a...
Ooh.
What a nice little sidestep by Awaken. Flash out by
done.
Varsal, though, does pick up Starforger, and that's the real prize they were going for. As
And
Iconic
they get
is
Awaken.
getting run down by Awaken. Look at the damage!
Okay, 3 items on the Jinx, a lot of damage. Plus, getting your bot lane caught out is just a cherry on top. TP coming through from Iglos. They're just gonna trade this Baron for Dragon here, making the best out of the bad situation. But it is a Baron up a Jinx here, sitting on 3 big items.
And this will most likely be Baron. They are trading it for Drake at least. Braccoon deciding he will at least get something. He does take it a bit slowly, but he should be able to get this Drake. Iglos also saying, hey, you get Baron, we get a Drake, let's also get a bot tower for it. Let's try to take as many things as we can, as Luthor does get destroyed in the bot lane. Barely Draco is choosing not to overstay. I think if he did, he would have died. Does not manage to get the mid tower. But of course, we do get the Chemtech Drake. Again, it is a shame that is a Chemtech Soul. Chemtech Soul, again, I've said this a lot of times, one of the worst souls in the game. That said, if it is Eversio who gets it, the team who is behind, it is probably one of the better ones. Because you will be reaching that 10%, I think it's 11% health threshold for the actual Drake to activate.
Yeah, just making that reset a little bit harder could make all the difference. But I don't think Agony are really going for this soul right now. Like, look what they're doing to this tower. They're doing number on Aglos. Flashes forward, almost finds mechanics, not quite. But now looking to return the favor. They're just going to go for the inhibitor, actually, as the engage does not quite come true. Varsal's kind of just zoning the team. And that's
But if he has Hullbreaker, it takes like 3 seconds earlier, though.
Yeah. It's
I'm sorry, but I hate this item. I hate it. I hate it.
It's
Worst thing that the Chinese is important to Mata since, I don't know, the swine flu or something.
Damn. I don't know. I don't think there's any way this conversation is gonna go somewhere
Let's
good.
stop it there. Let's stop
Yeah,
it there, man.
that's as far as it goes.
As of course, Agony will get another top tower. I mean, and they are just swimming in gold. 4k, almost 5k gold lead. Varsal keeps getting polymorphed. Can never click the trigger on this ult.
Yeah, but Twitch doesn't do any damage. Drakur gets caught out. He's rooted.
Is
He's gonna get
getting
ulted.
caught out, and once again, just look at the damage. Huge amount of damage from this Jinx. And the oh my, that is close.
Okay, forcing out the flash out of Starforge is pretty damn big too. They're just gonna keep going with this one. Twitch just deals no damage on 2 items. He cannot quite match the Jinx here.
And Iglos does manage to return a tower mid lane, but they might just go for an end. As we do see damage onto this tower. Braccoon gets a nice 3-man ult. But of course... what's going on? Look at the Jinx! Boom, boom!
Yeah, fair enough. Ronaldo did go down, but Starforger just had to tank everything for it. And that'll be game 4. Going over to Agony. We are going on to the game 5. Silver Scrapes is on, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what do you even say about that one? Like, that was just a clean game.
Hullbreaker equals win.
Um,
To be fair, Iglos, I mean, he had a really, really good game. To at least give something positive about the actual gameplay. I mean, he did damage. He traded for towers. And again, if you just look at the damage charts, that is a lot of damage coming out. Of course, it makes sense. He did go the early game sort of skill build with the Trinity Force into straight pen item. But I mean, still, genuinely valuable, valiant effort from Iglos. That's what I'm looking for.
yeah, absolutely.
But it is just so difficult. I'm not sure about what you think, but it's just difficult.
I think Agony have found the sauce. Like, Awaken, I don't think I've ever seen him play an engaged support. I think he's only plays enchanters, which isn't a very good answer to Jinx. Like, Twitch Lulu is a pretty damn crappy answer to the Jinx, I want to say. I don't know about you, but it was pretty ambitious to think that will work, I feel like.
Also iconic. Finding the new tech where if you're ahead on Jinx, you don't actually need to play safe for your mid game and you can just build damage and run people down with 3 items.
It did delay his 1 item power spike by quite a bit.
It
But
did.
once he hit the 2 items, he was enormous. So,
Of course, then again, the Twitch finds it's so hard just because of how nerfed the Bork is. It's so hard for Twitch to actually deal damage to tanks that realistically he just cannot deal damage into the Maokai. He cannot deal damage into this corner. And what's worse is if he's trying to deal damage, he's just gonna get Renata ulted, and either he has cleanse and he can continue, or he's gonna mow down his own team. Man, it's a very, very good draft. I will say this: it's a very good draft from Agony. 2 for 2, by the way. That I've predicted something and it's going backwards. So clearly, I'm a hack.
What? Excuse me? What was that? You predicted it backwards, really?
Yeah, the drafts.
Oh, right. That's
You have to predict the backwards of what I say, you know.
So who's gonna win the next one?
Horizon.
Horizon are gonna win the next one. What's okay? Now you've thrown a bit of a curveball. What's the opposite of Horizon?
I don't know, Cavalieri.
Cavalieri. Congrats, Cavalieri, all LCM champions. Very proud of you. But yeah, we'll be taking a bit of an extended break here, I think, as the teams kind of need a bit of a break themselves. So we'll be seeing you.
Put on some silver scrapes. Put on some silver scrapes.
Can I put on some silver scrapes? Are there any copyright lawyers in the chat? Will they blast me?
Is it copyright free? It should be. Right? Isn't that like one of Riot's like free songs? I think it is. Yeah, it's 4 songs, right? They're free.
They're free. Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're free.
So we're just gonna listen to Silver Scrapes on repeat.
Say the line, Sepion. Say the line.
I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 5.
Fair enough. For a second, I thought you wanted me to sing it, but I was not gonna.
You
give
can
you
do that too. You can do that too.
Oh, yeah, we got confirmation in chat that it is NCS. So, is this the right Silver Scrapes? Let me skip ahead a bit. Yeah, it is definitely. Okay, see you guys in a few minutes as we go over for a little bit of a break, and thank you. And we're back for the 5th game between Eversio and Agony. This time around, they have switched up the sides. So. Hope everyone enjoyed the 6 back-to-back Silver Scrapes. And we had to listen to Jinx Man incoming. That is a very good point. Eversio, the second that Jinx got first picked against them, they realized that it's a very big component of them winning. So I would imagine that is what they're going for here. If Agony would have backed out,
pick 1. Eversio does have pick 1, so they might as well just first pick Jinx again. Apparently, since this is apparently what decides the game. For some fucking reason.
Yeah, and now Iconic did show Juan a good build on Jinx, so he might be a bit scarier.
No, he's not. He's not. Let's be
gonna,
honest.
Yeah, no,
let's not lie to ourselves.
No.
We all know what kind of Jinx we're running when we go Eversio Jinx.
But
It's like the Magic School Bus. It's like a normal tree, a normal Jinx build with the Starforger. No way.
Is it a 5th Maokai game for Gruntless? Lulu.
Lulu. Wait a second. Are we not picking Maokai for once?
Nah, it's definitely he's picking Maokai.
It's Maokai. Show me the Maokai. Show me the whimsical tree. Show me the wholesome whimsical tree.
Gruntless just has to get the words out. He's probably struggling right now. I doubt he's even still awake.
Gary, like, very sadly, pick me Maokai.
But the Lulu
getting close. That's not a
Maokai.
Maokai. That's not a Maokai.
What are we doing?
That's not a Maokai.
This
That's
is
not
scary.
a Maokai.
To be fair, the 2 games that Agony did win, they did force out these 3 picks away from Drakur. So maybe they figured that's what winning them the game. And
I'm assuming Galio will be picked either B2, B3, unless we see maybe Drakur's 5th secret pocket pick.
Ooh. He might figure that the Galio is not enough of a threat. And to be fair,
they have been lacking damage whenever they pick Galio. They did go
Lads,
Vi
what's
this time
happening?
around.
Did we see Arcane? Like, what's going on? Why are we picking Vi Jinx? What's going on here? Why do we have Vi Jinx? Are we going Arcane or Arcane comp? Like, okay, fair enough. I think the Vi's a bit early.
Ooh, there's the secret 5th pick.
There it is.
That is a
That's like-
lot of lockdown. If you're picking ADC here, you're very annoyed at the very least.
Okay, but what happens if Living just goes on mage AD carry and they can't do anything? That's my question.
Iconic has been looking really good on ADCs. I don't know. I'd be really surprised if they go back to living on a carry. And no offense to Living,
guess-
but Iconic has been on top of his game, I feel like.
Hear me out. Yes, we picked Lulu. Lulu, traditionally, you want to just pick with a marksman. On the other hand, Lulu without a marksman is still Lulu.
Yep, fair enough. Can't fault that logic, yeah. Skunner is taken up, though. He is the pick here. So that'll leave a lot of bans for Eversio to just focus down whatever this bot lane might pick. This Jinx, I don't really see her getting pressured too much, especially with the Lulu being picked up already.
I kind of love how both teams just don't want to pick Maokai. It's like, do we want to force a top laner to play Maokai?
Please. But they did ban out the Darius, or maybe they're not going Maokai here, right? Like maybe the Telegraphs did not ban Maokai. This is, I want to say, it has to be Emilio ban, right? Because that's all that Eversio have been playing. Like it's either Lulu Jinx or Emilio Jinx. It's gonna be a Gwen ban.
It's gonna be a Gwen ban. Gwen is a fair ban. Although I will say, if I am looking at Eversio's comp right now, Gwen makes a lot of sense. Agreed. Again, they've kind of pushed themselves into this idea where we have Lissandra who does AP damage, but not enough that you can justify sort of, okay, maybe I don't build MR, maybe I focus on armor. And so a strong AP pick top who would force the enemy team to build MR, which would then again allow your Jinx to deal more damage by proxy.
I think if Eversio take the Maokai here, they probably have enough magic damage to be in a threat.
I'd
right?
probably say yes. As we are just banning AD carries on the side of Eversio.
So
Again, you could also do.
I
You
think
could flex Tom Kench if you really want to.
that's a good point.
Same idea there. You can also just say fuck everything. Let's pick Asante. I think this is honestly a comp where you can into Lulu Syndra's Skarner.
So those are the two ADCs that kind of deal with the Vials too, right? Like those are the two ADCs that you're really looking for when you're getting focused down by the Vial. So this is really just point towards I'm gonna use my Vial on that ADC off cooldown.
Oh no!
No way! Oh. You could see they were really reluctant in picking that too. Like they took their damn time. Gruntless was fighting for that.
Gruntless is mental.
Please,
Please, I don't want it. I don't want it. Senna here is fantastic, by the way. If Versio goes Senna here, I think they may have just won the game. I don't think any of the champions on Agony's team can deal with Senna. I'm just realizing this because we were talking about picks that awaken plays. We see Melio.
No. I think
Fair enough.
I think he just defaults to this playstyle, honestly. And he's been playing it pretty well, but he does feel like a bit of a one-trick pony with these enchanters.
I would have liked to see Senna. He plays Senna. He plays a really good Senna, and I think it fits amazingly into their enemy comp. Again, Gwen would have been an amazing choice here, but it is banned out. I'd like to see something that's just a strong, top, bruisery AP champ. I'm not sure if we're going to see it from Igloss. They might just go GP again, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah.
Ornn!
I was going to say it's probably another tank, because I don't feel like Eversio have played anything except for this front line with a Jinx at the back. This is really the only comp they want to play. Oh, there's the R5. Okay, that's a spicy R5.
That is a...
No.
Jinx,
No.
please.
Into the virus,
just go mage. Just go mage. I beg you, go mage. Go Hui. Go AP Kog'Maw. Go Brand. Go. Just no. Go no, please.
Really?
No!
Really?
Okay, we're going full comfort. We have living on Aphelios. That has to be living on Aphelios,
Yeah, I
right?
think so. Yeah.
Does Iconic play Aphelios?
I mean, probably, but I think Living is the one who put on the most time into him. Why? I'm so confused. Into the Vi, like you have a Vi, Lissandra, Ornn into you. What the hell is this Aphelios gonna do?
But pick Wei and like the enemy team is like it's a Veigar V2 clip. They can't do anything, man. Like, what are we doing? It's fine. It's fine.
I don't know. I'm not seeing this.
Provided the Aphelios and Lulu reaches their 1-2 item spike, and they have to force it. They have to force once this team on Agony's side hits 1-2 items, they have to force an advantage, or they will get outscaled. If they do not force an advantage, they will lose.
I don't know. Even in lane, like, what are you doing in lane into a Jinx melee? You just get out range anytime you're not on the sniper.
Nothing.
Right?
You have to go even in lane. You have to hope you don't fall behind. And 1-2 items, you have to force a fight. You have to say, I'm a Aphelios with 2 items. I'm better than Jinx with 2 items. And you have to just force. I want to see Gruntus walking down for a fight. I want to see a Syndra insane just QE. If that doesn't happen, I think Eversio slowly outscales. That said, and I'm gonna say it again, I have gone 0-2 in terms of comp prediction so far. So who knows? Maybe Agony just absolutely wipes the floor with this Aphelios pick.
This time around too, Maokai, he's been holding his own in lane. Like he's been looking very strong, in fact. But into the Ornn especially, I feel like he just gets to out-shove him and out-trade him in the early game. Like it's not a very good matchup for Ornn. It's kind of like a second-grade Maokai in this case, I think, for most of the game at least, because you do eventually get those Ornn items, right? He's still gonna provide a big value, but Maokai's probably gonna be able to get those rotations down and help out his team.
If Eversio manages to stay even until around level 13, 14. Once they start hitting the 3-4 items, they just win the game and there's no contest. There's no coming back for Agony. Oof.
I'm really not seeing it. I'm not seeing the vision here.
I don't really understand what the game plan is. But then again, I've been catching L's left and right, so who knows? Maybe I'm just completely wrong and I don't see the vision. And there's actually a crazy combo and like a crazy tech which I'm not aware of. We'll see.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't thought of Aphelios in a while too, so maybe he's doing some fancy shenanigans that I just don't know.
Skarner alt, Aphelios Infernum alt.
I mean, yeah. Surely.
And then like Skarner tries to walk in, gets insta-ulted by Lissandra and then just insta-dies, right? To be fair, the Skarner is going to have a very, very, very easy time not getting one shot. He will get CC'd to hell and back, though. That is what's going to happen. So, I imagine until the Jinx gets decent damage, or if this Lissandra runs away with the game, I don't think they have a lot of early to mid-game damage on the side of Eversio. So maybe they're going to try to force out objectives.
That's a good point,
They're going to try to just sort of suffocate them with just a gold lead. That could also be something that happens.
Especially if Juan sticks to his Mosquito builds. I don't really think they're really finding all that much damage. Like, Vi is the biggest damage threat in that case, I think.
I will say this. If he goes the fucking Hullbreaker build when you're the only damage source on your team, I mean... Maybe Agony is cooked. What can I say? I don't know, man. We do have, of course, I mean, the picks are exactly where you would expect them to go, nothing crazy. There's no real flex picks here. This is a clean, simple game of League of Legends. We're going to see pure Maltese League. And man, I mean, I will say this has been a fun 4 series. I mean, it really has been a fun series. From the place, from the, what's it called? From the first game to the last, I mean... this is the kind of games you want to see.
Lemon says he definitely cannot go Hull this game, but I don't think that's ever stopped him, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't think it being a good Hull game is really what's dictating if he builds it or not. I think it's just off of vibes.
I love people memeing in media share of Gary being forced to play Maokai. That's always fun to see.
Oh, the poor guy. To be fair, again, I think Aglas has the worst of it. Like, 5th Maokai game.
Babe, it's time for your 5th Maokai game in a row.
God.
Yes, honey.
Yeah. I mean, what are we looking for towards the jungle here? What are these junglers going to be looking to do?
If you are Eversio's jungle, you're probably going to be looking mid lane a lot. If this Lissandra gets ahead and she can just perma-shove waves, and she can start getting these little roams here and there off, and she starts becoming a damage threat. I mean, there's so much value that you can get.
I think throughout the series, like in every matchup they played, Jakkur has been the one to rotate at the right times. Like every time he needed to rotate, he was the first one there. And
I think there's a lot of value of putting
Yeah.
Dracora ahead this game. There's a lot of things. There's damage. There's you can rotate faster. There's you can hit your item spikes faster. And Lissandra's an item where every item counts until the third item. You get your Malignance if you're going that build. You get your Zonias. You get your Shadow. I mean, there is so much value in every single item that you get that I honestly think if Dracor gets ahead here, he may run away with the game before even the Mosquito Jinx build starts to build actual damage.
yeah, because I think you want to be using this Vi, the Sandra combo off cooldown, right? Like, what do you even do about it if you're Agony, especially this Agony bot lane? This Syndra too. Honestly, even if you're just catching out Skarner, I think he's not that tanky out of the gates that he can really survive that burst.
And yes, Lulu Polymorph exists, but outside of that, what can they do to stop a fed Lissandra?
Yeah, no, not all that much.
So yeah, if you're a Bracoon here, you just want to try to see if you can I get a kill mid or can I skirmish mid and maybe give kills to my mid laner. If you're Varsal here, I mean the answer is pretty simple. We need this. Aphelios needs kills. He needs kills to do something.
time.
He needs damage. He needs things that he can actually do, because if this game keeps going and going and going, Jinx is just gonna outscale him.
Yeah.
So we need to start seeing a very strong force from Skarner in the bot lane, and we need to see Bracoon either deciding, hey, I'm gonna stop Skarner from doing anything bot, I'm just gonna let my AD carry and support scale, or I'm gonna try to get mid fed, in which case he can also join me and come bot lane. And then if this Aphelios falls behind, you've basically lost the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Even I don't know, Skarner. The Skarner ganks are not looking too juicy. Like Milio Q and Jinx E kind of just shut him down very easily. If he tries to go mid, I feel like Lissandra gets out of that one very easy too. He's more of a counter engage, right? Like he's really just trying to stop the engage from happening in the first place. I don't think he's really ever getting top of the back line. And that being said, last game we said the same thing, and he did find a few cheeky outs, yeah.
He did find a few cheeky outs. He did. So I'm, you know what? I have faith in Varsal Skarner. He's a very good Skarner. He's been finding these little cheeky outs left and right. I mean, if he finds them, they work, man. That's gonna be a lot of legwork. It's gonna be maybe the difference between this Aphelios being and not being a champion. And to be fair, Aphelios when he is a champ is a very oppressive one.
Yeah, definitely. But he'll have to get there. And
As we actually see, this is Aquonix. This is Aquonix Aphelios.
It is, okay. So yeah, I mean, I think Living has put, as I said, he's put in a bit more time into Aphelios than Iconic, but Iconic's just been feeling really good on this ADC today. They just figure, let's let him do his thing. I'm kind of surprised
You do see.
that he did go for the Aphelios. I feel like he probably wanted to go for the Sivir Zaya then, because those are more his speed. But since they were banned out,
We're going Electrocute Syndra.
we're going Electrocute Syndra. Yeah, okay. I don't know
Like
how
I said,
the
there's-
Sun matchup goes.
If we can take a trade on Lissandra, I guess we can proc it. I guess that's fair. Yeah, okay. I understand it. No, never mind. This is why he's good. I don't know what to say. This is why he's good and I'm not.
What would you have gone something else then? Because I mean,
I think you just go airy if I'm being completely honest, and I just keep poking with Q. But I do see the idea behind Electrocute.
You don't
What I'm
have
scared of
to-
for Electrocute is you do have a range advantage, and you basically can guarantee a Q because Lissandra has 300, I believe. Let me check. I have to check how much move speed she has. 325, yes. So
pretty slow,
Lissandra
yeah.
has 325 move speed, which is basically if you click Q on whenever she's guessing, you can basically guarantee the Q. As there's a visual bug with Syndra.
There's a visual. Oh, well, yeah. I think the skin, it's like 10 years old now, and it's been banned in competitive ever since. Funnily enough, fun fact about Syndra skins, if no one knows, they're basically all banned because none of them work, which is crazy.
SKT one's allowed.
Yeah, they finally figured one out.
Yeah, they figured one out.
For the
So the other
longest
ones are
time,
banned.
Syndra had no skins in comp, which is a fun little.
My
fact
favorite
there.
one's the ocean one, where the QE is literally invisible. That's always a fun one.
Look at his aggression in the bot lane. Oh my god! Like, I don't. Whenever they have Lulu, I guess they just go full on aggro.
Living is just very aggressive on the Lulu. And to be fair, Awaken on the Milio, not a very aggressive champion. Like his auto attacks are not quite on par with Lulu's.
There's that electrocute proc. Yeah, I see the vision. I see the vision.
Just
As man, it is returning fire to sender in the top lane. I'm gonna be honest, I love top lane minutes like this, where you just slap each other around.
I mean, Ornn does have pretty good burst right now. Greta still has to be careful, but it won't take too long until literally nothing will be happening up here, I think.
What a lockout of the auto there.
I wonder if Gruntless's build changes, because he does want to be shoving in this lane, right? Is he in trouble? Ooh, almost.
Ooh, man. Look at that, man. How fun is that, be honest?
Thanks for the follow, somebody. I feel like you want to be shoving if you're either top laner, right? Because you want to join your team and use their big ult. And if Ornn is the one building bombies, he's probably going to be getting the shove in, right? Whereas Gruntless has always built the...
And knowing how these games have been going, we're seeing unending despair, Ornn. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, could be. Could be. And that could be the thing to look out for. Starforger very low. Probably going to be denied some CS there.
And the Aphelios is putting in work. Oh, it's mostly Lulu, but you know, that was like a cute. There was a cue there, I think.
He's still doing a lot of work. Varsal is the one hovering bot side. He's going to be taking Scuttle here, it seems. As Brekun took a bit of an odd back here, very early on the back. Ooh, I have to be careful.
This is going to be a crazy dive. Very nice Q canceling out. That's gonna be a kill, 1-for-1, and Varsal gets the kill. I don't think you like that if you're Agony. Yes, you deny a nice wave on their tower, but I don't think you enjoy that.
Yeah, probably really wanted that kill on Aphelios. Ends up being pretty even as far as ADCs go. I don't know, maybe the XP denial is enough to make it worth it, but probably could have gone better, yeah.
Man, the Sunder's having a hard time into the Syndra.
Yeah, I imagine for now the range advantage is enough to make this lane pretty miserable, but once you can just point and click this Syndra, I think she's going to be in for a world of hurt. She's getting ganked by Lulu.
Okay.
No mana.
Parkour has no mana for E. She has to flash. And I'm very curious what Syndra's going to build here. Arguably both builds are good. I'm assuming since the mechanics, he's a very big fan of just dealing straight damage, so he would probably go burst. But I think this is a game where actually burst Syndra makes quite a bit of sense. Realistically, not super tanky champions on the side of Eversio. Yes, you have the Ornn. But realistically, it's not ever going to be your job to kill the Ornn.
Yeah.
My main issue is whose job is it?
Aphelios will eventually take him down, right? Like at 3 items, I think he's just fine unless this one gets ahead, because he's probably not going to be building armor off the gate.
It could be the case. He may not build armor off the
Or
gate.
he could just go for an ending despair. Who knows? Like tank items are.
It's choose your own adventure when you play tanks.
So there's the Bomby. So this is what we're talking about. He is going to be getting the shove in these fights, and once these objectives start coming through, he's going to be the one joining his team first.
Man, I mean, one of Agony's ways to enter the game and actually be a nuisance and actually create a nice gap into possibly a win would be getting these advantages through the objectives. So if Iglos is going to keep shoving and rotating to these objectives, shutting down any chance for them to at least get ahead, not even just go even, they have to go ahead realistically. As we do see Varsal once again, he's forcing bot. He knows that this Aphelios needs to get ahead.
Yeah. Doesn't find much, but does deny some CS from Starforger, some XP too, and ends up trading Dragon for grubs here most likely. Which I think they're just
Nice cancel by Iglos.
So funnily enough, the worst matchup for Manko so far has been another tank.
Who would have guessed? Tanks looking pretty fair. Can't wait for what's it called? What's the big health item? The green one that heals you? I'm blanking. One of the Mundo builds.
Heart Steel?
The green one, the green chest plate heals you if you don't take damage for a while. Warmogs. I'm personally very excited for Warmogs to provide 10% bonus max health next patch.
It does what? Excuse me?
Exactly.
Ah.
I'm excited. They've added the Rabadons for tanks.
That's fun.
So I'm excited for what tanks is gonna happen, and I mean even this patch, Seemingly, the Ornn is the best answer to the Maokai that Eversio has managed to come up with. It took him 5 games, but they figured out just play another tank. As Iconic eats a tower shot there.
Yeah, he gets a plate for it though.
Let's get a plate, let's get a plate. Starforger, though, will start catching up in the CS department. He is quite behind. A whole 30 CS behind. It's a serious deficit. But of course, he does have 1 kill, so even if not XP-wise, gold-wise, he is realistically only about 10-12 minions behind.
Yeah, not too bad. The cost of that, though, is Varsal has been hovering that lane for a very long time now. I don't think he's fallen too far behind, though.
As for the Lissandra and the Syndra, I mean, they're
Nice.
relatively pretty even. Both seem to just be chilling, as we will seemingly try to get a plate. I don't think we're gonna manage. Raccoon is hovering though, so they can't afford to do things like this.
Yeah, fair enough. I would imagine Agony have grown to respect this gank, though. They did manage to dodge out of it last game, so it does seem like they learned their lesson, even though the Sandra is kind of thinking about rotating bot lane. It's the third by Scuttle, I believe. So just going to be going back mid. The Sandra did build a... Oh, nice interrupt there. Sandra did build a Dark Seal. But I don't really expect much action to be coming through mid lane unless Raccoon feels like stopping by. Who is, by the way, looking for a lane gank here in the bot lane. Even though... Ooh, he's really thinking about it, really wants it.
I'm not sure if this will work. Varsal is hovering bot lane. As we do see Ornn top lane. What's going on here? Bonk.
I forced the camera away assuming nothing would happen, and as soon as I did, we just pressed our buttons up there. But yeah, no one's really going to be dying up there. Jakkur has no mana, so mid lane is realistically also not going to see much action.
Drakor, what amazing footwork!
Okay, alright,
Look,
okay.
he's still going, he's still going! What a nice little set of jukes. I mean, I think if he got chunked there, that could have been a forced kill by Varsal. I'm gonna be completely honest. No mana,
Yeah, no flash,
no
no
flash. What nice little dodges by Drakor. And man, if there's one thing that Drakor excels at, to be honest, it's these little micro plays where he just managed to juke out all of his opponent's enemy spells.
Oh.
Raccoon just says, "Hello, thanks for the leash. Thanks for the leash." Smites the raptor away. As we do see, Raccoon's actually jungling up. Varsal's looking bot side. He is on a board though, so they do know he's there. Raccoon immediately realizes he does have to help his AD carry to scale.
Look at all this pressure Iconic is putting down with the with this gun combo he's got right now. He's going to run out of them soon enough, I believe. So maybe it's not going to be as strong next combo. I think probably
Is
won't be as
it
good as-
still red white the one you need to be afraid of when you face Aphelios? I always forget. I know they like changed it.
That's the scariest one, I think. Yeah, because the most burst. They're going in for the
Varsal,
dive.
you've
Uh-oh.
done a mistake. This is way too deep.
That was a
And that's going to be a
business.
kill for Starforger. Living does have to flash away from the Ornn E, but of course Ornn has used both sums. A very nice response by Igloss, and this is what you need to do when you're playing these engaged tank junglers who can risk the fall behind because you're playing a tank. Who cares? You need to start helping your team, and what an amazing little showing by Igloss.
Yeah, Gruntless is really struggling to shove that wave in. Drakor is just going to catch it, and they're not even going to lose all that much. Like, sure, TP and Splash were expended by Igloss, but they got to kill on Starforger. I don't think you can ask for much else.
As we do see a TP by the Maokai.
He's gonna do it!
Flashes in, does actually manage to kill.
That's the combo. That's the combo you were talking about.
That's
Absolutely.
the combo we're talking about, and what an amazing little play bot lane.
Okay, alright, okay. I'm seeing the Aphelios vision now, yeah. Up until the point where he's getting ulted into a Sun ult, he's pretty damn good. They will actually deny the grubs as well. They did get 4, so that's still pretty good. Oh, they're looking for the
Nice ultimate. What a nice E by Mechanics, stopping Drakor from jumping on top of them. But Varsal will probably still be caught out.
He's
This
surviving,
does
is it?
look... He's surviving. He's alive. No, he gets caught out by Q. Still, what a nice attempt from both teams. Both teams realizing that they can go in. Mechanics with a perfectly timed E, pushing Drakor away so he cannot get his W off.
Yeah, that would have been disastrous, but there's still 6 grubs going over to Eversio. I think they're still pretty happy about that. Plus, they got the kill, right? Number 2 thought about a kill.
And of course, we do have Hullbreaker Jinx, so those towers are going to be like butter.
Stop. Yeah, I guess. If he does go for the Hellbreaker, does have the grubs.
If, you mean when? You mean when? Nice little plating.
TP behind him. Wait a second, Stuff Overdrag might be getting engaged on. Flashes out of the stun.
Nice flash.
But he's gonna get slowed.
WQ. He's still not low enough. Mechanics does not have ult. And that's a big wave. That's at least a wave that Mechanics has lost. Drakor also gets a plate. Not exactly a worth TP for Mechanics,
Not
but they do
quite.
seem to at least be able to pressure for the Drake.
They did get flash off of Jinx and have her health bar, so shouldn't be too much trouble
As
for this
back
guy.
to the wet noodle fight top lane.
Yippee!
Look at him barfing on each other. Nice.
Okay.
It's actually drool from playing a tank. Iconic will heal up. Probably just go straight back to farming. Very nice little play that we just saw bot lane. Barely able to squeeze out a kill there. And I mean, it's plays like that that you need to see if you're seeing this of Aphelios. It has to just, he just has to slowly push out these small kills left and right. Provided though that this happens once, maybe twice again, and they get that gold lead, I think this Aphelios might be a monster in this mid game. Of course, like I said, I mean, just because of the comp and even because of the champions, he will get outscaled.
Yeah, it's looking pretty tough for him to get any damage into this Jinx Melio in the late game, but right now he's not looking all too bad. We do see a 4-man coming into the bot lane, but probably won't find any fruit just yet.
They are heavily respecting it, choosing to just hug their tower. Now, we are 2 Drakes up, and it is in fact a Cloud Soul. Now, Cloud Soul, arguably one of the best souls when you're ahead. If not the best soul. I think statistically, the best soul when you're ahead. The move speed is a lot. It's a lot and a lot when you're ahead. And for this Aphelios, who needs to be able to kite in and out with his abilities, I mean, that's going to be very valuable. For this Syndra, who needs to do the exact same thing. For this Skarner, who needs to try to find these ult angles. Maokai doesn't care. Maokai's Maokai.
Oh, okay, bye.
Maokai's Maokai. But it's going to be very valuable. And we are 2 Drakes up on Agony's side. So Agony could turn this soul into a win. As Gruntless is getting some damage off. Managed to push him in.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Those 5 games giving him some mechanics. As Iglos tries to return some fire. He's
Wait.
dangerously low.
This does have flash, but doesn't really fancy going for that
Chooses
one.
not to do it. Chooses not to do it. Realizes there's bigger fish to fry. Possibly in this next Drake fight, which will be in 3 minutes.
TPs will be up for both top laners, so I imagine something will be going down soon. Unless Cyclops decides to TP top here. Yes, he does. But that's TP advantage of the top side. I wonder if they end up using it to their advantage.
Now it is still 2.5 minutes until this Drake spawns. Iglos could set up his wave in a way that he may not lose too much. Maybe get a slow push going. If it's gonna be tricky though, wasting that TP at such a crucial point, especially when you're about to reach soul point. I mean, maybe not something you realistically want to give up. Again, both. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on that tower.
The one time he gets to it, he's just gonna take the whole thing. 6 grubs will do that.
And that is first tower. I think that means they have a feat of strength. Right? That's gonna be a thing we're gonna be saying next LCM. Ooh.
So gold not looking all that bad for Eversio. Like, they're just about ahead on everywhere except ADC, and it's not really all that bad there either. So they might just be going for some of these fights. Jinx did go for the Kraken, which is an earlier spike than the build Iconic is going for here. He's going for a very similar thing. I think exact same thing, right? He did on Jinx.
It does look like it. It could be the case. I'm not entirely sure. He does have, yeah. It looks like he's just doing the exact same thing he did on Jinx. I'm not sure. Is Runance a good item on Aphelios? I genuinely don't know.
I mean, it's a good item. I don't know if it's the best item for sure. I haven't seen this champ in a while, but it's definitely an item that was built.
So I think one of the few champs I genuinely have no idea about. I have no opinion. It could be good.
The one thing I can tell you is it was built on Aphelios way back when he was actually played. I have not seen this champ in a year or two, but I imagine it's pretty
Maybe
good.
it's good. We'll have to see. As Igloss and Gruntless, once again, wet noodle fight, duking it out.
Yeah, yeah.
I love how they're kind of shaped the same, too.
Yeah. Ooh, nice little dodge. Well, Gruntless has the moves. Shame he doesn't really do all that much damage to
And
Igloss
those
here.
5 games have taught him how to play Maokai.
He's really on point on the Maokai mechanics.
It's
Dragon.
like they're like 2 Greek titans hitting each other, you know, even with the skins. You know, you've got the thunder from Ornn, you've got like the gold and like the sash from the challenges. I mean, it's great. It's scenic, you know. That's something you see in like a cinematic.
Dragon is up in a sec here. Iconic does have the run-ins, but not quite the 2 item power spike where you want to see him at. Really has to be careful, taking a bunch of damage here, but Varsal is here to punish it.
Is caught out. Ultimate is here. This is a... Isn't this another kill for Iconic?
This has to be. TP coming through.
Dangerous. TP does come through. Brickgoon is here. Drakor, what a fast little combo, but can they follow it up?
I think
don't think they can.
But they're going for it. They have the damage just barely not. Ooh. I think Rickon definitely thought he did. Igloss goes in.
What
Not
is
an
going
idea, but
on,
doesn't hit it!
Igloss?
They're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep going. Eversio is finally running away. They missed just about everything, but the fight is finally gonna stop. And this is a free dragon and a half.
That is a big amount of gold for the Aphelios, and that is a 3rd Drake for Agony. They are on soul point. This could win them the game. This single play may have completely won them the game.
Damn it. Poor Igloss here. Tippy's in. Almost denied the ult, flashes for it, and then just barely whiffs it.
Million Messi, see!
Yeah, but I mean, it was still a very good attempt. For a second there, I thought they had Iconic too. Like, Brickun committed the ult, but the rest of the team kind of backed off. I feel like they weren't on the same page. They probably would have died for it, but maybe they could have gotten. I don't know.
And we're seeing the strength of this Lissandra. When she can hit this WQ ult, it's such a free amount of resets for the Jinx. Again, it's still anyone's game. Even with the soul, they'll be in position to win. But ultimately, if the game still keeps on going, it will be Eversio's game to win.
Also,
So
Lulu had Miko's that fight. I didn't really catch her using it, but Living, I imagine, had a pretty good Miko's there, seeing as the fight went their way. Good call, I think, to rush it here, too.
I think it does make a lot of sense into Lissandra, into the... I mean, you can't Mikhail's wild, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
Into the Ornn, into the, I guess, Melio Q? No, it's Melio Q a knock-up? It's a knock-up.
No,
You can't.
you can cleanse the slow. It's a pretty big slow, but I don't think that's really what you're building it for. I think it's almost exclusively for that Lissandra combo, which is very scary. It does spell doom. You do want this iconic Aphelios moving around and hitting as much as he can. But we did see that the Drakur, as you mentioned, did a lot of work there, and just on one item. And I doubt Iconic is really going to be building much MR, right? So that's only going to get scarier. Has to be careful. This is Thunderburst.
Had Ornn been a tiny bit earlier, had Starforger not gotten caught out as quickly, I think that could have been an amazing fight for Eversio. But it just nothing seemed to fall into place for them. Still, it does show the strength of their comp, and it does show that they do have a high chance of running away with the game, provided one team fight goes their way. So far, Agony have done a really good job holding down the game, basically making sure that they have a stronger mid game. That said, they are still 2k gold ahead, but they do, of course, have the 3 Drakes. And once this soul is here, and once they get a huge amount of move speed whenever they ult, I mean, even just without the ult, it's still 20% raw move speed. It is so much.
Absolutely, yeah, and I feel like Eversio are unlikely to get strong enough to contest it in just 2 minutes. Like Jinx, he is not going Hullbreaker, he's going for the IE second, but he's still going to be sitting on just 25% crit. I don't think that's really enough to get through this Maokai's corner, who both built a bunch of armor here. Like, these tanks are really tough to take down for this Jinx. So
Oh my god, it's not a Hullbreaker.
it's not a Hullbreaker. It's kind of crazy to say, but yay. But yeah, if you're looking for a reset, you're looking for it in the backline as we going in
Very
onto
nice
Aphelios.
catch. Here comes the Lissandra.
It's not enough. He's still alive. They have the cooldown to
He's
keep
still
it going.
alive. He's very low. He's very low.
He's still
so
going.
low, but he barely still goes. He's still
He's
alive.
still going. They get the first kill.
I know Varsal's in the backline, still very healthy. The rest of Eversio is just running away.
Still could be a crazy fight for Eversio.
That's the
First reset.
Do they have the damage to keep this going? They're gonna try. Gruntless is still
He barely
very
misses.
healthy.
That was almost a crazy team fight for the side of Eversio. The Aphelios escaping on a sliver of HP. As now, watch out. Here start coming the Ornn upgrades.
Oh
We
no.
already have an upgrade on Jinx's Kraken Slayer, giving her AD and attack speed. All stats that she likes using. I mean, this is going to be a very dangerous game from this point on for Agony. As the gold lead slowly just starts increasing and increasing.
I feel like name of the game right now is getting 3 items on this Aphelios before the dragon comes up, right? If you can get this, this probably a Lord Domes, right? If you can get it in time for the dragon and you get that soul, I think that is the key to winning this one.
One good team fight after or during the soul fight could just win Agony the game. But my main issue is they haven't taken a tower yet.
Ah, that's a good point.
They're playing a mid-game comp and they have not taken a single tower yet.
It's the first who are here first for the Drake too. Like they've got a good position to kind of hold this one. Agony will be forced to face check them if they want to get any vision down. But they are here for it.
Soul does spawn in 20 seconds. If Agony wins this next fight and secures the soul, I think they're supposed to win the game.
Starforger is pitting in the Sandra. He might be calling for an engage here, but Agony just kind of back off. They might be giving this one away because
They might be going for Baron.
They might just be. I think if I realize it too, they're slowly heading towards it, perhaps.
They've realized.
They're going for it. Do Agony have to catch on him this time, though? Not quite. They're just going to be taking Scuttle here. And Sforza probably walks out of this one.
And
that
we
does slow
go
down
back
their
to Drake.
dragon. Yeah. But they're not really pressuring Baron this time around. They're just taking the reset. Lissandra going to get her second item finally.
I'm not sure if I agree with this. I think you need to fight for the soul. Because again, this gap is just going to start widening and widening.
Yeah.
Already 2 items on Lissandra, 2 items on Jinx. Once she gets her third, it's going to be horrifying for Agony to even manage to jump on top of them. Again, I mean, you have a very strong Aphelios. You have a 3-0 Aphelios with 2.5 items. He has a lot of crit chance. He has a nice AoE. Use it. You need to start using it. Very, very odd choice by Agony. Maybe deciding that they're going to try to fight around the Baron rather than the Drake.
Yeah.
But I think they need to use the lead that they have.
I think Syndra hadn't reset in a while, but he did have TP, so I feel like they could have tried to find something, but they were a bit too afraid of maybe fighting in chokes with this Ornn ult and the rest of the squad. So not getting there first on the dragon might have meant that they had to FF it basically, but really would have liked to get see them get that, if you're an Agony fan at least. So we're kind of just waiting around again. We really are looking for these ADC items to come true, and then I expect that a fight will be forced.
Black Cleaver is online for the Vi. Vi, of course, a very good Black Cleaver user. With her Q and her ult and her E while being AoE.
Stacks it up onto everyone.
And of course, more Shred for the Jinx is always invited on the side of Eversio. As we're seeing double unending despair on the side of Agony. Parcel deciding, hey, that looks like a good item. I don't mind if I do. And we do actually see a Knight's Vow. Very smart choice on him, making sure that this Aphelios stays alive and healthy as much as possible. He will be the one who will win them these fights. The Syndra should create openings, hopefully. And, I mean, in a way, Syndra will be playing very much like Lissandra, opening up opportunities for their AD carry to just get these insane amounts of damage off. One good Syndra combo into one Infernum ult with a good few picks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you win a game.
Yeah, there's always something to look out for. They definitely have to be very careful, but I feel like the Lissandra Vi win con is a point and click win con. It's much easier, really. If they can get any sort of a reset onto this Jinx, versus just kind of run through a fight, even now. So, we'll see. It's definitely anyone's game, and I really do expect a fight soon, at the very least. Aphelios gonna go back, has the last whisper. I don't think he has the full item just yet. Probably gonna be getting it soon though. Which means that he's hit his spike.
And this eyeglass E comes in.
I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares at all.
Man, it is just wet noodles, wet noodles. They just...
So I mean, there it is. There's the third item. I want to see everyone from Agony kind of just reset. We are going to be taking a fight here, in my opinion.
I mean, you have to. This is the only part in the game where you are strong enough to mow down their team. And realistically, an inhib into a Baron might just win you the game. I think the gold would be so largely in your favor that you just run down the game.
Yeah, I don't
see
wanna,
exactly what happens.
I don't want to see them wait around to let the Jinx catch up here. Like, you have the advantage. Do something with it, right?
And hopefully they will. Although I am a bit hesitant because we're simply not moving. Of course, Eyegloss will keep putting pressure on this Maokai to not rotate. We'll keep shoving in these waves. It does seem... I mean, if you're Eversio here, you do want to just 1-3-1 and just respect any fights that they take. Although if they start Baron, maybe you will be forced to take a fight as Agony once again are just hesitating.
I don't know, maybe they're looking for something. I'm not quite sure they're going to find it right now, but they're setting something up. Cocoon, is he any sort of trouble? Has to be careful not
Let's
to walk
see
up too
if
far.
we do manage to find a pick.
Oh, no.
Awaken does get caught out, but he does manage to live. But now it's Agony that's getting picked.
He has to go down here. There's no way he lives this.
He is so
surviving.
tanky with the healing. Brickcoon will go
Still
down.
going.
Agony is so tanky, but the Lissandra will eventually catch him.
Was it worth it
Lissandra
though?
does go down, but here comes the Jinx.
Ooh, definitely worth it, yeah.
And man, Agony, you had your chance to pull the trigger, but Eversio pulled it first, and it is just so sad to see from the side of Agony.
Yeah, they shot at the wrong man. I don't think Awaken is the person you want to engage on, especially when Iglos was there to just alter Aphelios for willy-nilly. And now,
Now you're in a very tricky situation. Now you're in a very, very awkward place. The shutdown did in fact go over to Drakor, who's just gonna go straight damage with the Rabadons. Very nice.
Yep, no.
Really something I'd like to see.
very consistently getting on top of Aphelios too, right? So the Ornat is pretty tough to dodge out on.
And again, I mean, it's such a strong combo of Ornn, Lissandra, and Vi that you don't even need damage because you have your Jinx ready to get those resets.
Yep.
I think once Juan backs here, I mean, he will probably have his Runans. And I think at that point, it's kind of... I don't want to say GG. There are still some fights here that can happen that can turn in Agony's favor. But I think their chance to really take control of this game and win this game 5 has kind of passed away. Now they need to look for maybe a nice few picks here and there, a few misplays in team fights. And it's going to be a lot harder now for Agony to do anything, as opposed to Eversio, who just need to play their comp out.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what are you looking for exactly here? Because Dragon is in 4 minutes. Baron is probably not going to be taken unless someone dies randomly. But I feel like
the upgrade Zonias.
That's probably a mistake. But I don't know. Maybe it was the armor.
Yes, we're really liking that. 25 armor, I guess. Either way, it is of course free stats for the Ornn. I mean, realistically, for the Ornn, it does not matter who gets the stats, and I think what I don't know. I just think when you're so close, just barely not killing Iconic in every single fight, you may want to prioritize the damage just a tiny bit more. As we do see Varsa, of course, just ease away, doesn't get caught out.
Agony are maybe finally putting the pressure on as they're grouping up mid. Going to be taking their first tower of the game at 30 minutes in. Uh-oh, is Varsal okay here? He's not... Okay, there you go. Might as well have snared them the way they were slowing him there, but ends up eating away eventually. I don't know. They did get the tower, but now it's Eversio that kind of have the momentum going for perhaps a Baron, or most likely just pressuring it to deny anything from Agony. Because they are the ones who are scaling better, as we said. Like, Eversio is not going to have a
Look
good
at
time.
these two guys having fun. Look at them having fun. It's like dogs like jumping on each other in a dog park, you know? It's like doesn't matter how violent they get, man. None of them are getting hurt. As a Konik, of course, is actually level 17. I believe he does have access to his last 2 remaining upgrades. He just needs to right click on top of Brickcoon and Awaken, and he's gonna get incredibly tanky. Of course, Ornn does in fact gain percent armor and Damar whenever he upgrades. I believe also health. Does he get health as well, right?
I think I can check.
I think he gets a flat amount of health and a percent of armor and Damar, I believe.
Oh, gee,
whenever he
10%.
upgrades. How much?
10? What? Am I reading this right?
10% per
10% bonus health, armor, and magic items from all sources. This value is increased by 4% for every.
4% every upgrade. There you go. That makes more sense. So he will get 16% more armor and Damar once he upgrades the last 2 for Brickcoon and Awaken. As we do see Awaken's upgrade, makes sense. We're upgrading, of course, our Anathemas. I mean, our Ardent Sensor.
I think they
Man,
wanna...
remember that meta?
Yeah, I do, unfortunately. I think they do want to get Iconic off of this gun combo right now. Probably just going to be...
As we do see. Man, I think it's a bit... It may be a bit too late. I think it's a bit too late, Agony. But it is the right play. As the Ornald comes out. 4-man Ornald.
No.
Horrifying. Dracour gets
still-
a very nice combo off. He's just stalling. He is stalling for the Jinx to deal some damage. As Iconic will slowly but surely die. The Jinx is popping off. And it's a little bit too late. Agony as Eversio is getting run down. Juan wants the Penta, but he's not gonna get it.
That was so desperate. Like, yeah, sure, he lived for a lot of it, but eventually he's going to go down. Like, he can't keep tanking everything. And they can't really stop the damage from going onto the Aphelios, so...
Man, 8 minutes earlier, that would have been the best play ever, but it's such a shame. And it does look like, for Eversio, it is not a shame. It is a damn destiny. They have finally beaten the first game win curse for Eversio versus Agony. And they will be winning Game 5 and will be our LCM champions.
GG's to Eversio indeed. That was a very well played game. A bit sad to see it end exactly like that, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like they kind of just choked Agony out, and they just forced them to make a mistake.
They had a chokehold on him. They had a chokehold on him. And then last second, when it really mattered, they loosened their grip. It's such a shame to see. Still, I think it's a very good game from both teams and a very fitting Game 5. Iconic showing us that, hey, maybe you should keep an eye out for Aphelios, because clearly, if he's a good player, he can pull him off. Still, I think it's a very good game from both sides. Very good job on both players. Gary, Gruntless, your curse is free. You no longer have to play
He's released.
Maokai anymore for this day. If I see you in solo queue playing Maokai, I'm gonna call someone. Make sure you get a mental health checkup, to be honest.
Who do you
Good
think
job.
is the MVP for the series now is the question.
It's a hard one. It's a hard one. I think every game it felt like someone else. Every game it genuinely felt like someone else. I think Awaken did play consistently, stupidly consistently every single game. Maybe faltered a bit game 2. Maybe game 2 had a bit of oopsies, we can say. But I think consistently throughout the series, I think he played pretty damn well. I'd at least probably nominate Awaken for just being the most consistent.
Yeah.
I think Juan learned a valuable lesson in Game 5.
Yeah, finally took him off of the hull breaker. That's all he needed.
He's clearly shown that he's not only able to play Aurelion Sol. He knows how to play Jinx. Of course, he does know mage bot lanes like Ziggs. He's showing us that he's not just a one trick, and he is someone you should look out for, which is always fun to see. Iglos has consistently, I think, done the most damage every single game. I did not check game 2's damage.
I'm inclined to believe that because I don't know, what else is he doing into the Maokai if not just auto-attacking him randomly.
That is true. And I think Brickcoon also played pretty consistently.
tiny bit less than Awaken. There were a few questionable bot ganks, but I think all in all, I think the way that he focuses objectives is really damn solid. I don't know, it's hard. It's hard to pick an MVP. I'd say it's very hard. I think we leave it up to the enemy. We leave it up to Eversio. We'll see exactly what they choose.
That's entirely fair.
For me though, if I do nominate someone, I think it's Awaken for displaying incredibly consistently in these last 5 games.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. Very consistent player. Yeah, just about agree with you there. 1 second as I set something up real quick. And okay, great. We'll see who ended up sending over. Looks like they're debating it amongst themselves at the very least, or maybe they're just celebrating. It was a very hard-fought win, to be fair.
We'll see what they send over. It was, of course. I mean, these are the games you want to see, though. These very close fighting games where one mistake just completely costs you the game. It's a back and forth at the beginning. I mean, this is the kind of story, and I think the kind of games that you want to see. And I think I will say this, since this is the last game, not counting, of course, the 3rd place and the secret final boss Gunblade game, which we'll take. We'll find the date. I don't know. We'll find it. I mean, I will say, I've been saying this every single time. Thank you for everyone for watching. Thank you, Sepion, for hosting. Thank you for
being here, man. Like, it's an absolute pleasure, and thank you everyone for watching. It looks like Awaken was sent over for the MVP interview.
Go ahead. And if I can have one last word at the last game for the LCM, at least until we find the 3rd place, and of course the Gunblade game. 2 words. You all know what they're gonna be. Zambiru Polizia. Thank you and bye-bye.
Okay, thank you very much. See you next time as we move over to the interview section. How's it going, Awaken?
Feels good.
Feels good, yeah?
To pull through.
Yeah, I can imagine that was a very tough series.
Yeah, it was very stressful. I have a massive headache, not gonna lie. Not only, I have to play with Juan, but the games were very stressful.
Yeah, the 5th Enchanter game must have been very stressful for you, I imagine. So I want to hear what was going on in that call after you won that game 5, because it was definitely very close, like up until the very end, up until the very fight finished. We really had no idea who was going to win it. So what was the energy like when you actually pulled it off?
Oh, after we just killed the Aphelios, we just ran it down, and all of us were like, just go mid, end, tank it, like, just like excited. Yeah.
So run me through that 5th game, actually, because that 5th game I feel like was very interesting. I was very surprised to see the Aphelios. Was it something you guys were expecting?
We thought, they would maybe go like Zaya or Sivir, so we just bend those out. We didn't expect Aphelios. They hovered one champion, but I forgot which one it was.
They hovered... I forget too.
There was
Vayne. They hovered Vayne.
Yeah. We thought, that we expected that one because of the Ornn, but yeah, the Aphelios was a bit dangerous in lane.
So I'm seeing it in the chat, actually. What was the thought behind the Twitch at the 4th game? Because
I just wanted to play Twitch.
That was a bit... no shade, but that was a bit of good grief.
We wanted to go game 5.
You want to go game 5? You wanted Silver Scrape. That's absolutely fair enough. So I want to ask you, actually, because this was a very tough best of 5, I think. What was the toughest moment for you? Like, at which point did it feel like, oh shit, we're in for quite a series here?
I think it's just how the drafts, change from game to game. Like the Jarvan gave us some thoughts. Then we were like, okay, so they want Jinx now, so we have to go blue side if we want it. The Lolo was highly contested as well.
Yeah, I feel like
Syndra as well. It's just very highly contested picks that we both teams wanted.
I feel like there was a lot of back and forth, like stealing each other's picks. Once Agony just realized, hey, we can just take their champions. I feel like that was a bit of a... The tables had turned a little bit.
Part.
Yeah.
We had to see which ones do we value mostly out of Jinx, Lulu, and Syndra.
So yeah, the draft I imagine must have been pretty tough. But I feel like you kind of just defaulted to the same kind of game plan in every just about every game. Like sure, it changed a little bit with the champions, but it seems like you've really stuck to the hyper carry bot lane, maybe a mid mage, and just a tanky top side of the map with an enchanter. Is that something you're doing on purpose, or do you just casually just default to that?
I mean, we had the Ornn into Maokai in our heads because we knew that most likely they would just blind Maokai again.
Yeah, I mean,
since they did that 4 games in a row. We thought maybe they could give counter to Gary, but they just went Maokai again. I
he
don't
just
know
wanted
why.
to play Maokai. I don't know.
Yeah, I expected the carry on 4th pick rather than Maokai, but I guess they really value the Maokai.
Yeah, to be honest, when I saw the Darius ban, I figured, oh, okay, they're not going for Maokai, but I don't know, maybe it just felt like the Darius provided enough pressure. So I was a bit surprised to see it too, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think draft phase was by far the most stressful part for
Yeah.
today's series.
Well, I do have one question for you as a bit of a send off. We know you were the overall MVP, it seems, and the team kind of decided that. Like we agreed with them, but it seems like the team agrees as well. Who was the MVP for most of the games? You think? Was it you in every game? Because I feel like it changed a bit from game to
No,
game.
I think Brick Kun also played really good, to be honest. He had some games where his champ was not the best, but he performed quite good. Juan, of course, had
looking at his ego stroked a bit.
Juan had a few moments in the early game, in some of the games. I will not speak more, but after that he performed. I think everyone performed, but we had our moments. I guess maybe people say I'm the MVP because maybe I played more consistent than everyone else, but obviously other players had more, standout moments.
Yeah, that's kind of the case when you're playing, especially enchanter supports, right? So you can't really expect much more than a consistent play out of you, I don't think. So yeah, I mean, I think I agree with that. Thank you very much for joining me here, Awaken. Really appreciate it. Congrats on the win, and hope to see you next time.
Thank you. Where's the trophy, by the way?
I don't have it, man. I don't have it. You don't look at me.
Where's my trophy?
we'll message Jansen for the trophy later. But thank you very much for today.
Bye-bye.
And see you next time. So, to the rest of you, thank you very much for watching the stream. And thank you very much for Jansen for hosting the whole thing and everyone who helped out. I think he's joining us right now. Is that correct? Jansen? Oh, he's left. Let's give him some time. I think he wants to say a few words, and I can't really blame him. And I'm all alone. Mic muted. I'm suddenly all alone here. Let me check one sec. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, we can hear you. Okay, great. Okay, man.
Seconda, ta. Professional yan. Opaj. Daqt miegħek.
So, I'm seeing a lot of action in chat. I just want to say thanks again, guys. Sorry I don't really spawn much.
Alright, hello?
Hey, Jensen, how's it going?
شوية مش هتنسمع.
مش هتسمع. Hello? No?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we can hear you. I don't know if you can hear it. You can see the stream.
Hello?
Hello?
مش هتنسمع. Sorry, ta. Alright, رجعت.
Good. There you go. So Cyrex is asking us when the next tourney is, if you want to start with that. But I think
L-onis, thank you, Sepjon, and I'm really grateful li kellek l-enerġija li tkompli rinexxek tagħmel best of 5 sal-aħħar with maximum efficiency u energy mill-bidu sal-aħħar. So, like, dik għalija inti l-MVP tal-lum. So, dik just step one. Nixtieq ngħid ukoll proset ovvjament il-Agony u l-Eversio tawna lob sbieħ ħafna ma nistax inkun iktar ferħan minnom. U ħan nirranġaw ukoll hemm isu trofi żgħir senatu l-Eversio tal-li rebħu f'dal każ. Issa illum aħna din Sunday sowa. So next Sunday ħanamel feedback stream basically. So ħanqod like ġokol u ħanqod nisma' l-feedback tan-nies għall-affarijiet li jridu. L-LCM in ġenerali wara World suppost namlu. Imma ħaniprofa naħdem fuq ċertu affarijiet li kellna problemi dan li għamilna. Ħabba timing fil-Christmas u fil-New Year's u affarijiet hekk, so for sure rridu nsibu xi bilanċ bej wara Worlds u jekk jista' jkun ma jinteraktjax ma' ħafna festi u x'naf jiena hekk. Imma ħajsir ieħor u għandi events to come ġifieri qabel l-LCM.
Great news, onestament. Vera kontent kif spiċċa ġenerali l-LCM.
Ħafna nies daħlu ma' server ħabba l-LCM, pero li ma tafux aħna konna diġa active u diġa kont qed nagħmel events jiena just ikunu based on one day, mhux tul twil bħalma kien dan it-tournament. So issa just ħanajd out loud tipo qabel ma nagħmlu event kbir li nixtieq nagħmlu madwar April, May, June. So dawk l-akwati. Qabel ma jsir dak l-event, ħanamlu 1v1s, 2v2s, ARAM, nixtieq nagħmel waħda region-based 5v5s, u da mhux qed ngħidu xahar tournament, da ngħidu forsi ġurnata jew tnejn idumu, u TFT. U every Sunday konna l-custom games. Dik kienet ċaġa konna nagħmlu kull Sunday, però ħabba l-LCM unfortunately kelli naqbizhom biex nagħmlu l-lob. Hopefully kienet a worthwhile trade. Pero issa li m'għandniex l-LCM we go back to schedule around 6 PM nintaqgħu fil-lounge min jiġi nagħmlu 5v5 Malta style. Why not?
Looking forward, man. Thank you ħafna. Just thanks, man.
Mela, thank you lilkom tax mingħajr il-community ma nagħmlu xejn. Kemm naraw issa kemm nibqgħu bil-ħeġġa hopefully. Looking forward for more. Why not? Għalli miss.
So, naħseb nistgħu nagħlqu hemmhekk.
About time u saru 8 6 sigħat. Le, 5 ma nafx not. Ġiġi 5 sigħat stream tal-bliħ.
Fimni, kien hemm entertainment għaddej, so mhux sa neqleb.
Il-laptop bil-duħan ħajkun biex nupload jew YouTube. Thank you guys. Good night.
Good night kulħadd. Thank you ħafna l-kull minna u kull min ipparteċipa u naraw kollha jmiss.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.